bum 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 bum. Fortune or death? Today I'll be looking through the play test for MCDM's new dungeon delving TTRPG Crows. It's gonna be awesome! Laugh track. .exe. Laugh track.mp3. Raffle/S? Something tells me you're not actually rolling on floor laughing. I don't know what that might be, but I think I'm an empath. I recognize that you are being hyperbolic in your expression and appreciation of jubilance. Let me start, not a poll. Start a Q&A. What's the ask me anything except about that one TTRPG. And everyone's gonna assume it's a different one. People are gonna be like, oh, it's clearly 5e. Well, no, it's probably talking about like Draw Steel. Well, no, I think it's gonna be like Girl Frame. No, I think it's like an out-of-pocket answer like Fatal. And no one's gonna know what the TTRPG is. It's gonna be so good. I'm gonna have little tricks, little games, little trinkets that I can engage with. Yeah, I can't believe you can't talk about Masks. I've never played Masks, and I've heard that it's like pretty good. It's just one of those things where like a bunch of people clown on it for being powered by the apocalypse. I'm tired. I woke up like a while ago. Why am I tired? It's Vampire 6. No! No Vampire 6! No! No! Hey, how's it going? Hi! I'm Arrow. In case you don't know, I'm a TTRPG VTuber. Art cover. Hi! I'm a TTRPG VTuber. I talk TTRPGs. On Wednesday, I promised, or I didn't promise. I said, I claimed, I made the assertion that I was not going to talk TTRPGs, and then I proceeded to spend like 2 hours talking Games for Freaks 4. So that's what my life is. Next Wednesday, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the stream title streaming until I talk about a TTRPG, and I'm just going to keep going until I talk about a TTRPG. And then if it's like 20 minutes, I'm just going to stop the timer and then I'm going to keep going because like I want to keep streaming. Anyway, hi. In case you don't know, I'm Arrow, and today we are talking Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-dum, 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 da-dum, 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 da-dum. Sorry, I ran out of fanfare and I still haven't found the image I was looking for. Oh, right, because I'm looking in the wrong folder. We are talking about crows. Fortune or death? and it didn't pop up. Am I stupid? Nope, I'm not stupid. I'm just dumb. Crows! Fortune or Death. The newest TTRPG by MCDM, by the creative lead, James Itricasso. I believe it's Itricasso. Let me double check. Introcasso. My apologies. So, this is Crows, and you may or may not know what Crows is. How many of you have no idea what Crows is, despite the fact I said what Crows was on Wednesday stream, which means you weren't here on Wednesday stream and paying attention? Would I fortune or death? I'd fortune or death. I mean, what is life if not fortune or death? Are you not pursuing fortune and you're gonna die if you don't get it? You know what a Crows is? The real answer is murder. You want there, big dog? Yeah. You want to try that again? You were not here on Wednesday. You had a friend over. Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. I've had people that were at the beach, and when I went live, they tuned in. As they were at the beach, they got out of the water. They said, hold on, let me dry. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, I just got out of the water at the beach. I wanted to turn on stream. And I'm like, what? Anyway, so Crows. Crows is the newest TTRPG by James Introcasso from MCDM. If you don't know, MCDM is the studio founded by Matt Colville. They made Strongholds and Followers. They made Kingdoms and Warfare. They made Arcadia. They made Flea Mortals. I think those are all 5e. And then they recently released Draw Steel, like 2 years ago, a year ago or whatever. And wildly successful, wildly popular. Matt Colville has been in the games industry for like decades at this point, and James Introcasso has worked at MCDM for a couple of years now, has worked on, or I think maybe since the beginning, has worked with like WotC and like official D&D 5e published like stuff. So like he knows what he's doing, and Draw Steel and Crows are MCDM's attempt to rectify an issue that plagues modern D&D. And I don't just mean 5e. I just mean modern D&D. And that issue is that it is a game that has a legacy of dungeon crawling, but a modern perception and interpretation and expectation of epic fantasy. You might say high fantasy, you might say heroic fantasy. I'm saying epic fantasy for the sake of most scale of D&D stories are expected to be epic, right? And this is a little bit of an identity crisis. Putting aside all of the mechanical issues, putting aside all of the marketing issues, putting aside all of the other things, like D&D has a legacy of really old school hardcore dungeon crawling and epic fantasy. Even though basically every D&D player I've ever met has just wanted to play like a dating sim where they can kiss monsters, right? Which that's just standard TTRPG nonsense. So what Crows and Draw Steel do is Draw Steel is epic fantasy, heroic fantasy. You are a big dang hero. You have big dang hero powers. You are awesome. You can do awesome things at character creation. You are incredible, and you will shake the foundation of the world. Crows is the exact opposite. Your character is a nobody. You are not a hero. You are not even a survivor guaranteed. You are a scavenger. Your entire goal is that you are a blacksmith or a cartographer or a seamstress or a tailor or a pig herd. And you, for whatever reason, decide to go out of your village into the gloom, into the miasma, and delve into these esoteric eldritch dungeons that hold riches beyond your imagination. This is a game where a single gold piece can change your life. You are playing not a level 0 character, you are playing someone that is trying to become a level 0 character. You're not even playing like trying to become a level 1 character, right? So if I say all of this and you think, oh, okay, so it's OSR. Not quite. OSR, or old school, whatever the R is, because some people say revolution, some people say renaissance, some people say revival. I don't care. I'm gonna be so real with you. They all mean similar enough things, even though there is distinction within the community. I'm not part of the OSR community. I'm not gonna choose one and get it wrong. So OSR, old school, whatever the R word is. Not that R word. This is a movement to harken back to the old school days of like OD&D, original D&D, AD&D, second edition, whatever it might be, and with the polish of modern game layouts. I do not know OSR. I do not play OSR. I am interested in OSR, but I have never engaged with it. So if you have OSR recommendations, feel free to drop them down in chat. Crows is modeled after, but not part of, OSR. OSR is a modern thing. OSR started within the past like 10 years as a way to harken back to like gaming of the 70s and the 80s. OSR is similar to Crows. Crows is inspired by OSR. Crows does not claim to be OSR. Someone in the chat said it's like Darkest Dungeon. I've seen a lot of Darkest Dungeon comparisons. I think Darkest Dungeon is a fair comparison, with the exception of one. It's not about stress or afflictions or virtues. Two, you never proceed past, I would probably say like a level 1 character, where in Darkest Dungeon, all of your characters start at level 0. Generally after a single mission, they become level 1. After like 2 more, a little bit like Kane Cat. After like a couple missions, they become Cat 2 or level 2, so on and so on to level 6. Level 6 is like, whoa, you're like actually really competent and really cool. You're not just a chump anymore. You're like a Cat 4 XO. You're a Cat 5 XO. Now you're still probably going to die a horrible death. It's a turn-based, brutal, like strategy game. However, in Crows, my understanding is you will never advance to the point where you're beyond like maybe level 1. And the third thing is your character and their sheet. Doesn't really matter. The big thing is items and your brain. One of the hallmarks of OSR and one of the big things that Crows takes inspiration from is it's not what's on your character sheet, it's how you use it. It's not the size of your character sheet, it's how you use it, right? You will encounter puzzles that you as a player are expected to physically logic out, and if you can't, you will probably die. If you as a player are not asking questions like, is there anything on the ceiling, while someone else is asking, is there anything on the floor, the assumption is that you will not notice the swinging blade trap that decapitates you. Right? That's not something where, oh, I had a passive perception, I should have seen it. Like, that's like, you have to say you're doing that. That is like the stylization of OSR, right? And the other fourth thing that I think is really cool, and like this is just another pillar of Crows. A core mechanic of the game is building the village you come from. Remember, you're a seamstress from the local village, and you decided to leave your seamstress job to go into the blood atrium in order to get like the 5 gold pieces required to like rebuild your house after a fire, right? You build the village, and the village, much like how in a party or almost like in the Valentine's game I ran for Kane, Site Epsilon persisted past its individual members. The village persists past your characters. And if you somehow manage to retire, you become an NPC in the village. And so the gameplay loop of Crows is you, who are a nobody, you're like a level 0, level 1, go into the dungeon, you think your way through problems, you use your grappling hook, 30 feet of rope, 2 torches, and 1 pack of rations, and literally nothing else. No weapon, no armor, no flint and steel, no like dungeoneering pack, just those things to try and get money and get out. You're not there to slay monsters, you're not there to beat the dungeon, you're not there to like solve the problem, you are there to get in, scavenge, get out. And that is the core gameplay loop. And then once you return back to the village, you invest it in the village. How does that sound? How does that sound as a game? How interesting does that sound to you? Does that appeal to you? Do you think that's lame? Do you want to be a big giant hero? I want to hear what your thoughts are. But also, I want to hear two things. One, I have a Q&A channel. There's a little pin, ask me anything except about that one TTRPG, you know which one. Feel free to ask me anything there. Could be about crows, could be about me, could be about other TTRPGs, except that one. Could be about VTubing, could be about a story that I've told online recently, whatever it might be. Feel free to drop a Q&A there, a question there. Also, we do something called the high wave here, which is everyone in chat, whether you're a lurker that doesn't chat otherwise, whether you are an active participant, whether you are watching the VOD right now, and this is not live, and you would just leave a comment. Drop hello, drop a little hi, and tell me, what is the most interesting character death you've ever had in a TTRPG? So hit me with that hi, hit me with that character death. I'm gonna drink some water. Interesting. I saw a couple people that said like sounds cool, not for me. Sounds cool, I only want to GM it. Hey, Monty and Seraph and Awesome and Presbyopia and Mister and Seven Non and Clam and Ryu and Baguetto and Gray and Kane and Laser and Fives and Original and Melancholic and Monogiga and B and Bees and Two Questions and Domerico and Art Harrier and Skeleton VA and Bloody and Ineffable and King and Patch, and I think that's everyone that said hi. One time I played a Shin Megami Tensei game where in Chronicles of Darkness, it was basically a Saw game. Oh my gosh. Sounds fun. The village stuff reminds me of Stone Top. Yes, it makes me think Stone Top. And funny enough, the actual like mechanics of building out the village, I thought about Stone Top with that. And Stone Top is what inspired, I mean, not directly, but like secondhand knowledge of Stone Top and like kind of inspired the direction of Xeneolithic, my TTRPG, a little bit, where you play as creatures evolving as a species, where you build an entire species in the Stone Age, and you have to evolve faster than magic can fade from the world before all of the things you relied on for magic, you suddenly can't do them no more. Like, for instance, breathing or eating food. Hey, Gato. Hey, Dragon. Sounds interesting, specifically the idea of finding the origin of the dungeon. That sounds really cool. Yeah. So there is lore to crows that because I've been following crows. I watch Matt Colville. I watch MCDM. I've kept up with like the kind of crows logs. Long and short of the lore of crows. The big important bit. Once upon a time, there were these big mages. They got corrupted. They went crazy. They went to war with each other, whatever. They're now called the Necromancers. And they ruined the world. They made a bunch of monsters. They summoned a bunch of Eldritch entities. They made the Blood Dungeon. They made all of these different things. And now that the world has been destroyed, there's this miasma. Cane Ogre. Pog. There's this miasma lingering outside of town. And everyone that goes out there dies. And out in the miasma are all of these dungeons, are all of these different places of extreme danger, but also wealth. And so you as a scavenger are basically risking your life for fortune or death. You are going out to these places made by these mad necromancers back in their ancient war and trying to pick the bones clean of the carcass that was once your nation. Yeah, magic itself is evil and chaotic and like does not like being controlled in this setting. And for instance, anyone can use magic in this setting. However, it's not I spend a spell slot and I cast Fireball. It is I recite the blood chant and I make a roll. And based on how difficult the spell is how difficult the roll is. And if I fail the roll, I get what at first blush is a wild magic surge. But like a good one is what I've heard it described as. Like the way they pitch it, the way they describe it is they saw that in something like 5e, wild magic was kind of lame, which I agree. I think wild magic is really fun, and I actually do like the table of wild magic. The issue with wild magic table is that if I turn blue, like mechanically, I am weaker than if I just gone Draconic Bloodline. Significantly, right? Not because like turning blue is a bad thing, right? But because the opportunity cost of not getting like the AC increase and the damage increase means that by just turning blue, I am not getting benefits. And then if I turn into a potted plant, that's an active liability, right? If I cast Fireball on myself, I might kill myself as well as everyone around me. That's not ideal, even though I like the idea of the Wild Magic Surge. So I think would be really funny is if they had 2 Wild Magic Surges, one for combat and one for out of combat. And I think that like legitimately, if you, instead of making like one giant table, there's 100 different results, you can get anything anytime. I think it would be more fun if there was a combat table. And that was stuff like, oh, you gain a bunch of sorcery points, or you cast Fireball on yourself, or you summon a skeleton next to you that is under your control and you can mentally command as if with the Raise Dead spell, or with the Animate Dead spell, or a meteor starts approaching where your spot is, and at the end of the next battle round, it will impact as if with the Meteor Swarm spell, as if a single meteor was dropped. Like, I think that would all be cool. And then out of combat, you can have stuff like roll 1d6. If you roll even, you grow that amount of inches. If you roll odd, you shrink that amount of inches. Ha ha ha, that's so silly, right? Like, I think that would be more interesting, particularly given how much of a combat-oriented game it is. Hi, I have a halfling in DCC with magic sword that made him attack again after every kill. Unfortunately, he ran out of enemies and attacked the fighter who's insane because of this magic sword. Oh my gosh. The setting sounds interesting, but the question is whether the mechanics will support it well. And that is the question, ain't it? Which is why I am looking over the public playtest. This obviously, like art cover, it's in playtest. Just recently, like within the past couple days, Crows went on, I think BackerKit to get crowdfunded, and they made it. So as far as I'm aware, Crows is going to launch. It will just take like 6 months, 8 months, 10 months, whatever. So right now, the basic mechanics and the vibe are set up. Specific mechanics, tuning, tweaking, playtesting, that is what is up in the air. And then obviously all the fluff, like art, right? This is going to be a document that is black text, white background. It's a playtest. You can't really blame them for that. Okay. So there are 4 rule books for Crows. However, each one is like 40 pages. So it ends up being the length of a single TTRPG source book. Why are they split up? Because this one that I'm looking at right now is the rules book. Meanwhile, this one is the character booklet. And as you can see, bodyguard, duelist, entertainer, illusionist, pugilist, merchant. Like, this is primarily a ton of information on what your PC abilities are, how you can do this, what is alchemy, what is alteration. So all of like this book, or the vast majority of this book, is about, imagine a hyper-condensed PHB. Imagine a hyper-condensed player's handbook. This is the ref book. This is your monster manual as well as your DMG. And as you can see, has travel encounters. You can roll for like a heat wave. You can roll for a merchant. Miasma touched. I don't know what that means. There's like traveler reaction, strong miasma. This is all the different stuff you can have as the GM. And then here is the village. So this is like Gadwick the village, and then you can like place of interest, a ruined tower. Place of interest, a ruined windmill, a dungeon, the blood library. These are like different places you can build, set up, reference, and then I believe there are maps here. Right. So this, despite being a bunch of different booklets, is not actually that bad. From what I can see, it's 37 pages, 55 pages, but 55 pages of basically reference. I doubt looking through the character booklet, you are going to actually care about more than 5 pages for a given character. 38 pages for the monsters, and 19 for the ref guide, or for the dungeons book. Sorry. So all collectively, not that bad. Not that bad in terms of like actual stuff you would need to read. Another point of note, you might be looking at this and saying like, oh wow, 55 pages and it's all about character creation stuff. Wow, that's so many different like backgrounds. Like how does this work? The way character creation works is you choose a background by rolling. So there's this 2d6 table, not like 2d6 like 2 through 12. 2d6 is in roll a d6 for the tens place, a d6 for the ones place, and you get assigned a background randomly. I believe you are allowed to choose if you want, but the spirit of the game is choose random. So you might be a hydromancer because you rolled a 44. And so you don't care about this entire like couple pages. D66, thank you. You would just go all the way down to hydromancer, and this is the only thing you care about here. And so you just ignored like 7 pages, 6 pages, right? That's the kind of thing that we're rocking here. And then as a hydromancer, you would get elemental water shield. Cool. And you would get alchemy, athletics, enchanting, magic lore, elemental. I believe these are the different like skill trees you can do, right? So you could have a skill tree and alteration. And this, in case you didn't know, I was posting on the Arrow TTRPG's channel of the Arrow Court of our server. I have gotten a bug bitten me. I started making another TTRPG. This one is going to be short, I promise. Right now, it's only like 12 pages. And that is like mostly because I'm doing individual spells without formatting. The whole point of this is that you're a caster that has one spell. And inspired by these skill progression trees, I thought, how can I make advancing a single spell more interesting? And I made it like these skill progression trees, or like the Skyrim progression trees, which are constellations. And so the idea of progressing a spell by choosing nodes on a larger like image. And so it matches the vibe, the appearance. It gives you a little taste of what the spell is about by having this like constellation style skill selection tree. And then this is the same thing, just currently in its playtest form, which I don't know if they're going to change this. I quite like this. I think this is quite elegant. And I'm not going to lie. This, alongside like the 4 different like small books, like black on white text, like, I mean, I would like some art, but this feels very old school. And I don't have experience with AD&D OD&D 2nd edition. I do have experience 3rd edition, or it might be 3.5. I remember, and again, context, one of the things that got me into TTRPGs was the D&D 3.5 basic rules, basic game starter set. And this box came with 2 tiny little booklets. And they were like in the 3.5 color scheme, so they looked like they were like little leather bound tomes, and it was like very like maroon and beige and all of that stuff. So that was really cool. But there's also a larger black and white book that had about 2/3 of it was accessible to the player. And the last third said, do not read this if you're not the DM. DM's eyes only. And so I was always like, oh, that's so cool. I want to read it. And then like I didn't read it because like I wasn't a DM. And then I wanted to DM, so I read it, and it was so cool, right? And like it was the same format of black text, white background, fairly lean as a book in general. So this is very nostalgic for me, personally. I'm happy with this at its face. You started with Pathfinder 1E starter box when you were a kid. Mm-hmm. Your favorite wild magic are the D20 positive result and D20 negative result, roll once each. Yeah, I don't think that's bad at all. My main thing is not even positive negative. It is combat, non-combat, as I said earlier, because I feel like if I get the silly option when I'm in the middle of combat, I'm going to not care about the silly option. Whereas in out of combat, I don't want the one that allows me to cast Scorching Ray for free on up to 3 on all, like I have to choose 3 targets of my choice, blah, blah, blah. Like I don't want that. And yeah, that is like a, ooh, wild, ooh. I just personally think that's not like as fun. Although what might be fun is that on the, like in combat, you roll 1 on combat and 1 non-combat. So there's always a combat effect and always a silly effect. And then out of combat, you always roll the out of combat one, and the GM decides, or the DM decides, you roll the combat one as well. That might be fun. DCC is nuts. X-Crawl Classics is even more so. It goes full 80s bonkers with King Reagan, and dungeon crawling is a televised sport. Oh my gosh. Dude, a 4E game where the DPS monk would charge forward to attack, get down immediately, all the healing was used on them, then I got healed because everyone's helping them, not helping me. Ugh. I remember one time I played a rogue that I then multi-classed pretty heavily into cleric. And my rogue had a 10 con. However, due to character reasons, they would throw themselves at the front of the fight and be a frontline fighter. And they would fight alongside someone, so they would like get sneak attack, and they had hand crossbow rapier, right? Classic, and crossbow expert, right? So fighting alongside that, and there was multiple times where I, as the 10 con rogue, was tanking because for whatever reason, like we were being flanked and I had to defend the flank, or there was someone that was like, our tank wasn't available or wasn't there, so I was the tankiest one, and like I went down so often. For you, you started with 5e around the time it was still somewhat new. Yeah. So actually, fun fact, we're never gonna get to crows. If you're new here, if you're here for crows, I'm so sorry. This is what we do. We just constantly go in tangents. I actually played the 3.5 starter set, the 3.5 basic rules, right? But then also, I later played what I thought was 5e, but this was like 2011, 2012, so it had to have been like 4e, right? Because 5e wasn't around then, and it was like in a box. And then I was with a friend around the time 5e was coming out, and I didn't have access to 5e, but like I'd heard of 5e, I'd seen like Critical Role was starting to pick up or whatever, and so I was just like, well, I'm just gonna like make my own system, because why not? And I have a document like on my drive from like 10, 12 years ago, where because I didn't have access to like 5e, and I was just kind of like, well, I can do that. I have my own ideas of how this would work. I started just making a TTRPG, and I have rules for how this would work. And it's on one Google sheet. It's not even like formatted or anything. It's just one splash page. I like games where you have to struggle against the odds. Also, this means arrows. Oh! Yes, I am arrowed. Dungeon Crawl Classics, not Dungeon Crawler Carl. Good to know. You have accepted your fate, tangent away. Oh, Arrow Elder, understood. The funny thing is that my audience started older. Started in primarily 18 to 24 and 25 to 35, where I think it was like 30% of my audience was 18-24 and like 40% was 25 to 35. And when I say older, I mean like relatively speaking to the average YouTube viewer. The average YouTube viewer is like 18 because there's a bunch of like 8-year-olds watching, there's a bunch of 13-year-olds watching, there's a bunch of 16-year-olds watching, and there's comparably fewer 50, 60, 70-year-olds watching, so it skews young. But I had a pretty wide division like that, and my under 18 viewers was like under 10%. And recently, like within the past like 2 months, my under 18 viewers have gone up to like 20%, and my 18 to 24 viewers have gone down to like 15%. But my 25 to 35-year-old viewers is still like 30%. So for whatever reason, I lost, or maybe you got older. Maybe in the span of like a couple months, everyone was 24 and they suddenly now are 25, so they're in a different age bracket. I don't know. But I got a bunch more people watching who are way younger, and I lost that like skewing younger age group of 18 to 24, but now I still have a bunch of 25 to 35-year-olds. Hot take, OSR style games are powered by the apocalypse with a heavy coat of nostalgia paint. Disagree. on the idea that mechanically they are the same or similar. On an ethos perspective, I actually don't disagree. Because what is OSR? OSR is, I want to take old school and give it a fresh coat of paint. I want to run old school AD&D, but where the rule book is actually legible. I want to run second edition, but the monster stat blocks aren't BS where they're going to kill you if you roll like under a 17, right? I want a game that is tough, that you struggle, but is fair. And I think that is the same thing that a bunch of people do with Powered by the Apocalypse, but for narrative. Powered by the Apocalypse is, I want a system that is narrative oriented, that gives players freedom to come up with their own moves and plays. And then there's ultimately significantly less combat and more freeform than most of the other systems. Because I can't find that anywhere else. When in actuality, like, yes, you can. Like that doesn't mean a Powered by the Apocalypse system is bad. It doesn't mean an OSR product is inherently bad. But like a lot of new OSR products, you could just be playing Morkborg or like Pirate Borg or any of the derivations from there. And that's not to say that like you shouldn't make a new OSR game. Of course, make a new OSR game. That would be awesome. That said, like ultimately it comes from the idea of I know better. And I don't think that's wrong. I don't think the idea of taking a same basic framework and being like, oh, well, I can do better. Mine would be different. If -18 increase and 1824 decrease, clearly people are getting younger, not older. I think we might have like a widespread Benjamin Buttons situation, which normally isn't that bad. However, if you're already like circa 18 and you're Benjamin Buttonsing, you have like maybe 6 years before you just like lose all ability to be a person. And I'm not saying that because 12-year-olds aren't people. I'm saying that because like when you're like 13, 14, you can kind of get away with stuff and people will be like, oh, teenagers, am I right? But like once you're a preteen, like you can't really do anything. And yes, obviously there are different circumstances and different life circumstances, and you might have been working at 12, or you might have had to like do like really risky behaviors back when you were 11, like whatever it might be. But the average like 12, 11-year-old is not going to be like socially allowed to do anything by society, where like a 13, 14-year-old could get up to that kind of stuff. And so if you're Benjamin Buttonsing, like these are your golden years. 12-year-olds are barely people. My sibling has the take, and I think it's a joke, but I don't actually know. They claim that anyone under 10 is not a person. Like you're just not realized enough as an individual. You're just not cognizant. And like you might have memories of where you're like 8, 9, maybe where you're like 5 or 6. But ultimately, like you have no agency. You have no direction, you have no ambition, and you're not really a person. Well, no, like, obviously my sibling doesn't like go around mistreating children as a result. Hopefully not, I don't know. But they have said quite humorously, just like, yeah, when you're under 10, you don't really like have direction in your life. And like once you're like 10, 11, 12, that's when you start to like understand your wants and your desires and start to have like self-advocate. And then once you're a teenager, you're pretty solidly like exploring yourself in the world. There's actually quite a few OSR systems that aren't nearly as nostalgia oriented, like Vagabond, the Borgs, Cairn, Into the Odd. Yeah, and I think that OSR as a movement, like all movements, like I would say Powered by the Apocalypse is also a movement. There are going to be outliers, but that's the stereotype, right? And that's why, even though I say, oh yeah, Powered by the Apocalypse, everyone's just trying to make a narrative-oriented system where there's not that much combat. Look at City of Mist. It's investigative-oriented, but some of the core moves are go toe to toe and hit him with all you got. Right? City of Mist, Powered by the Apocalypse, is a game where you are playing noir detective superheroes. And so, being superheroes, genre conventions expect you're going to fight other people. Therefore, Powered by the Apocalypse, very narrative-oriented, still has a decent amount of combat. Similarly, Girlfriend. Girlfriend is a game that, yes, it's about like power dynamics, and yes, it's about social pecking order, but also it is a system about fighting aliens, fighting monsters in mechs. Like mecha fiction, a not a prerequisite, but an expectation of the genre is to go fight monsters. And so you're going to have a lot of combat in Girlfriend, even though the combat in Girlfriend is going to be way less tactical, way less crunchy than Lancer, right? Speak for yourself, trauma does wonders. I've been traumatized. I don't need that. If you could get stuck in one age for the rest of your life, having the physical body of that age until you suddenly die when you reach life expectancy, what age would you choose? I feel like the ideal is like 26. Because that's when your brain is fully developed. That's when you're young enough that you are still like spry, but you're old enough that you like are mature, like you look fairly mature. Because if you choose like, oh, I'm gonna choose 21, so like I can still drink, but also I'm gonna be like as young as I can be, so I'm gonna be as youthful as, like, your brain's not developed. Also, no one takes a 21-year-old seriously. You're constantly going to be looked down upon for the entirety of your immortal existence as presumably a kindred. So like mid-20s is my go-to. Particularly 26 because that's when your brain stops developing. Maybe 27 if you just want to be sure, right? 27 is physical prime. Well, so like different parts of your body have different physical primes. For instance, your eyesight starts degrading after 16. Your brain finishes developing at around 26. Your metabolism starts falling in your early 20s. That's why a ton of people put on a bunch of weight in their 20s, is because they have the same eating habits that they did when they were like 18, 19. And then now that they're like 22, 23, 24, they don't have the metabolism to keep that up and like not gain weight. And so suddenly they gain a bunch of weight, right? So I feel as though you've gone through most of your physical changes by then without getting to the point where your bones are creaky, without getting to the point where you're constantly like throwing out your hip. With this question, can I still gain and lose weight? I mean, like, it's your body at that age. So my assumption is your eyesight will not continue to degrade. Your brain will not continue to develop. You will not grow taller. You will not start shrinking. You will not get wrinkles. However, if you like slam into someone and like dislocate your hip is still dislocated. If you still go on a diet and you start exercising, you're still going to lose weight, right? Although, that's actually another question. In this hypothetical, if you received an injury or a disease or something external, so like if I'm 30 and I get in a car crash and like I lose like access to my legs, right? And I'm paralyzed. If I choose 29 after having already gone through that, would I then regain the use of my legs because I had not had an accident at that time period? Or is it a situation where if I, for instance, have diabetes, like I developed an allergy to shellfish, let's say, like today, and then after I develop the allergy to shellfish, I go back in time and I choose it. I, having developed the allergy to shellfish, maintain that allergy even though I did not have it at the time. You can change what you want. You just won't change the age as the reason why. Injuries still stack up. Half of professional athletes don't really age out. They attrition out. Yeah. And I mean, like, think about it. Like most athletes, I think, you correct me here if I'm wrong, mid 30s is considered like old, like you're a veteran. Late 30s is like, okay, like something is up here. Like you're either like an all-star player that they need to keep for branding reasons, or you are like have kept that you've treated your body like a temple, right? And then like, I don't think like any players in any sport outside of like golf or very low intensity sports are like in their 40s. Not because someone in their 40, not because someone in their 40s like can't participate. Well, one, yes, they do get old, and that does mean that they are slower, and they are probably slightly weaker, and they may have more weight gain, and they may have lower like changes to their hormones. They have less like adrenaline. Yes, all of that. But also, it's just like you probably have like 25 years of injuries, and that's just like oof. Tom Brady was like 42, right? I mean, like if you say LeBron, if you say Tom Brady, and you're like, oh yeah, they were in their 40s. Like, those are names that I know. Those are people that I know. And I'm not someone that just doesn't like, oh, yeah, I'm not really into sports. Like, I actively, like, avoid sports. I don't like sports. Like, yes, if you enjoy sports, more power to you. However, I am someone that, like, sports bore me. So I go out of my way to avoid engaging with them. I know who LeBron is. I know who Tom Brady is. So the fact that, yeah, they're still in their 40s means that they are so popular, they are a household name. If they were not continuing in their 40s, I would be more surprised. If I recall correctly, the brain development was only studied until 25 and they observed constant development. Oh, okay. Oh, that's interesting to know, Till. I choose 30, which is my current age because my transition is finally at a point I'm really happy with. That's another question. If you're queer, like if you're genderqueer, if you're transitioning with hormones, HRT, I assume that would still function. Because that's not a matter of age, that's a matter of hormones. However, it is also a kind of bit of age, right? Because if for instance, I start taking hormones at like 21, and I take hormones for 3 years, I am now 24. Yes, I got changes from 3 years of hormones, but I also got changes from my body developing over time that was guided and shaped by the hormones. Adding estrogen does not increase chest size. Adding estrogen makes it so your body is more inclined to allocate fat that you take on to your chest, which is a different thing. Huh. Maybe. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't think we're into crows. Oh, shut up. I left for a bit. Did you talk about crows at all? I explained what the system was. As a 40-year-old, I choose 35 because that's when I finally got proper brain meds. I mean, what if you were in like the body of a 25-year-old, but you got brain meds then? What if you were like a 29-year-old and you got access to HRT, right? Or what if you were like, what if you choose like 20 and that was before you got a major injury in your life? Yeah, B, you know better. You're not allowed to say, oh, sorry for like sidetracking the live. You know better. You know how I operate. And also, you asked a question that should have gotten the Q&A. What if nobody asked what, why, or how? That feels like a song reference. Anyway, crows. Fortune or death. Crows is unfair. It doesn't care about your character's level. Charge at a behemoth without a good plan to take down, and you're probably going to end up as a puddle of gore. This game's math hasn't been balanced to ensure players will win most of the time, or to ensure that each player character starts with the same level of power as the others. But the unfairness goes both ways. Come with a clever plan to defeat that behemoth, like dropping the cave ceiling on their head while they slumber, and you can win the day without a fight. A good plan or clever thinking won't just save your life, it'll get you paid, and that's the whole point. Your life will be easier, and you'll still get the gold and the XP if you can just sneak by that behemoth with your pockets full of coins. In Crows, the players create adventurers in a desolate world who dive into horror-infested ruins for gold, gems, and other treasures. Sure, these adventurers occasionally perform courageous, selfless acts and might be moral people, but they aren't heroes. It's greed, thrill-seeking, or lack of other ways to make a living that drives them into the dark where gold and ravenous eyes gleam in the torchlight. It's a risky job. Surviving a dungeon takes strength, smarts, and reflexes. Coming out a little richer than you were going in also takes luck. The rules of Crows are inspired by some incredible games which are also worth your time and money. Check out Apocalypse World, The Black Hack, Cairn, Knave, Mouse Ritter, Shadow Dark, and Troika. Oh no, they're about to get back on topic. Quick, think of something else to send them on tangent. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna be real, Chief. The math or guidelines. Be smart. That's basically what this is saying. Also, something I really appreciate. I feel, and I might be wrong on this, but I feel this was written by James Introcaso because this feels exactly how he talks about it in the videos. And so I assume he wrote his own script for that and he wrote the intro to this. So it's called Crows because there's a lot of murder. No. Why would you say that? I don't understand the connection between crows and murder. Can someone please explain? Welcome to Kornath. Kornath wasn't always this way. Marigolds bloomed in fall, winters were mild, songbirds twittered in spring, and summers passed hot and pleasant. The archmages ruled together, using magic to ensure their people would prosper. These same leaders tore Kornath asunder. For all their knowledge, the archmages failed to see that magic. The stuff of chaos was sentient. Tired of being used by the archmages, magic retaliated, causing tragedy for each. The archmages reached too far, using magic to correct their errors until chaos poisoned their souls and made them wicked. As greed and suspicion shrunk their hearts, the archmages raised armies of the dead, summoned monsters from other worlds, and twisted animals and plants to create hungry amalgamations. Their forces warred, uncaring for the innocent people caught in a tide of blood. The powerful spells of the archmages suffused the land with a toxic fog that turns good folk cruel. These people gave their leaders a new name, necromancers. 50 years ago, the war began. 10 years ago, the necromancers disappeared, but their beasts remain. Survivors, who huddled together in ruins during the war to keep monsters at bay, ventured into the miasma to find others. Humans reconnected and renewed trade. The roads are overgrown and perilous, but the chance to make coin has merchants traveling and gave rise to the crows, scavengers brave or foolish enough to pick over the bones of the dead in monster-infested holes. The crows hope that each new ruin they enter holds wealth waiting to be unveiled by torchlight. Many find only death. So, do you recall our nation, opulent and imperial? I heard James in my head autofilled James Earl Jones. We hate balance in this house. I know. We love asymmetric gameplay. I'm not going to read everything line by line. I just wanted to hit the intro to set the tone, right? So, okay, so here are the different archmages. So there's Amaril, Kraelin, Ithnagio, Ornasa, and Zaziel. There's the gods, the gardener, the healer, the smith, the warrior, the three players in the ref. Okay. You see, it's called Crows because there's a lot of murder. If it was a game called with lots of mafia business, it would be called Ferrets. Okay, they seem cool. So, okay, can you mayhaps pin the link to their Kickstarter? Yeah. Crows, MCDM, backer kits. Crows, fortune or death. So, players in the ref. Most of the players in this game create and control an adventurer called a crow or player character for short. They have rules. The player's guide, this one, has rules for making them. They're from the same village, and the spoils they bring back allow them to turn their small town into a bustling fortress. One player's referee, blah, 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 blah. That's just the GM. They aren't adversarial, even though they control the crow's actions. Playing the game. Okay. If you're a player controlling a crow, you should keep the following in mind as you play. If your players don't read the book, make sure they read this so they understand what they're getting into. Death is on the table. The odds are against you, so don't get too attached to your PC, and if they die, that's just part of the fun of the game. You'd have a good story to tell. That's what RPGs are all about. If you want to minimize risk of death, approach obstacles with caution. Don't run full tilt with your sword drawn at every monster you encounter. Enter the dungeon. Caution is a crow's friend. Inaction is the enemy. Standing still or checking every inch of the dungeon for traps wastes time and resources. Go slow, and you will face a wandering monster as your torch burns out. Think outside your character sheet. If you approach problems logically and creatively, you might overcome them without needing to make a test at all. Anytime you roll the dice, you're taking a risk. Embrace failure. This is a risky game where your PC could die. Embrace the fun of that danger. Drive your crow like you stole it. And if you end as monster food, congratulations. You got a new PC and have a funny story to tell. running the game. Let logic and creativity win. When the crows plan to take actions that should allow them to overcome obstacles with ease, award their forethought and ingenuity with success. There's always one more monster or hazard in the next chamber that challenge them and keep them on their toes. Not every action needs a test. This is just standard. If you're used to D20 fantasy games, know that this game expects you to ask for far fewer dice rolls. Before asking for a test, think to yourself, does this PC really need to make this test, or can this just work and not really work, or not work without one at all? Hint at danger. If the players think every square in the dungeon is a potential pit trap, and the monsters lurk in every shadow, they're going to move slowly through the dungeon as they poke and prod every surface with a 10-foot pole. The game moves faster and is more fun for everyone if you telegraph when danger is ahead. A headless corpse lying in a hallway indicates the corridor might be trapped. A rotten stench seeping from under a door hints at undead on the other side. Players learn to look for these signs and when they should be on high alert rather than constant vigilance. If they ignore the warning signs, that's on them. That's a really good piece of advice for dungeon delving, because a lot of the time people assume, and I talk about this all the time, cycle of tension. A little bit of maw, a little bit of downtime, but mostly cycle of tension. You don't need to run your game at 100% at all times. What you need is to run your game with the willingness to go up to 100% and a baseline that is significantly lower. What does this mean? So if I am running a game and x-axis is my time, y-axis is my tension. I do not want to run a game that is like this. I also don't want to run a game that's like this. I also don't want to run a game that's like this. These are all bad. These are all things you should not do. And I'm saying you should not do this, not in like I advise you don't. Like, I'm saying that this will not be sustainable as a GM, as a player, as a game. What you want is a graph that looks more like this. Do you see how there are bends and curves and rises and lowers? And like, there's a plateau of tension here. Maybe this is a fight that they're going through and it's really stressful, but it's not that bad. Maybe this is where they managed to camp down for a bit. Maybe this is where one of them just died and then they managed to get a breather where it's still not as low as it was before. They're still worried, but then it starts to creep back up again. This is what you need with a cycle of tension. That is what you need when it comes to your ability to run an effective dungeon or an effective game or horror or scare the players or keep them invested. Here comes the graph again. Yeah. The classic intro, mini boss, rest, boss structure. I mean, yeah, a little bit. Like 5-room dungeon, right? Intro where you come across the guardian of the gate. Immediately you have to deal with that. Maybe there's a puzzle that is like not that struggling to get through. You manage to get a small reprieve, and then there's a big boss fight. And you manage to escape, but now you have to get home. Works out. Play the dice where they fall. It's often best if you roll your dice in front of the players rather than keep it secret. Sure. Like this is just saying the game is unforgiving. Don't let them blame like you cheating the dice, right? Like you don't need to roll in favor of them or against them. Like they should know what's happening. If it's fun, then it's right. As long as you're playing rule 0, all that stuff. Dice, also called D10s. To roll a D100, grab 2D10. Okay. Game of exceptions, always round down. Always round down. Why do games do this? Like genuinely, like why do games continuously say always round down? Because my instinct is always round up. Because 99 out of 100 times, the decimal is going to be 0.5. Because so like whenever you divide and it results in a decimal, round down to the nearest whole number. Almost always. Like I encountered this in D&D, I've encountered this in Crows. In TTRPGs, I feel like it's always round down. And I don't know if that's like a game design principle. But to me, my instinct is always round up. Lancer's the only opposite I can think of. Because like, if I half any incoming damage, I guess the idea is that it's like it's more favorable for the defender. So if I take 13 damage and I half it, I would take 6.5 damage. And so in running D&D, I would say you take 7 damage. However, the rules state I would take 6 damage. Kane also rounds up. Wow, it's almost like Tom Bloom thinks similarly. Generally, I round up because 1 should always be the minimum if you run. Yeah, and I think the reason it's always round down is so that it can go to 0, right? And I just disagree. I just think it should always be 1 minimum. When you round something that has a 1, it goes down to 0. Like I think the way to go is that if I take 1 damage and I half it, I still take 1. In an old game, the NPCs affected by the evil quasi-intelligent corruption book had brilliant green eyes. So when an NPC did something suspicious, they would be very interested in their eye color. That's good. That's good. Can be a dwarf. We can be a dwarf, elf, or orc, or whatever you like if the ref allows it. They don't have special rules. It's just their appearance and story. I like that. I like that. Creatures and objects, right? Creatures are living or unliving things. Objects are inanimate objects. When a creature dies, they become an object. Unattended objects aren't worn, held, or controlled. Sure. Characteristics. Okay. 3-stat system. I know the woe players have for a 3-stat system is only at odds and only comparable to the woe players have powered by the apocalypse. Agility, mind, strength. Although if they went strength, agility, mind, they could have said Sam. So like this is like dex, intelligence, wisdom, and then strength / constitution. I would go so far as to say this is what is it? Reflex. Gosh, what are the old 3 saves? Reflex something. Fortitude? What are like the 3.5 saves that I'm not thinking of? Because like I actually really like that as a system. Fortitude, reflexes, willpower. Thank you. I still don't know why we got rid of that. Was that like not well liked at the time? Because like my 3 stats are how you solve the problem. So I'm not saying they would be better. I'm just saying like that's functionally what these are. Agility is functionally reflex. Mind is functionally willpower. Strength is functionally fortitude. And I don't understand why we got rid of that for saves, because in D&D 5e, if I am a strong character but I have a low constitution, strength is a weaker save, so to speak, than constitution. More things prompt constitution saving throws, and they tend to have worse effects. And so in earlier editions, strength and constitution came together for a saving throw called fortitude, where if I had to make a fortitude save, I choose, do I want my strength or my constitution? Same thing with reflex, which was dexterity, which is probably the highest like volume of save you're going to be making in a D&D 5e game. And intelligence, which again is a very not common save. It's related to like illusions mostly. And then that would be your reflex. And then willpower is wisdom, which again, one of the most common saves you're going to be making in D&D. And charisma, which is really only for like possession, right? Maintaining your force of personality. And so you have willpower, where if you're a charisma caster, you now get benefits from having really high charisma. But also, if you are a cleric and you have really high wisdom, you still get benefits to resisting like possession. I think that's a very elegant way of like the 6-stat system, where half of them are strong saves, half of them are weak saves, to just combine them, 1 weak, 1 strong. And I think reflex, fortitude, and willpower was not that bad of an array. I've been trying to catch a stream for the last month, been healing from SRS, and I keep falling asleep before streams. Well, welcome on in, Cassandra. 4E kept them, it worked well. I like how in 4E, the saves were the higher of the 2 paired stats. Exactly, that's what I'm talking about. And I don't know why they got rid of that with 5E. Like, I guess it's kind of streamlining it, but even then, like, I feel like new players, if you say, okay, you have 6 stats, strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. And instead of organizing them like that, you say, here's your strength and constitution. Here is your dexterity and your intelligence. Here's your wisdom, your charisma. And then next to all of those, you have next to your strength and your constitution, you have fortitude. And then you write in, like if you have a +3 strength and a +1 constitution, you write in +3 on fortitude. And that would be a very like simple decision. That'd be very intuitive for someone who's like, if they understand how modifiers work, which I have introduced dozens of people to D&D 5e. Maybe a triple digit amount, probably not. I've run for a triple digit amount, but introducing people like new players. I don't think I've run into a single person where their first TTRPG is D&D 5e and they were not extremely confused about ability scores and modifiers. Like, it's so silly. You're a fan of White Wolf? It's a 3 stat system. Are you talking about the storyteller system? Like World of Darkness? Dex saves are the most common saves in all of 5e. Charisma is the least. I mean, I imagine it's dexterity, followed fairly closely by wisdom, then a big gap between wisdom and constitution, and then a massive gap where it's then strength and then intelligence, and then probably another gap and it's charisma. That'd be my guess. Maybe no intelligence charisma gap, but like definitely it's dex followed closely by wisdom, because if I make a physical save, it's almost always going to be dex. If I make a mental save, it's almost always going to be wisdom. But still, constitution saves are fairly common, right? The assumption being is that if I target you with a spell and you have the chance to dodge it, it is a dex save. If I target you with a spell and it is going to hit you no matter what, it's a con save. And if I target you with a spell and it impacts your mind, it is a wisdom save. And that's like, I would say probably 70% of the time, if not more, that is a very safe bet to make. Incentives are basically only for illusions. That's what I was saying. You're glad Pathfinder 2 got rid of the score? Honestly, I don't even mind like rolling for the score. The issue is outside of ASIs, which are functionally just a way to perpetuate that. You don't need them. So like, I get like roll your scores and consult a table, you get the modifiers, and then all you care about is the modifier. That still isn't elegant. That still isn't good, but like that works better. Ability scores are grandfathered in mechanic that people complain if you changed. I mean, that's what I'm saying is that like, yes, they are grandfathered in. And a lot of D&D 5e is grandfathered in. And a lot of D&D 5e is really oriented around accessibility for new players. And I'm going to be so real with you. A lot of the people who like playing 3.5 are still playing 3.5. Or you tell me. 3.5 heads may have swapped over to Pathfinder 2. I don't know. Because I know obviously with 3.5 and then with 4E, they made Pathfinder, and then a lot of people went to Pathfinder, then a lot of Pathfinder 1 people picked up Pathfinder 2. I don't know if the conversion of like 3.5 holdouts to Pathfinder 2. I have heard like nothing but amazing things about Pathfinder 2. Are you sure? So like 3.5 heads went to Pathfinder 1E? Okay. I thought that was like an at the time kind of division, and then 3.5 continued to have a bit of a support network. Basically, my point is people that like older editions are just going to play older editions, right? Pathfinder 1 stands despise Pathfinder 2. I have heard nothing but amazing things about Pathfinder 2, and that's not from the perspective of someone that's like, oh yeah, it's really good for getting new people in the game. It's like, no, like they took Pathfinder 1 and they refined it, so it's actually like streamlined. While it maintains the crunch, the volume, the ability to go really deep into a character, the robustness of your character creation, they maintained all of that while streamlining it. Which is something that like you'd never think to see, right? Honestly, I have never read or played a Pathfinder game, and I've only seen a Pathfinder game played once, where it was the Goblin one-shot on Geek and Sundry like a decade ago. I would be so interested in checking out Pathfinder 2e. The issue is I don't think I would run it anytime soon, because if I was to run a fantasy game, I would probably want to try out like Draw Steel or Crows or something, right? And you might know, based on the fact I've been making a mega dungeon for like, oh my god, have I been making a mega dungeon for a year and a half? Have I been working on this mega dungeon for like a year and a half? Oh my gosh. Given the fact I've been making a mega dungeon for like a year and a half, I like dungeons. I like dungeon crawling. I want to go on a dungeon crawl. I want to run a dungeon crawl for people. It's just like 5e ain't it? So I'd want to do it in like 3.5. Pathfinder 1-heads are crazy who think trap choices make for good game design. Oh, trap choices in like, I choose this like character class, which sucks. And it's my fault for not being a good enough player to recognize that it sucks, even though I saw it was like the vampire and I wanted to play a vampire, so I chose the vampire class. Got it. Harrow, good news. I got a job last week and now I don't work until Wednesday. Yay! You stayed a 3.5 boy, but I like 4E as a one-shot tactical games. I mean, honestly, like I don't see myself ever playing 4E. Not because I don't think it's worth giving a shot, because I can just play Lancer. Like if I want the same like action-oriented system of powers and actions, I can just substitute that with Lancer, which has systems and a much bigger player base. It also allows me to hit on a genre that I don't get to explore that much, which is mechs. And I just think it'll be fun. I mean, also, like, obviously it is more recent, it is more updated, has fantastic art, all this stuff. I've spoken with the dev, or at least one of them. I've spoken with Tom Bloom, and he's super cool. But like Lancer, I would just like probably run Lancer, which I try to set up a game with some people. And initially I was thinking of running Kane or initially thinking of running Perfect Draw for them, but now I have a different group of people who I'm thinking of running Perfect Draw for. So I might run Kane for them. However, one of them mentioned that they're not really interested in playing Kane right now. So I might run something else for them. And I don't know if it would be like Lancer or something. Honestly, I think it would be really fun to take a group of people and run Crows for them, depending on how this goes. In general, the broader the game is, the weaker it is at what it does, and while the more specific a game is, the stronger it is at what it does. 5e is super broad, Crows is specific. Okay, I keep talking about this. I keep bringing this up, and I keep like getting into arguments online about this, and it is driving me crazy. I maintain 5e is not too broad. Why do I say this? Because 5e, if you play anything other than a high fantasy hero that wants to go out there and slay monsters, almost always while being good aligned, if not maybe you're neutral, you are not playing the game that the mechanics of the game are all built around. That is very specific. However, it also sucks at doing this because it tries to present itself as you can do anything. Oh yeah, you can run swashbuckling sci-fi adventures in D&D. Sure, just use this conversion kit, which like literally all it does is just like gives you access to laser guns, gives you some like minor information on like how a spaceship works, and then says to reflavor everything. Like D&D is not very good at doing anything other than what it is. It just says and insists that it can do anything, right? And I made a short about this. I made the short about combat and how I would, like, if I could change one thing about any TTRPG system, what would it be? And I would change the combat abilities in D&D. And I would give every single class non-combat abilities. Because I feel like that would have a trickle-down economics result of, if I make a character and I make a cleric, and all of my cleric abilities are about healing or fighting, I'm going to assume I'm going to be healing and fighting in this game. And so I, as a new player, learn D&D as a healing and fighting game, which is really what it is. Right? That's what it's designed for, because that's what all the rules are about. But if I have abilities that let me roleplay and explore and contact other like planes as a cleric, I can like confer with my deity or representatives of them, but only, and like they refuse to fight for me, but they might answer my questions. They might provide me guidance. If I have access to spells that I can cast in a way that like, or not even that, but like if I just have abilities I can use outside of combat baked into the cleric, I say, okay, I'm healing and I'm fighting, but I'm also being a leader of people. And so when I make my character and when I start playing D&D, I think to myself, okay, I want to use my like ability that allows me to like, whenever I'm in a crowd, I can always position myself as an authority within the crowd so long they are of my faith or a related faith. They will always listen to me, even if they are panicked or under like mental influence. And so I have this ability. And so now I'm looking for opportunities to use this ability. Suddenly I'm more engaged in role playing. Suddenly I'm playing a game that is not just fight. And then I might take non-combat spells that I have access to, because now I'm not playing a game where all I'm trying to do is fight stuff. So like create food and water, purify food and drink, that like detect evil and good are actually useful spells that I can pick up. I don't have to take 5 healing spells and then only use healing word because that is the most tactically advantageous to use at any given time. Suddenly, I as a new player play a TTRPG as a TTRPG instead of a TTCG, tabletop combat game. Now, I as a new player to D&D understand that role-playing is part of this, exploration is part of this. I actually understand that this is more than just a combat game because I have non-combat abilities. That is the hope. Yeah, 90% of your abilities are how good am I at killing stuff. And the worst part is there's already like the bones of other stuff. For instance, thieves' cant. I think this is a fantastic ability that rogues get. Why? Because it's cool. When you are a rogue and you learn thieves' cant, what does every rogue try to do at some point? They try to use thieves' cant when talking to someone they think is a rogue because they want to like slip in conversation and make a contact. Because that's cool. And if you have abilities that do that, you are more inclined to seek out opportunities to use your cool abilities. One that fails is Druidic, because it's just a language. I think that if the little blurb that like describes how you learn Druidic automatically, I think if it specifies all plant, beast, fae, and elemental creatures that can understand at least one language can always understand Druidic. They can't communicate with you per se, but they always understand Druidic. So it's the idea of you speak with the authority of the natural world. And so yeah, if you talk to like a random brown bear, it won't understand you. But if you talk to like a shape-shifted fae, they will be able to understand you even if they don't speak a Lake of Common. And suddenly, you have a reason to like, oh, we're fighting these wolves, let me speak at them in Druidic to try and calm them down. And then maybe that works, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you speak with this like werewolf, and the werewolf is like, wait a second, what? Wait, you can talk to me? And then you have a conversation with this werewolf, boom, non-combat. And like, don't even get me started on the ranger. Everyone's talked about the ranger. I've talked about the ranger. Like the ranger tries to add in, like, okay, I'm gonna talk about the ranger. The ranger solves a problem that D&D did not have. All of the ranger's abilities in 5e, and then they kind of continued this in 5.5 a bit, to a lesser extent, like they still did it. It solves the problem of exploration. Most of their abilities relate to ignoring exploration stuff, which you were already ignoring. Most of them are like, oh, you ignore difficult terrain while traveling, and your group can walk stealthily or track things at a normal pace. And your entire group is like, oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that we couldn't do that normally. Right? However, if every class got abilities like that, then suddenly you would be like, oh wow, that's really useful. Awesome, Ranger. The 2024 D&D gives you speak with animals as well as the druidic feature, which is kind of funny because they could have just expanded what else druidic does. Honestly, like, I think druidic being a maybe not being a universal translator, but like being a universal like communicator to all of the natural aligned entities, like for instance, fae and beasts and plants and elementals. I think that would be a really cool way of making it useful in a way beyond just it's another language, while simultaneously being pretty specific. Whenever you speak in druidic, any fae can understand you. And maybe you also add in, when speaking in druidic, like, you can't lie, but also the recipient will always be able to hear you, even if they are like, I don't know, mentally influenced, right? So like speaking druidic, you can't like nature bandies no deception. Whether that is from you speaking falsehoods or from a glamour changing what someone hears, right? So like you as druidic have a universal truth button. You will always speak in the truth. You cannot speak in lies, but only to fae and elementals and beasts and plants and other druids, right? I think that would be really cool. That sounds like a WoD werewolf ability. Yeah, and I like that's the sort of stuff that you get in World of Darkness. As a werewolf, as a fury-driven killing machine, you get abilities which are like touch a piece of technology and roll like a pool of dice. If it is a more advanced piece of technology, it is easier to disrupt. If it is a tougher piece of technology, like if it's a more analog piece of technology, like a bicycle, it's really hard to disrupt. But if you succeed, you just dismantle a piece of technology. In a fight where someone's shooting at me with a gun, yeah, I might walk up and try to dismantle their gun, but no, I'm probably gonna walk up and turn into a Krinos form and slit their throat and like tear out their like innards. Like, that is a functionally non-common ability. Sadly, languages are often ignored too. I wouldn't say sadly. In something like 5e, why would you add languages to your game? Right? In standard Fantasyland, where you are part of a village that is part of a larger like nation that has a centralized authority that's probably a monarchy, and there are different villages that are all connected to one another, and then one big old castle. And then maybe there's this like group over here. Ooh, they're spooky. Like maybe this group over here has a separate language. But the issue with D&D languages is that it's binary. So if I don't speak your language, we can't communicate, therefore we cannot roleplay. And like, yes, obviously you can roleplay. That would be super interesting to explore. But like, that's not what the game's about. The game is about like combat. The game is about fighting stuff. So there's nothing to support that. However, in a game like WildSea, you learn languages as you would stats. And you have to advance them over time. You can have a very basic understanding of a language and not really speak it well, but be able to pick up like key words that someone is speaking. You might be able to have a conversation with someone who is speaking slowly and articulately for you. In WildSea, you might know a language that is unique to like machines, and you can speak with a machine construct. Like WildSea is all about exploration. And therefore, languages and meeting new people who maybe they've never met someone that looks like you before is very important and feels cool. And you have to invest in it because it's cool. They make languages cool. They, like, the WildSea takes something that D&D takes for granted and really, like, doesn't really fit with what D&D wants to do and makes it awesome, right? We're on page 5 of Crows, by the way. No. We're on page 5 of book 1 of 4 of Crows. Very important distinction. The languages in Wild Sea are nice. They double skills. Yeah, exactly. Language is there for the DM to ask if anyone knows a language and then have people search for their known language section. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm gonna be so real with you. When my players choose languages, they get common, they get whatever their ancestry is, and then maybe they get like one more, maybe two. They always just choose the weirdest, most interesting one. So it's always like Infernal or Draconic or like Deep Speech or something, right? Because they're just like, this is never going to come up. I just think it would be cool. Right? And what do you know? These weirdo cool ones are all of the ones that GMs love adding in their world as like discount Latin. Really, the only other one is like Elvish. Elvish and Draconic and Celestial, I think, are the 3 most common that just show up as like, oh, this is the equivalent of Latin in my setting. And so like those are usually good options. But why would you ever choose Dwarvish? Why would you ever choose Goblin? Why would you ever choose Halfling or Gnomish? Like those languages, unless you're specifically like, oh, I was a barbarian, like Goliath that was raised by gnomes, like Grog Strongjaw from Critical Role. Like, yeah, then you might take Gnomish for character reasons, but it's never going to come up. My cat, Chef Wizard, knows Infernal now because he runs a bank/pizzeria. Languages in 5e are so that the DM can... Yeah. Have the language be written in Giant Elk or something. Giant Elk is a language. Oh my gosh. Where did you learn those languages? Exactly. Where did you learn them? I don't know. Where did your like farmer who became a first level fighter after the old like dragon attack like razed your village to the ground? Where did you learn Infernal? I don't know. You hate that D&D has all these languages, then ignores them all with common. Like, again, oddly enough, I'm not too upset about the existence of common because the game D&D is trying to like have you play. Because again, Crows is saying, hey, here's the game that you can play with this. If you don't do that, you're basically playing the game wrong. I don't think Crows says that explicitly, but Crows is saying like, hey, if you try to be heroes, you're not playing the game correctly. Kane is a bit more flexible. Kane as a system is like, hey, this system is intended where you're mistreated and it's horror and it's scary and this sucks. But if you want anime style fights that is like super high octane action and like you're taking out sins with your super secret techniques, like that's also valid. D&D, oddly enough, is like similar to Kane in that regard, where D&D says, hey, you should want to play a high fantasy game where you play the heroes slaying monsters and save the village. It's okay and valid to play those other things, but the game is built around this one specific playstyle. And so it's not going to punish you for not doing that. But like the playstyle it wants, it's movie logic. Everyone speaks the same language. It doesn't matter if you go like way off to the far east to train under a foreign swordsmith, blah, 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 Conan the Barbarian style. Like they're going to speak the same language as you because like the point of the game is not learning languages and speaking. It's not Wild Sea. In Red Hand of Doom, had the Goblin Horde put all their really important documents in common so players could understand them if no one knew comprehend languages. Yeah, like I think that's the sort of thing where that is a design issue. That like you can't really get around, right? Is all of the important documents should be in Goblin. And if none of your characters speak Goblin, you need something like comprehend languages. But what if none of you can do that? Like, yeah, it could be interesting. And Red Hand of Doom, from what I've heard, this would be right up its alley, is that you would have to go to a specialist that can translate them. I think that would be cool. I think that if there's a way to learn Goblin or learn comprehend languages, that would be cool. But ultimately, like, it's a design issue. Like you need the players to learn the documents. You have to make it accessible somehow, right? There are a bunch of optional rules in the DMG that would fix a lot of people's complaints so they don't talk about it with their DMs. I'm gonna be so real with you. I read TTRPG books cover to cover. I don't think I've ever sat through and like read more than a couple pages of the DMG at a time. The DMG is so boring. It's so uninteresting. It is effectively a giant book that tells you, hey, don't be stupid. Here's a bunch of like information that you can put in your game that won't come up. And also here's a like 10 pages of magic items. And also here's an Oathbreaker Paladin and a Death Domain Cleric. And then I think also like an Aasimar, right? As stats. I think the only thing I have used the DMG for is magic items. And maybe referencing Oathbreaker, Death Domain, and Aasimar. Like, the DMG is not a good book. DMG is like genuinely one of the least valuable books to pick up in the hobby that I can think of. Because at least with like, okay, so like PHP. This is how you make your characters. Broadly speaking, yeah. Honestly, PHP, you can run a game just with PHP. There's a section in the back of it that has NPC templates for like bandits and guards and nobles and like even archmages, even like knights, and like there's stuff that's like CR3, CR5. There's stuff that's like I think like CR like 18 archmagos. Generally, there's not much more than like CR3. But that's still a pretty wide range. And then there's a bunch of creatures and monsters. Generally, again, not more than like CR3. But there is like anything that you could reasonably summon, anything that you could reasonably have control over, any animals that you might run into and like have speak with animals or like summon animals for. So PHP, like you could run pretty reasonably up to like level 5. Just the PHP, literally nothing else. The monster manual, obviously, very useful. It knows exactly what it is, even though I think that it could be formatted better. Like, generally speaking, the monster manual, it's good content. The DMG genuinely is like, I think, a waste of money. It has magic items. DMG should have rules, guidelines. I mean, it does. I'm sure it does. I will say, a lot of my distaste for the DMG comes from the fact that I improv everything. And I homebrew just about everything. I prefer making my own items than giving you like the axe of the Dwarven Lords kind of deal. Because I don't run in Forgotten Realms. I run in my own setting. So when I was playing 5e, when I was running 5e, I would just like make my own stuff. And I would oftentimes look for inspiration in the magic item section and potions in particular. I would just grab potions or like how rare is a +1 sword? Oh, okay, it's an uncommon magic item, right? That's the kind of stuff I would look in there for. I generally wasn't saying like, oh, I'm gonna grab an armor of vulnerability and put it in my game. I was just like, no, so I'm gonna make a suit of armor and it gives you resistance to one damage type, but vulnerable to all other damage types. And it's cursed that you can't take it off. However, if you like are anointed by like sacred oil, you can manage to slip out of it. But it will like deal damage to you if you do that kind of deal. Like I'll just come up with my own thing, and it might be inspired by, it might be similar to an existing magic item, but I do my own thing. And that's just how I always am, right? So you're saying you homebrewed this TTRPG? No, MCDM did. This is Crows. The old DMG actually had references for homebrewing monsters with standard HP, AC, and average. Yeah, so the issue with that is that, okay, CR as a challenge rating system is good for looking at the CR and saying, how powerful is this? It is bad for the actual design of encounters. Why do I say this? Because if I see something and it is CR2, I can pretty reasonably say this will not be a good thing to throw at a group of characters that are like level 7. Similarly, I know that even one of these will probably kill a level 1 character in a single turn, because anything can kill a level 1 character in a single turn. Meanwhile, if something is CR9, I know there is no way level 1 characters can even like mathematically take this on without spamming crits and it missing everything. And level 7 characters, this might be actually a pretty good like comparison for them. Similarly, CR9 characters might be fine for level 12 characters to fight. Maybe in that general range, but probably not like a level 18 character, right? And so CR is a great range of levels to throw it at. And usually if CR is higher than a character's level, you should not run that many. And if it's lower than the character's level, you should run more. But only within like a plus or minus 2, maybe 3 of the character's level. Now, the math that is set up, where it's just like, oh, CR is designed that if a group of a single CR creature can fight 4 level 3 characters. No, this is just not how 5e works. I'm surprised they even went with this, because the whole idea of 5e was bounded accuracy. A guiding design principle of like the bones of 5e was they wanted low-level monsters to be applicable at higher levels, and therefore they kept ACs low. They kept DCs low, so that your CR 1/4 goblin could reasonably, like, not often, but reasonably save against your DC 17 like 12th level spell. Like your 12th level caster, you're casting Fireball upcasted to 5th level, it can reasonably save that like Fireball. Now, it's probably going to die because of just health and damage or whatever, but it has a chance to save. If you're a 12th level character and you have a +1 sword, so you're rolling like with a +10 to your attack, goblins are going to have like an AC like 15. You can still miss that in like 25% of cases. Similarly, you as someone that like defensive fighting style and a shield and also +1 plate mail, like, yeah, you're going to be way too hard for a goblin to hit, but like your average person is probably not going to have an AC over like 17, maybe 18, even with like +1/+2 armor. Because most people just wear leather armor, meaning that goblins will still be able to actually hit you. So I don't know why they did this. The whole point of bounded accuracy is that more actions wins, assuming it's comparably leveled. So if you have like a CR3 creature and 4 level 3 characters, they get more actions, they win. I don't know why they designed it this way. It's just silly. I think CR is not bad for general bounds of power, though. Unless it's a shadow, because that will absolutely kill level 1 characters. I mean, the same thing with like a pixie, right? The pixie, they gave 1 HP. So it's like CR, I think it's like CR like 1, right? Because it knows like polymorph. And it can fly. And also it's tiny. So like, there's a very real circumstance where a pixie polymorphs one of you, flies into a little crack in the wall that you can't access, has like 3/4 cover, if not full cover from you, peeks out, casts another spell to a different one of you. Its save might only be like 13, 14. If you're a level 1, level 2 character, you can't fight that. You can't overcome that. My fave magic item was a set of cursed wedding rings that half the non-rest healing either wearer received would give to the other wearer. This could not be turned off. That's not cursed. That's just marriage. That's wholesome, I've heard. That's idealized, I've heard. That's not codependent. What do you want about? They have a score between -5 and 5. The higher your score, I mean, so strength is used for resisting. Yeah, so this is literally, I actually didn't read this. Reflex, willpower, fortitude, as we were talking about before. -5 to 5. PCs start with a score between -1 and 2. The highest score a PC can have without magic is 4. Okay. No interaction characteristic. Social interaction is not a focus of this game. Many of Crow's foes can't or won't be reasonable. Okay. Magic and mundane tests. Okay, that's a roll. Making a test. When the ref decides a test is in order, the player rolls 2d10 and adds one of their crow's characteristic that the ref deems applicable to the task. If the PC attempts to sneak by a distracted monster, agility. If they test to determine the nature of a magic glyph, use mind. Lift an iron portcullis, strength. If the rules call for a test in multiple characteristics to choose from, they choose. Every test has the following possible outcomes: a 11 or lower. On a tier 1 result, you didn't do what you said to do, and at the ref's discretion, you might suffer a setback, depends on the nature of the test. In the case of some spells, a tier 1 still accomplishes something because the tier 1 result of spells always has a cost. Tier 2, 12 to 16. If the result of the test is 12 to 16, it's a tier 2 result. This means you either partially but not fully succeed. Can be the most difficult to do on the fly. Yeah. So that's just partial success. This is like the Powered by the Apocalypse 2d6 system, but with 2d10 instead. Yeah, very Powered by the Apocalypse. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think a lot of people are going to be like, oh, it's just Powered by the Apocalypse. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it's a good system. Personally, I'm kind of tired of how many people just kind of play binary pass-fail games and then act like, oh, like that's better, even though they end up not having fun every time they fail. 17 or higher, you do without complications. Crits and dooms. When the dice without any modifiers equal a 19 or 20, it's a success. When you get a crit, you get a tier 3 result plus a bit extra, which could be due to your great skill or a lucky break. A 2 or a 3, it's a doom, automatically get a tier 1 and suffer a major setback. Okay. Edges and banes. I assume these are positives and negatives. Edge is a situational advantage. Sure. You gain a +2. With a double edge, you don't add anything to the power, but automatically improve 1 tier to maximum tier 3. And then bane -2, you automatically lower it. So if I have 2 edges, if I'm edge maxing and I roll a 2 on my dice, normally I would get a tier 1 result because I got an 11 or lower, but I would increase to a tier 2 result. But because I got a 2, I ignore my edge. Got it. So if you have an edge and a bane, they cancel out. If you have a double edge and just 1 bane, it's made with 1 edge. And if you have a double edge and just a double bane and just 1 edge, it's made with 1 bane. Sure. So it's not that they cancel out functionally. They functionally cancel out. Bonuses and penalties, +2 bonus. They don't count as edges or banes. Expertise. After you make a test, you can use the applicable expertise to improve the result by 1 tier. You can only apply 1 expertise and 1 use per test. Expertise has a number of uses. Got it. So when I looked at the Hydromancer, so expertises, if I roll athletics, I can increase it by 1. However, if I roll for elemental, I can increase it by 1 tier twice. Got it. You regain all uses when you finish a rest. There are 3 categories of expertise: general, spellcasting, and weapon. General expertise is applied to tests that are used in exploration, spellcasting when in casting, and weapon only with weapon attacks. Cool. So, and these are just like specific information. Each expertise has a number of uses. I assume that if it only says alchemy, athletics, enchanting, magic lore, and then elemental 2 uses, each of these is 1 use, is my guess. I get 1 use of each of them, and then elemental 2 uses. Yeah, 3 different people can all have expertise on the same thing. It's not up to the ref to know every expertise PC has. Approaching problem creatively allows you to get the most out of your expertises. So if you rig the odds in your favor, you can jury rig it in a way that you can force your expertise into it. Wait. You can make bombs? Probably. In the alchemy? Make it know about potions, poisons, and bombs, apparently. I mean, Saruman in Lord of the Rings made bombs. Why can't I? You're an expert. Having expertise can allow you to bypass something altogether. Sure. So this is, I can bypass tests without spending my expertise because I'm just naturally competent at that. So you do have that little bit of power fantasy, that little bit of competency, but in very specific realms. Special tests. Assist, you can make so supporting someone else, depending on your tier, they get a different bonus. Attacks, that's based on combat. Castings is to cast a spell, specified by the rules and the spell used to make them. Some are also attacks. Resistance roll are tests that it makes in response to danger. Gymnastics is the most common expertise applied to agility, and endurance is most commonly applied to mind and strength. Endurance is both mind and strength. A crit may allow them to get a similar chance to harm the creature, or provide an automatic tier 3 results on an ally making the same test. A doom could mean that they take an additional 1d10 damage. Group tests. Players pick one creature among them to be the leader. Every other creature must make an assist roll, and then the leader makes one result. If they get a tier 2 result and they decide that it should come at a cost, the leader and any creature who gave them a penalty to their test suffers the cost. So if you as leader roll a tier 2 result, and I rolled to assist you, and I rolled a positive, so I got a tier 2 or a tier 3. I helped you, you get the negative, I don't. If Monty was helping as well, and Monty got a tier 1 result, which gives you a -1, Monty and you would both get the penalty. Hide and sneak. So you can only hide if no one's looking at you. While you're hidden, you gain an edge on attacks, and they take a bane on RRs. If you're hidden and take aggressive action, creature notices you. Sure. So you get like a sneak attack, which is an edge, or they get a bane. Sizes. Sure. Like just different. Holy shoot! That's really funny. That's some funny as a size category. Inventory slots. Okay. I believe this is you get cards, and you have a certain number of slots that each card takes up a different amount of slots. I don't think it's Resident Evil. I don't think it's like you have to stack it and jury rig it in your bag. Though I do know that there is a system where you have stuff on your hand and on your belt and like that easy accessible, and you have stuff in your backpack. And in your backpack, you need to physically like spend actions like rooting around for it. So the number of items you can carry is represented by your inventory slots. Every PC has 2 hand slots, 4 belt slots, and 10 backpack slots, numbered 1 to 10. Okay, so there was a Flash game I used to play that is since, like, I can't find it no more. I think it's broken. I mean, Flash games are all broken, but like, I found a site that I thought restored it and it didn't. It's called Monster Den. And what Monster Den was, is it was a dungeon game. It was a dungeon delving game where you have a group. I think you start with 4 characters, and you have 2 rows, frontline, backline, Book of Dread, Arrows Me for real. I think that you're thinking of something. I didn't say Monster It. I said Monster Den, or maybe Den of Monsters. So I would choose like 1 character here, 2nd character here, 3rd character there, 4th character there, right? So they can't attack my backline unless they have the range to do so, or if they defeat the character in the front line. However, one of the like groups, like one of the mechanics is that you had different items you could wear, and you'd get a bunch of loot and whatever. And every single character had a head slot, and a torso slot, and a leg slot, and a boot slot, and 2 rings, and a necklace, and 2 hands, and a cloak/shawl, and gloves, and a potion, I think. And so every single character, like I would get like a helm of unseeing where I'm immune to blinding, however only gives me like +1 defense, and so I can put it on my head slot, and then I take off like my iron helm that gives me 3 defense, so I can put my iron helm on someone else, and then like I have all these different helmets that I can mix and match together on my characters, but they all only go in the head slot. And then I also have armor that's like for the torso slot, and I have leg armor for the leg slot, and I have boots for the boot slot, and I have rings, but like every character can have up to 2 rings, so I have like 3. I start with 4 characters. I'm gonna get like 8 rings to put on them, and then I get a 5th character, and oh no, I only have 8 rings. I need to mix and match. Like, I don't care if it can get out of hand. Attunement slots are better than equipment slots are better than attunement. I think this was awesome, particularly because the way they did it is they had a little like drawing of the character, and there'd be like a little node here, and 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 a node there, and a node there, and a node there, and a node there, and a node there. And so like this was the head slot, and you like physically put it on their face, and then this would be like their left hand slot, and this would be their right hand slot, and this would be their necklace, and this would be their torso, and this would be their greaves, and this would be their boots, and then this would be their shawl, and this would be their gloves, and like they also had like a ring slot there and a ring slot there, it was a little diagram that you could put on them. And so just having that visual aid made it so intuitive. Because of course, if I have a little item that looks like a little helmet, right? I'm going to put it in the little helmet slot. And now they're wearing a little helmet and they get bonuses. Paper doll equipment system is great. Yeah. And this is all digital. So like I could just take this on and slot it on like RuneScape or RuneScape. The updated version is subtitled Book of Dread that has a different campaign. Oh, so you're saying Book of Dread? I think I heard about this. Monsters Den, Book of Dread. Sorry, I looked it up and I'm getting old school Flash game sites like Congregate. Oh, it's $5 on Steam. That's a shame. I would absolutely play this on stream. The issue is, I don't think it's worth $5. I'm sorry. Like, I remember it being fun. I don't remember it being $5 fun. Sorry, I'm just checking the Steam page real quick. You tagged on Discord for after stream. Thank you. Yeah, like there are still sites like Congregate, and there's still sites like Newgrounds, like has the game available, but it's just like, they made sequels that are pretty much the same, and they're more. Oh my gosh, like I remember enjoying it. No, I'm not gonna pay $5 for it. Inventory. So 2 hand slots, 4 belt slots, 10 backpack slots. PC can wear an outfit of clothes, but not armor, and a backpack without those items taking up slots. Many items take up a single inventory slot. Other items take up more than one. The inventories they must take up always must be of the same type. You can't carry a 10-foot pole with one hand and one belt slot, and you can't place your 10-foot pole in your backpack slots 2 and 7. So when they're in your backpack, they need to be next to each other. So there are several items that can be stacked in a single inventory slot. Inventory can hold 5 potions, 3 locks, 2 flasks of lantern oil. Interesting. You can only stack items of the same kind in one inventory slot. You can stack up to 5 different potions, but you can't stack 3 potions and 2 locks together. Interesting. I'm surprised potions are so stackable. I figured potions would be rarer and therefore more delicate. And like something like locks would be like, oh, you can just stack them all together, right? Lock picks, you might be stack all together, right? 6 magic item slots can be used. Head, neck, waist, arms, finger, feet. Okay. like this is exactly what I was just describing. Potion and steel vials. If a magic item must occupy a magic item slot to be used, the item's card informs you. If you have more than one magic item equipped to the same slot, your body's overwhelmed with chaos and you can't rest at the end of each downtime. You gain 1d6 wounds. So you can only get 1 ring. Interesting. Item cards. You track of... You know I have to do it to him. Sorry. You track of your equipment? How dare they? How dare they say this? Literally unplayable. I can't believe this playtest would have a minor formatting error, a minor grammatical mistake. You track of your equipment using the item cards. You can fill these digital files of this game to print out as many as you need. If a piece of equipment takes up 2 slots, you can lay it horizontal. If it takes up 1 slot, then place it vertical. You can keep it. You can keep track of the number of items by putting the card in a plastic sleeve or writing on the card with dry erase, and writing on the card with dry erase. Can be placed on the sheet, or you can arrange them without a sheet by placing your item. Okay, so this is just telling you how to format it. Wearing armor. You can wear 1 suit of armor, not a shield, in your backpack slots to be the armor you currently wear. Okay, so it does take up backpack slots. You can only don a new armor when you are not in a situation tracked in combat rounds. Equipped items. First place in a hand slot, sure. Swapping slots. While you aren't in combat, you can freely switch between items between slots. In a situation tracked by combat rounds, you need to use a maneuver, i.e. action, I assume, to rearrange your hand slots and belt slots with each other. As part of this maneuver, you can freely drop any item you're holding or wearing on the belt. If you want to grab an item for your backpack, when time is tracked in combat rounds, you need to use a maneuver and then declare the item you want from your backpack. Then roll 1d10. If the result is equal to or higher than at least one of the backpack slots of the item you declared, you draw out the item and can swap it with any of the items in your hand, or drop the items in your hand slots and move the item from your backpack slots into your hand slots. If the number you rolled is lower, you can rearrange the items in your backpack, but you can't take anything out. You can only grab 1 backpack item at a time. So I love this because it's the idea that I'm reaching in my backpack, and if something is buried deep in my backpack and I roll like a 3, maybe it was an item number 9 in my backpack. And so I'm like ruffling around and like trying to find it. And so I have to like, I managed to like grab my potions and move them up. And like I managed to shift around my backpack where my potions are now like shuffled around higher, but I didn't actually grab them. However, if the most recent thing I put in my backpack is my potions and I left them on the top of my backpack, if I roll 3, I can just grab my potion. And this is something that was described in one of James's videos talking about this, in Dracasso's videos talking about this. And I think that's really cool. Yeah, the smaller the backpack slot, the more accessible it is because it is the higher on your backpack. So if you have a full packed up backpack, maybe you have rations, and maybe you have like spare torches, and maybe you have like a grappling hook and a ladder, and all of this is like in your backpack. But maybe you also have like spare torches that you want accessible. Maybe you have a vial of acid that you want accessible. So instead of putting on your belt slot, because your belt slots, you want one of your belt slots to open for whatever reason, you put it on the top, and so it's easily accessible. Yes, you still have to open your backpack and grab it. However, if you keep it in slot 1, maybe 2, maybe even 3, ooh, that's kind of risky. Suddenly, it's accessible. I think that's really cool. It's very Mouse Ritter. Yeah, Mouse Ritter is one of the big inspirations. So corpses, how many can stack in a slot? How many slots do they occupy? At the ref's discretion. Holy shoot, corpses take up more slots. Damage and death. Every creature in the game has a measure of vitality called stamina. Some creatures also have an armor defense, and all PCs also measure vitality and wounds taken. Damage is sometimes abbreviated as damage in test results. Huh. Why? I have always seen it shortened as DMG. Damage. Saying damn as an abbreviation is kind of odd. Every suit of armor and shield has an AD. When a creature wearing one, subtract damage by AD. If they have more than one source, they choose which item first loses AD when taking damage. Oh, okay. So it's I have a shield. My shield is AD 2. You deal 3 damage to me. I reduce incoming damage by 2, and you break my shield. And then I take 1 damage. And then I can restore one item's AD as a rest activity. So I can repair my shield during rest. Cool. Piercing damage. Some damage is designated as piercing with a P next to the damage amount. This damage ignores AD and is subtracted. So imagine if I release a poisonous gas, it probably has piercing damage, right? When a creature's AD is 0, the damage they take reduces their stamina. When the ref-controlled creature stamina is 0, they die. If you reduce a ref-controlled creature to 0 stamina, you can ask the ref if you could knock them out. If they say it's okay, they're reduced to 1 instead. This is something, Crows is a bit different. This is something I don't like about D&D. It's very minor, right? Very minor. Non-lethal damage is saying, hey, can I do this non-lethal? With no consequence. There is no reason why you should not always be doing non-lethal attacks outside of if the goal is to kill them and you're trying to kill them immediately, right? Any other circumstance, there's literally no reason not to say, hey, I want to do all of my attacks non-lethally. And yeah, that might be for questioning them. Yes, that might be because you're a moral character. Yes, whatever the reason might be. But there's no reason not to. And that's why I am of the opinion that if you want to non-lethally attack someone, you have to, before you roll your attack, declare it non-lethal, and you deal half damage. Because I like the idea that you are pulling your punches. The famous non-lethal fireball. Depending on what you're targeting, if it's a fire elemental, yeah. But if you can only do non-lethal with melee attacks in D&D, which I think I should be able to non-lethally shoot someone with a bow and arrow. I think if I shoot you with a bow and arrow and I'm trying to hit you non-lethally, I can hit you in a spot that wouldn't rupture your internal organs, and instead you are writhing on the floor, pierced by a bow and arrow, pierced by an arrow, and screaming your head off, and you're functionally out of the fight. You're conscious, you're not knocked out, you're writhing on the floor in pain. I think that would suck for you. But I also think that I should deal less damage if I'm going to try that. Objects have stamina and are destroyed when it reaches 0. This doesn't say anything about wounds. When a PC takes damage and their AD and stamina are 0, they take 1 wound for every 1 damage they take. Every wound fills up a backpack slot. For each slot occupied, your speed is reduced by 1. For each slot occupied by a wound and an item. When all of the backpack slots are wounds, they die. So you have 10 backpack slots. As far as I'm aware, regardless of whether or not you actually have a backpack, or maybe everyone has a backpack, but the idea being is that I reach 0 stamina, I'm now taking serious damage. I'm now actually taking injuries. And so the more encumbered I am, the slower I move. However, I don't lose items. Okay, you don't lose items. I assumed it was, I think that maybe he said that this was the case in a previous playtest. When I take a wound, if it fills up a backpack slot that has an item, I lose that item. Conditions are temporary status effects. Blessed, gain an edge on all attacks and tests. And deal damage equal to the characteristic used to make the attack. Interesting. Oh, sorry. You gain an edge on all tests, and attacks you make deal an additional damage equal to the characteristic. Grabbed. Speed is 0, can't flank, and attacks against you gain an edge. If they move, you move with them. If the grabber is your size or smaller, their speed is halved while they have you grabbed. The grabber can use maneuver to change your position relative to them, so spinning you around. If the grabber moves farther away from you than the range of the effect that grabbed you, you are no longer grabbed. They let you go, killed, prone, or unconscious. I can't go prone. If I throw a lasso on you and then I get knocked to the ground, I feel like I should still have the lasso on you. Or if I'm trying to grab you by throwing a harpoon with a rope on the end into a holy shoot sized creature, and then I'm bracing my legs against like a stone on the floor and I'm like sliding forward and like I barely catch it, I feel like even though I'd be prone, I wouldn't let go. Prone, you're lying on the ground and your speed's halved. You take a bane on melee attacks. You can't flank. Melee attacks against you have an edge, and ranged attacks against you have a bane. Easy. Drop prone, no action required. You can stand up from prone and end the prone condition as a maneuver as long as speed is 1 or higher. So as long as you have any degree of movement. However, if you have 1 speed, for instance, I take a bunch of wounds and my speed is reduced down to 1. My speed is then halved from being prone, round down to 0, I cannot move. So if you are in a situation where your speed is reduced to 1 while you are prone, you cannot move. You cannot get up from prone. I don't know if that's intentional. While you're vulnerable, each time you can take damage, you take an additional 1d6. Unconscious, you're asleep, and while you sleep, you're unconscious. You're prone, speed is 0, can't take actions. Automatically get doom result on agility and strength, and have a double bane on mind tests. Attacks against you always receive a tier 3 result. If you take any damage, you wake up. A creature who makes a loud noise like shouting wakes up each sleeping creature within 10 squares of them, ending this condition. While weakened, you take a bane on all tests. Usage dice. Some have an amount of dice. So some items have a usage die. When the rules tell you to roll. If a roll of 1 or 6 is spent, that die is removed. When it affects usage dice reach 0, it ends. So the way this was described by the videos is if you have a torch, it might have a usage die of 1. So I light up a torch at the end of the dungeon turn, which is like every 30 minutes of real life time, not in game. I roll the usage die. If I roll a 3 or up, my torch continues to burn for another 30 minutes. If I roll a 1 or a 2, my torch goes out. However, if I have a lantern, that might have a usage die of 2. So I roll 2 dice, and maybe one of them gets a 1 and one of them gets a 6. My 1 die is gone, but my lantern is still good. And then in the next time, I roll my 1 remaining die. If I roll 1, I lose that die, my lantern goes out. Sure. Equipment usage dice. If a piece of equipment has usage dice, it is noted as UD on its entry card. If it contains useless, it is permanently useless after UD. If it has refuel, it is the maximum number is restored when it uses an item indicated. For instance, a pint of oil to restore a lantern's 2 usage dice. If it contains rest, it's restored automatically on rest. If it contains activate, you roll its usage dice whenever you use the item as specified. If it includes DT, then you should roll at the end of each dungeon turn. Dungeon turns. Dungeon exploration occurs when the PCs explore a ruin, fortress, cave, or other location room by room. They're usually referred to as dungeons. When they enter, the first dungeon turn begins. It's 30 minutes of real world time. Track it on your phone, some of the clock, and share it with the players. It shouldn't be stopped unless the group takes a break from play, or if the ref wants to pause to explain or look up the rules. So this is as long as the game is active, the dungeon timer is active. If you are pausing for a bathroom break, a bio break, if you're going out to grab food, if you are chatting, and everyone gets distracted, if you have to look up the rules, pause it. But otherwise, if you're planning, if you are in combat, if you are exploring, if you're taking a rest, if you are having a role play scene, keep going. Searching a shelf of books might take 5 minutes of fictional game time, but less than 30 seconds to resolve in the real world. A combat encounter might only last 1 minute in the game, but take 20 minutes to play out. Don't adjust the real time of DTs to correlate with specific amount of fictional time. The effects that rely on a DT tend to be dramatic and unpredictable. When will a monster find us in this place? How long will this torch last? Will I shake off the effects of this poison? At the end of a DT, PCs roll UD for items, and the ref should roll for an encounter, then another DT begins. Greed bonus. The 3 rewards crows who venture bravely into dungeons and place greed over caution. The deity blesses treasures found quickly, increasing their value. If the PCs find treasure in the first 3 DTs of entering a dungeon for the first time, the treasure increases in value based on the turn in which it was found. This increase can apply in the dungeon again to the same group or another group of PCs played by the same players. Huh! Wait a minute, I love that. Literally, Darkest Dungeon greed is good, where if this is a new dungeon for you as players, you are rewarded via being faster, riskier, and more reckless. This incentivizes a style of play where you do not go slow and steady and set everything up first and like be really careful. This incentivizes a style of play where, listen, if we can get in there and hit like 3 rooms in Dungeon Term 1, we might get enough money to just leave. Like, we might not need to stay here. Yeah, we might have to like fight a monster and deal with a trap, but like if we just like confidently move forward with torches out, like grab everything that isn't nailed down and just leave, we might get more money than if we were careful. Overconfidence can be a slow and insidious killer, but it's also very profitable. It is very profitable. Sometimes you want to use UD outside, every 2 hours of in-fiction time, equivalent to a DT. Okay, so out of the dungeon, in fiction time, it takes like 4 hours to get from the village to the dungeon. We want to use a torch. Every 2 hours is a DT. We roll, we manage to succeed. The DT, our torch will last the entire time, right? I think it would be a fast and obvious killer. That would be very true. A fast and obvious killer. Dungeon turns have proved to be many people's favorite part of the game. If you're skeptical, we suggest giving them a try as written. For most groups, 30 minutes is the right amount of time pressure to still allow for jokes and japes at the table. Minority of folks wanted either a more relaxed or more intense part. If you want more relaxed, go 60. If you want more intense, go 20. I think 30, my instinct, because I'm a yapper, I'm a chatter, I like being silly, but also this is a very serious game. I think 45 minutes might be the sweet spot. I don't know. I haven't tried it. I'm not going to say that's better. But my first instinct is 30 is a little bit too light, right? But also, I don't know. If you don't like the idea of using real world time, you can instead have DT end whenever the PCs explore 1d6 rooms, rolling at the start of a DT. Sure. So I am someone who I have this like natural aversion to stuff like this. Real life time influencing the game. Real life soundtracks influencing your track blasphemy, like real life meta knowledge influencing what happens in game, because that's not the culture I grew up with with TTRPGs. However, I think it can be cool, and I've come more around to it in the system that I'm working on right now, which is not like a big system, is not like a full system. It is like, I wanted to make a very small, streamlined system that's silly. One of the mechanics of the game involves making a majority vote where all of the other players and GM have to vote in favor or against impeaching another character. And it's based on you as a player convincing the other players yes or no to the impeachment. And then there's consequences that if they do vote for it, so like you have to convince them that it's worth the doom that they would take. But ultimately, it is something where I have since shifted my schema into being more comfortable out of game stuff. I think the 30 minutes is right for you. You want the 45 minutes because it feels more comfortable, but the purpose is discomfort. I don't think that's the case. I think what it is that I am more willing to hand the reins over to my players and let them be silly, goofy, stupid, and let them do nonsense, which takes time. It increases the amount of time. And I think that your average game of Crows is probably going to be the characters being like, I want to do this thing. They might be joking around. They might be silly stuff. They might pull a prank on each other. But ultimately, they're going to be focused on forward progression. And then if you have a situation where you start yapping and chatting, you're probably going to pause and like have like a 30-minute conversation, right? With me, it's much more stop-start. So I don't think that I would be pausing for a lot of the silly, goofy content that the players would be up to. Whereas I think the standard group would be more inclined to have like a 30-minute conversation where it's all silly, goofy, and they just pause for that, is my first thought. I've been trying using real time before. I have rather given, you've been given negative feedback about it. I think it's depending on the vibes. I think it depends on the group. They should make an encounter check at the end of each DT where they do something within a dungeon that would attract a lot of attention, like making noise while breaking down a door with a hammer or setting fire to a huge tapestry and creating smelly smoke. However, if you're subtle, roll 1d10. If they equal to or higher than the encounter number, then an encounter occurs, even if the PCs are in the middle of combat. Yee! The default for check is a 9, but the ref can lower it to 8 if a dungeon's level is particularly crowded with creatures, more than 20 as a guideline, or if the PC has left an inordinate amount of chaos and disorder, such as trail bodies behind them. If both are true, decrease to 7. Okay, so this is like 20% chance. Ish. Okay, that's not that bad at all. I was expecting worse. I was expecting way more common dungeon encounters. If an encounter occurs, they should roll on encounter tables in the ref book. Table chosen should be based on the types of monsters that infest the dungeon. If more than one type is in the dungeon, they choose a table. If they roll a 10 for the encounter check, the encounter happens immediately. On a 9 or lower, they grant the player some sign of the coming encounter, such as they're heard roaring, a fresh and half-eaten corpse, or a large footprint, and the next encounter occurs at any point during the next DT of the ref's choosing. Cool. I did something very similar in Xeneolithic. When you roll during travel for if there's an event, you make a roll. And if you roll really high, it's a creature encounter. If you roll really low, it's a weather encounter. And if you roll middle of the pack, nothing happens. And it's 2d6. So if you roll 7, nothing happens, depending on your travel pace. But like if you roll like a 6 or if you roll like a 6 through a 3, you see that it's on its way. Storm clouds are arriving. They're going to rain down acid rain. There is the baying and howling of monsters off in the distance. And if you roll 2, that's when they arrive immediately, right? That's when they show up without any warning. And I think that is a good way to always have the risk of an immediate encounter, but more often than not, significantly so, the players will be able to prepare. And in the case of we're fighting a monster that we set up for, and now we hear its buddies are coming, maybe we leave. Maybe we just run. Maybe we just dip. You can rest or regain stamina, lose wounds, and recharge some equipment. Must have at least 6 uninterrupted hours in game in one place without engaging in strenuous activity, and at least 4 of those must be spent sleeping. While you rest, you must consume at least 1 ration or equivalent of food. At the end of a rest, you regain all your stamina, and the number of wounds you have decreases by 1. You choose which wound you lose. You also regain all the uses of your expertises unless you are resting in the miasma. So it's 6 hours, and you need to sleep for 4 of them. Interesting. Rests take place outside of DT. When you start a rest, the current DT ends, but the ref doesn't make an encounter check. When you're halfway through your rest, any ongoing effects that end at the end of DT or have UD are rolled at the end of a DT also end. A new DT starts when the rest ends. Okay, so it's been 20 minutes. We start to rest. DT ends, but they don't make an encounter check for the end of the DT. When you're halfway through the rest, any ongoing effects, such as my torch at the end of a DT or have UD, are rolled, also end. So my torch that I lit at the start of the dungeon turn, 20 minutes later, we take a rest. DT ends, do not roll for torch. Halfway through our rest, so 3 hours in game later, I roll for my torch. Then at the end of my rest, there is a new DT that starts. Because it says that are rolled at the end of a DT also end. My first reading of that is I lose my torch. I lose my lantern. Like the thing that I have activated, I don't roll for it. It goes out. I act as if I got 1s and 2s on all of my dice. I don't think that's what it means, though. When you rest in a dungeon or out in the wilderness, the ref should make an encounter check. If you rest in a dungeon, they should make the dungeon encounters. Travel encounters, if it's interrupted, they must start resting again from the beginning to gain the benefits of a rest. Rest activities. The following are things you can do. You can only perform rest activity, one rest activity, typo, and must complete the rest to gain the benefit of it. Crafting, harvesting, so corpses, identify item, prepare for task. I want to prepare to pick the lock on the door in the North Hall. I want to prepare to scale the Cliffs of Death. The task you choose should be something you have intimate knowledge of. You must have previously interacted with a lock to prepare to pick it. When you finish, gain a +2. Okay, so this is give yourself an edge. Give yourself setup assistance advantage about something you want to do going forward specific. I go up to the lock at the North Hall. Hey, listen, this is going to be a really tough lock, and it's also trapped. I want to rest and prepare for it. Alternatively, we go up, we try to lock it, we have to run away for whatever reason. We know we're going to go back there later. I don't have anything better to do. I'm going to prepare to pick that one lock back there. And so even though it's not like specifically we're resting right outside the door, I know we want to go back there. It lasts until you finish another rest. Repair armor, fully restores AD. The armor you carry, including the slots it takes up, includes a small kit for making basic repairs. Nice. Seclude camp, you obscure the area. This activity raises the EN of your group by 1. Only one person can perform this per rest, and you don't need to complete the rest to gain this activity's benefit. Tend wounds. Pick a creature with at least 2 wounds. You can't choose yourself. You spend time tending to that person's wounds. They lose 2 instead of 1. They can only benefit from this activity once per rest. So you can have like this cute little like, who hurt you situation where it's like role-playing, putting bandages on them kind of deal. Rest in town. Typically involves 2 hours of time, and most PCs need time for sleep, meals, socializing, shopping, and other stuff. You can accomplish up to 4 rest activities without having to finish a rest per day while in town. You finish a rest, instead kick in after 2 hours spent working on them, with the exception of 10 wounds. The creature can only benefit from the 10 wounds once per day. Okay, so you can do all the rest activities while in town. However, if you want to tend your wounds, it's only 1 per day. Light. Without a proper light source, they can't effectively navigate the dungeon. And it's listed as XY, so this is bright light, dim light. Sure. Bright light illuminates everything. Dim light is like moonlight. You get a bane. Sure. Darkness. You get a double bane. If your attacking creature is moving silently, you must guess which space the target occupies. If you're wrong, you automatically miss. Interesting. So that is the GM knows where the enemy is. And instead of being like invisible, instead of being hidden from Lancer, it's straight up, if you guess right, you're good. If you don't, you don't. Campfire. When they rest, they can build a campfire. Depends on the size. At the GM's discretion, a large fire takes significant amount of time and requires a lot of wood. If you douse a source, roll the UD when the light is doused as well. So if I'm trying to douse a torch and I roll 1d6 and I roll a 3, it's not doused and I can't douse it? If you douse a light source that has its duration tracked in UD, rolled at the end of DT, like a torch or lantern, roll the UD when the light is doused as well. Even, that's fun. I might steal that for actually invisible enemies. The issue with that is that you need some way of like keeping honest about it. In something like Roll20, you can have the GM layer where it's moving. I would not say that's for invisible enemies. I would say that is for hidden enemies, is what I would say. I would say hidden enemies I would keep on the GM layer. Invisible enemies, I think that invisibility is like sensors on your mech is good enough to kind of figure out like where it is. That's why it's just the 50-50. It can make your torch less usable, so you end up using usage dice, but you still douse it. Oh, got it. So if I have a torch and I douse it, I roll. If I roll a 3, I can then use my torch again. But if I roll a 1, my torch by dousing it goes out. I can't use it again. That makes sense. Common hazards. Falling. 10 or more feet, take 1d6 per 10 feet fallen. You can use your reaction to make an RR to reduce damage. No effect. Reduced by 1d6. Reduced by 2d6. Starvation. Each day you go without food. Each day you go without eating at least 1 ration worth of food, you gain a starvation wound. A starvation wound cannot be removed. Oh, except you remove all starvation wounds when you eat 1 ration or equivalent food. Got it. So, theoretically, So, resting. While you must consume at least 1 ration or equivalent food. So, like, if I don't have food, can I still rest? This indicates no. While you rest, you must consume at least 1 ration or equivalent food. Because if I am starving, I can rest once per day, remove my starvation wound, and be fine. Assuming that I'm not getting other wounds, right? However, if I cannot rest without eating, that changes things, which I assume is the case. Suffocation tracks your time and movement in combat rounds. You can hold your breath equal to a number of rounds equal to 3 plus your strength. Start of each round after this, you can't breathe. You take 1d6 damage. Line of effect, sure. Cover, sure. Concealment. Searching for you gets a Bane, double Bane, or like same with heavy darkness. Invisibility, you're treated as if you're in heavy concealment. Sure. Combat. How does combat work? Most crows don't seek out fights, but when you're cornered by undead in a dungeon or find a horde of blood monsters between you and a pile of gold, time to draw steel. Wow, I wonder if they would make a TTRPG about exactly that. Approach combat with caution. Death is always an option. Combat happens in rounds, grid and distance. They talk about squares as squares, defying Pythagoras. Scale, 5 feet across, size and space, cool. Squeezing. While squeezed, their speed is halved and attacks against them gain a +1 bonus. So not an edge, but a +1 bonus. Reach. Okay, medium creatures have a reach of 1. Some weapons extend your reach. Cool. Surprised, in combat with 1 or more creatures, attacks against them gain a +1 bonus. If I attack a creature where I'm hidden, I gain an edge on the attack, and because they are surprised, I get another +1 bonus. Okay. At the start of each combat round, a player of the ref's choice should roll 1d10. If it's 6 or higher PCs and NPCs allies they take, can take their turn followed by the enemies, and vice versa. Players determine the order in which the PCs and their allies take turns, and the ref determines the order of their enemies. This roll is repeated at the start of each round. Sorry, I yawn. So this swing. This is like 40k style, where it's I roll d10, 6 up, B, 77 non, and slash, and gray. All 4 of you are the players. All 4 of you, because B rolled a 6, take your action. And then I, running the monster, take my actions. And then on the next combat round, we roll 1d6 and I roll 4. And then my monster, my singular monster you're fighting, takes 1 action. And then all 4 of you take your actions. It is not B rolls a 6. So then all of you choose, okay, we want 77 non to go first. And then after 77 non goes, then I go. And then because there's no more monsters, then all of you go. This is PCs and NPCs or monsters, I believe. Unless I'm misreading this. Yeah, invisible, you know the general area and their position still. If you're hidden invisible, good luck being found. And you can always hide while invisible. On your turn, you can take a maneuver and an action or 2 maneuvers. Okay, so maneuver is your movement. You can also choose to take 1 action or 1 maneuver or do nothing. You can't break up your turn with another creature's turn. Most actions are determined by equipment and traits. Yeah, side-based initiative is what this is. Common maneuvers... Move speed, you can move up to your speed. Shift, move 1 without attacks Opportunity. Command a pet to do an action. Draw from pack, draw from belt, pick up an item, dump backpack, stand up, grab. Okay. Escape grab. If you are grabbed, you can make the following test to wrestle your way out of the grasp of grabber. Knockback. You can push them as a maneuver. Taunt action. As an action on your turn, you can choose a creature within 10 spaces. That creature has a ban on attacks that don't include you. How does taunting a, like, crazed blood wolf work? How does taunting a mindless undead work? Like, I understand the ethos here. I understand the idea behind this. However, my question is, if it is not something that is sapient, how do I taunt it? And I guess it's like I throw a rock at it and now it cares about me. But like, why would a zombie that I am taunting from 8 spaces away care about me if it is right next to you and you are so tasty looking? You flex your muscles so they look tastier? I mean, like, but you don't want to eat muscle. Like musculature is not flavorful. It is it's like the lean meat that you want. It is like the a little bit of marbling of the fat that you want. Like, you don't want like big beefy biceps. Bodybuilders would taste terrible. And that's mostly due to the steroids, but also due to their like beefiness. It's the lean that you want. You want the runner. Show off your big brain for the zombie. I guess. Ready in action. You can use an action with a specific trigger. If it hasn't occurred, you must ready the action again or maneuver again to be able to use the reaction. Boring stuff, like opening an unlocked door or knocking an arrow, requires no maneuver. Sure. Making stuff up. If it's not specified, tell the ref. Your ref decides if it takes a maneuver, action, or what it is. Have we gotten actions? So like, this is all attacks. So like, stand up, maneuver, grab, maneuver, escape, grab, maneuver, knockback, maneuver. Taunt is an action. Readying is an action. However, I can spend my action to ready a maneuver. So I can take a maneuver and then I can ready an action to do another maneuver. I guess actions are based on it. I was wondering if there was any specific like standard actions you can do. Making an attack, there's 2 types of attacks, melee and range, which can be either made with weapons or spells. Tells you the range. Make an attack, apply the appropriate weapon expertise. When you get a tier 1 result, you deal no damage. And there's other potential consequences. A tier 1 result is called a miss. Tier 2 or 3 is called a hit. Thrown weapons can make either. When you make a attack with it, first make the decision. Melee attacks, if you miss the target, can counter. All that with an unarmed strike. All creatures can make an unarmed strike as following melee attack. Unarmed strikes include anything that aren't normally used as an item, as a weapon. And then fragile objects break after being used. So you can deal 1 or 2 damage plus your agility or strength. Ranged attacks has a number of range and gets a -2 penalty for every 1 square beyond its normal range. They're only weapons with only a melee range are technically ranged 0. Weapons with only okay. If you miss on a ranged attack, the target was adjacent to 1 or more allies, roll any die. On an odd result, the attack hits one of those allies chosen randomly. You deal tier 2 damage. Okay, so I shoot an enemy. It's next to Slash. Slash, you are my ally. I miss, I then roll a d6 and I roll a 5. I rolled odd, you get hit with a tier 2 result. Alternatively, I'm firing a bow and arrow. I shoot an arrow at a zombie, which is next to a second zombie. The attack misses. Do I roll to see if I hit the second zombie? Because personally, I would say yes. As the ref, I think it's only fair that if I have the chance to miss and attack my ally, I should have a chance to miss and attack your ally. If you rolled a doom on a ranged attack while at least one of the allies adjacent, you hit one of those allies dealing random tier 3. Sure. If you make a ranged attack against an adjacent creature, ammunition is destroyed, thrown weapons can be recovered. Infrared weapons are unharmed attacks. Sure. The wielder takes a bane if used in a way that is not used with their quality. Crits on attacks. If you get a crit, immediately take another action you must use immediately if this action is gained on a turn other than yours. If it's gained on your turn, you can do it at any time during your turn. Multiple targets. Unless noted, an attack targets one creature or object. If it applies to multiple, any bonuses, penalties, edges, or banes apply only to the individual targets apply to those targets. You can't target the same creature more than once with an attack. So if I attack two creatures with the same attack and I get a bonus, I think I only get it on one, correct? I choose which creatures to target and make one attack that applies to all creatures. So if I'm attacking two creatures because I have some like AoE damage attack, I make one attack and that's it. Flanking. When one or more allies are adjacent to the same enemy and on opposite sides of the enemy, you are flanking. When flanking an enemy, you gain an edge on attacks against them. You can't flank an enemy if you or the ally is prone, grabbed, grabbing. So if you are... if they're grabbing a creature who isn't a target. Okay, I was about to say if they're grabbing them. So if I grab you, like, get over here, Presbyopia, I'm grabbing you. And then 77 Non walks up on the other side. By grabbing Presbyopia, 77 Non, attacking you, gets an edge because you're grabbed. And also gets another edge because I'm flanking, which is a double edge. So instead of getting a +2, you just increase the tier of whatever you roll. Interesting. If you're unsure whether you are flanking, draw a line. High ground, if you're at least one square above them, gain an edge. Reactions, every creature has one reaction. Each reaction has a trigger. Cool. Counter. When a creature or object within reach of a melee weapon you are currently wielding makes a melee attack against you, use the grab or knockback maneuver, and then gets a tier 1 result. You can use your reaction to counterattack. If you do, you deal tier 2 results. If triggering a test was a doom, make it tier 3 instead. So, I don't roll to counter. I just counter you. I just deal damage. I think that's good. Krobi-Wan Kenobi? Or would it be Obi-Wan Kronobi? I think it's Krobi-Wan Kenobi. Fighting defensively counters the game's way of fighting defensively. You'll never score big damage, but if you or your foes are suffering a lot of penalties to attacks, standing back and waiting to counter might be the way to survive a bit longer. That does seem like to be fairly the way. Like, focus on debilitating their ability to attack you. They get tier 1 result. You counter. That would be a very interesting character archetype. Like, your whole thing is about riposting. Opportunity attack. If they leave, opportunity attack, but they can take the shift maneuver to avoid opportunity attacks. Movement. Move speed. Equal to the number of squares. Difficult terrain costs an extra square of movement to move through. You can't jump out of a difficult terrain or use a shift maneuver to enter or while within difficult terrain. So you cannot shift in difficult terrain. Swimming, climbing. At the ref's discretion, it might be harder, right? Yeah. So like you take a Bane if you're fully submerged, but like it's ref's discretion, right? Flying, if they're knocked prone and their speed is reduced to 0, they fall. Jumping, don't care about that for so real. But make the following test: jump to 0 squares, 2 with a height of 1, 2 plus agility or strength, and a height of 1. Teleporting. So no opportunity, must have a line of effect to your destination, can't be occupied, indicates how far they can teleport. Teleport while prone, you remain prone. Teleport while grabbed, your condition ends for you. And then it ends with grabbing another creature. Jumping rules are always meh. I mean, jumping rules are always meh because, like, to have an actual impact on the game, you need to be beyond Olympic level high and long jump. However, that's not really reasonable. If I have like a 12 strength, or if I have like a 1 strength in crows, it doesn't make sense that I would be jumping like 10 feet. And already you can jump a distance of 2 squares. Each square is 10 feet. So this by itself is already like, right? I don't really care. In combat other situations, these pets don't take their own turn, but you can have the command maneuver. Ref has final say what they can and can't do. If you want a pet to do something complex or dangerous, make a test. They refuse. They do the command, but is weakened after doing so. They follow the command. So this is what I said to do in D&D 5e. Make it part of your movement. A maneuver is more flexible than just your movement, But functionally, you have your action, which is like your attack or your spell or your potion or your item or whatever, and you have your movement. I attack with my pet dog. I also attack with my sword. Awesome. Cool. Commanding a pet to attack a dangerous creature typically doesn't trigger this test, since most animals raised or purchased by crows have been traced to face monsters. You can ride a pet as long as it's at least one size greater than you. Force movement, push, slide. Slide doesn't need to be straight line. Interesting. But push does. I assume. Yeah, push further away in a straight direction. Can't be forced into a space occupied by another creature. Force movement ignores difficult terrain, never provokes opportunity attacks. Vertical movement, about what you'd expect. Force movement made against a creature who isn't flying is always a vertical force move. Into a fall, if you can't fly or force move across the space where you would fall, you continue moving the total distance you were moved first, then you fall. So I can push you over a chasm. If the chasm is one space wide, if I push you 2, I might push you past it. Yeah, you can. So this is just saying prepare for battle. Toppling objects. When you drop an object in a creature, it does 1d10 damage plus an additional 2d10 for each size category. The object gets a low. Okay. So if I drop a medium object on a medium creature, it takes 1d10 damage. If it's a large object, it takes 3d10 damage. So if I drop a medium bookshelf on you, you're going to take some good damage. That's going to be a fair bit of damage. If I drop a statue on you, which is much larger, it deals 3d10 damage. That's going to like kill you. Yeah, the holy shoot category is basically just huge. It is beyond huge. It is so big that it can be basically anything. The only thing I would say is if I drop like there's a holy shoot sized object. Yeah, one of the size categories is holy shoot. My only thing is that if I drop an object that is like a marble bust that is like medium sized, but it's like straight stone, and I drop it on you, I feel like that should deal more damage than a large bookshelf that's made of wood and books, right? Or a comparable amount of damage. Yeah, dropping giant objects onto other creatures is often accomplished with rope, pulleys, crowbars, or pet elephants. You attempt to topple an object of your size or up to 2 categories larger with nothing but your brute strength. But it's a bane if it's 1 size larger and a double bane if it's 2 size larger. So it either doesn't move or you can topple it, but if you do, take a d6 damage, piercing damage, and on a full success, tier 3 success, object topples. So if I'm trying to push over a 2 size larger category, I'm medium, I'm trying to push over a huge object, I physically cannot topple it without hurting myself, because I get a double bane. Even if I get a 17 plus, I get a double bane that reduces it down to 16. And in all likelihood, I'm probably going to get, I topple it, but I take damage, but because of my double bane, it'll not move. Yeah, large pillow. I didn't know holy shoot, I did know holy shoot monsters exist, but not objects. I mean, my assumption is holy shoot is just anything that big, right? Holy smokes. Overland travel, each hex is 5 miles, only 5 miles across. Okay. This is much smaller than like a 24-mile hex. Okay. Set the travel pace, blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to skip this. I've been talking about this for like an hour and a half now. Yeah, this is all just like reference material that is probably really useful, but you get rolls, Xeneolithic, Pog. I love this kind of stuff. Supporters help others do their role. Guide may lead to the intended destination. Scouts keep an eye out for danger. Trackers search for food or attempt to find specific creatures. I love this stuff. I made a whole TTRPG about it. Xeneolithic, you can find it now over on itch. You can fight the miasma with moral support. You can make camp. You can support everyone. Okay. So your guide can follow a normal route, follow a safe route, follow a shortcut. Your scout can scout for danger, scout for shelter, or go on a treasure hunt. The tracker can forage, hunt, or track a specific creature. If you get lost, because the ref secretly keeps track of where you end up, you don't know your exact position. That's really funny. Getting back on track, the guide can attempt to get back on track. The miasma. I've seen 3 mile hexes and 6 mile hexes, but not 5. Yeah, so like my main experience with hexes is 24-hour hex, because your standard walking pace is 3 miles per hour. If you're traveling for 8 hours in a day, that leads to 24 hours, 24 hex or 24 miles. So the standard hex is often 24 miles in totality. So if I go from the center of one hex to the center of a second hex, that was 24 miles, and that is what I accomplished in a single day of travel. However, if it's a forest or it's a desert or it's hills, it might take 2 days to travel 1 hex, right? Knocking over a holy shoot object would probably qualify you as a monster rather than a player character. I mean, and that's why it said like with pulleys, with what was it? Ropes, pulleys, crowbars, or pet elephants. If I use a crowbar to try and knock over, like if I try to upset the support nails and boards holding a rickety like scaffolding in place, that might be a holy shoot object. You can attempt to topple an object of your size or up to 2 categories larger with nothing but your brute strength. However, if I have a crowbar, if I have a hammer that I can use to break out support beams, that might not make it. I'm trying to use my brute strength. That might be I might need to make an agility check so I don't get caught up in it falling, right? And that's the kind of mindset you can have here, is that the whole point of this game is by using your brute strength, you physically, as a medium creature, cannot knock down a holy shoot object. You're going to need to think your way through that. However, what you might do, you might set up a series of like rope traps and like a stick in a box situation, and then lead a zombie to rush into it. The zombie knocks over the rope trap, that blows out the support beam, and then this thing falls on it. Boom, you win without a fight. That's the point of crows. That's the point of setup. Outdoor areas in Cornrath are affected by a semi-translucent magic haze called miasma, which appears a little different to all creatures. Your greatest fears always seem to linger within the effect. It was a result of spells used in the Necromancer War. It lingers outside, but can't enter indoor areas that are entirely enclosed in stone or metal. The phenomenon muddles the mind and corrupts the souls of humans, making them commit selfish and wicked acts. Too much time in the miasma can create a permanent change. When you finish a rest in the miasma, you don't regain any use of your expertises, but all of the other normal effects of resting apply. At the end of every rest a human spends within the miasma, they must make the following test. Tier 2, nothing happens. Tier 1, they gain a level of cruelty and must roll for a miasma effect. On a tier 3, they remove all levels of cruelty they have, or they improve the test result of one other human who rested with them and made this test by a tier because they helped them resist the effects of miasma. For each cruelty level you have, you make a -1 to RRs against miasma. You lose all levels of cruelty when you finish a rest in a location that has no miasma. So, if I'm in the miasma, I'll get cruelty. Cruelty makes it harder to resist cruelty, but if I leave the miasma, I lose all my cruelty. That being said, when I roll on the miasma table, I roll 1d10 plus current cruelty level and gain the effects equal to my result. The effect lasts as long as the first, so as long as my cruelty, I assume. So if I lose my cruelty, I lose the effect. If it's a pair... Oh, okay. So there's going to be 2 effects, sorry. If the result is a pair of effects that's already affecting you, then roll again for a different result. Sure. So if I roll a 1 to 2, I become despondent, and also I have an edge on tests made to sneak. Got it. So I have a negative and I have a positive. Got it. Until you exit miasma, until you're out of the miasma. This does not have a long-term effect. Until you're out of the miasma. Okay, so most, if not all of these are until you're out of the miasma. I assume this one's permanent. All of your other miasma effects and all your levels of cruelty disappear. You can't suffer any new miasma effects and are permanently selfish and cruel. You become an NPC controlled by the ref. Finishing a rest in the miasma regains the use of your expertises. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh my. That means that you're really good at hanging out in the miasma now. Encounters and places of interest. Okay, so this is just like during encounters and at places of interest. Zoom in, otherwise just keep it broad. Spellcasting. Okay. The archmages fused their spells into the pages of books so academic and religious scholars could harness the magic to benefit Kornath. Though these sages were the best folks suited to the task, anyone who held one of the books could attempt to cast its spell. The more powerful the spell, the fewer times it was copied into a tome to prevent abuse and mishaps. A spell's rank is from 0 to 5, higher is more powerful. Disciplines, they have different like schools. Casting time, action, maneuver, reaction are out of combat. And it's like a ritual, it takes 10 minutes. Target. The first word in a target entry is a number, typically 1, 2, or 3. This indicates the number of creatures or objects you can target the spell. If it's greater than 1, you can choose to target fewer creatures, but you can't target the same creature more than once. If instead a number, it says all, it targets all targets within the range's area. You can't exclude valid targets when all are targeted. Okay. Allies. Targets creatures friendly to you, including yourself. Enemy. Targets hostile to you. They have the final say in which creatures are hostile or friendly. This creature can target any creature. It can target an object not carried or worn. Summon. The spell summons a creature or object. If you have summoned target is an object and you have enough hand or belt slots, you can summon it into one of the slots. Okay. So if my hands and my belt are all full, I cannot summon it into those. I have to summon it in my backpack or on the floor, presumably. In an unoccupied space within range. So if I don't have that, it's just summoned in front of me. But if I have an open slot, I can summon it there. I assume if I have the Book of Summoning Sword, I can summon it and drop the book to hold the sword now. Or I'm expected to have the book in one hand, sword in the other, maybe? Target. If it lists as targets, it can target any creature other than you or object not carried or worn. If you can target more than one target, you can mix and match. Okay, so ally, allies, enemy, enemy, creature, creatures, object, objects. I don't know why summoned is here. I guess it's alphabetical. No, it's not. It should probably be after. Target is generic, all creatures, all objects. No target entry, some don't have that. Range. A spell's range indicates the net maximum number of squares, area of effect. Some also have an area of effect. If it originates away from you, then 1 square of it must be within the distance and must also be within your line of effect. However, you can spread past the maximum range of it. Yes. And also what you don't have line of effect. They might have an aura, which irradiates from in a number of squares. It's a cube, that's just a cube. Line A by X, A by B, so it might be a 2 by 8. Duration, instant, until dungeon turn, or UD, where it does roll. The DT track the spell's duration, not the spellbook's usage. Good to know. Spellbook usage die. Each spellbook has 1 or more UD, which are rolled whenever its spell is cast. When the spell's UD are 0, it has no magic and the spell can't be cast from the book until its usage dice are restored. Spellbook you carry regains all its UD when you finish a rest. When you get a crit on casting, you don't need to roll. Nice. Casting, you must make a mind test. Outcome for each are listed in spell's descriptions. Summon creatures. Some allow you to summon a creature. They do as you command. They function like pets in combat, except they don't need to make a test to convince them to undertake dangerous actions. Magic backlash. The chaotic sentient forces magic don't like to be manipulated and lash out against those who seek to control it when their grasp of a spell is weak. A backlash happens when magic pushes back against the caster, intent on causing them harm. When a backlash occurs, they roll a d100 plus the rank of the triggering spell. Backlashes occur instead of the spell that was meant to trigger, but the caster still needs to roll a UD. If a backlash effect requires the spell have a target that is a creature, and the target of the spell is an object, the spellcaster becomes the target for the purposes of the backlash effect. If the character is suffering from a backlash with a duration, and gets that same backlash again, the GF should, the ref should roll for a different backlash unless the backlash's effects stack. UD for backlash effects are rolled at the end of a DT. There are 2 ways backlash occurs: if a creature gets doom on a casting, or a backlash occurs. Second way is to roll chaos roll. Okay, so backlash occurs, ref rolls D100 plus like rank 1 or rank 2. If it requires a spell the spell is not cast and instead it's backlash. The backlash effect requires a spell to have a target that is a creature, and the target of the spell is an object. The spellcaster becomes the target. So if the spell targeted an object, it targets the spellcaster, I assume. Chaos roll. The chaos roll is a 1d6 roll you make when you cast a spell from the spellbook and get a tier 1 result that isn't a doom. If the result of the chaos roll is 1, a backlash occurs. So if I get tier 1, I'm still likely to get, or I'm still possible to get a backlash, but not guaranteed. If I roll 1 or a 2 on my 2d10, I do get that. Okay. And I guess the reason it's 19 and 20 and 2 and 3 is because it's so unlikely to get a 20 or a 2. So they added double the likelihood. Okay. So backlash. I'm not going to read any of these except really powerful ones. A portal to hell opens up beneath and sucks you into it as a chorus of demons laughs at your unfortunate fate. The portal shuts as your soul and body are forever sealed away. That sucks. Yeah, I heard you can get a donkey head. Mind score decreased by 1 until you finish a rest. Magic bursts force from inside you, causing you to suffer 1d6 wounds. You open a one-way viewing portal that follows you around wherever you go until the end of the downtime. You can't sense anything on the other side, but anyone on the other side can see and hear through the portal. The other side of the portal appears near a personal enemy or rival of the ref's choice. The ref randomly chooses 1d6 times 100 coins or gems or other mundane treasure that you carry. It melts. What would a melted gemstone be? You transform into a tiny frog. Your size is tiny. Your stamina maximum is reduced by 1. Us. You have 0 slots and you lose all your expertise. You have climb and swim speed equal to your walking speed and jump plus 2. This effect has 1 UD. Oh my gosh. Crafting. You need expertise, materials, and tools. You can harvest materials. You need a crafting goal. You can take the craft equipment rest activity to craft a piece of equipment you meet the prerequisites for. Crafting roll is a special mind test and doesn't have tiered outcomes. So well, basically everything here is mind, I've noticed. But like mind is like the go-to one. And I assume that's because strength and agility are combat oriented. So like sneaking is agility, pushing stuff over and grappling is strength, and then basically everything else is mind. But mind seems really powerful. Okay, so it's just like you get the thing unless you roll doom. If you have a bane, blah blah blah. Like if you get a double edge or an expertise, it gets a +4 bonus instead of normal benefits. If you roll high enough to finish crafting, you can use any surplus points to begin crafting another version of the same item. Multiple crafters, you can craft together. IDing magic items. Sure. You make a roll. And then that's all the rules. Goodness gracious. In fairness, I spent probably an hour, maybe an hour and a half, not talking crows. I spent that hour and a half just kind of talking about nonsense. Want to make a character? Yeah, peaceful frog times. Oh, it's the 1 to 2 is the donkey head. Your head transforms into a donkey's head. You can't speak, only bray at a loud volume. This effect has 1 UD. Which, mechanically, it is impossible for this to happen if you have a ranked spell that is larger than rank 1. And I think that's really funny. Because more powerful magic's like, no. Mods, transform that man's head into a donkey. That ain't good enough. I want to oversee his eternal damnation myself. Suck him into hell, boys. Okay. It's a living. It might also be a dying, but you knew the risk when you became a crow. This book contains rules for players to create and advance their crows, their equipment, and their village. Options here refer to rules in the rules book. To create a role, follow these steps. You weren't always a crow. Your background informs the statistics and equipment you bring. To get a background, roll 2d6. The first column is the left d6 and the second is the right. Record statistics. Each background gives you 1 use in some expertises, a stamina score, and a starting trait from a trait tree. A full description of each trait tree is found in traits. All PCs have a starting speed of 5. Okay, so you get a stamina score. Each of your expertises has 1 unless otherwise specified. and a starting trait from a trait tree. Cool. And then also you get a starting skill attribute, which is like a 2, and all the others have 1. Your background makes one of your characteristics a 2. Oh, so this is what it is. Your characteristics, one of them is 2. Sometimes the background assigns this increase. Other times it gives you a choice. Your remaining characteristics can be at your choice of a 1 and a 0 or a -1 and a 2. Okay. Not 2 1s. It's a 1 and a 0 or -1 and a 2. So you can have 2 2 -1, or you can have 2 1 0. Name and feature. Give your PC a name and distinguishing feature. This could be a tattoo, distinct body odor, unique voice, strong personality trait, or like. Just give them one thing to stand out. This is something I've been doing whenever I make a TTRPG. Whenever I make something that like has guidelines for character creation. Like, give yourself a name, reveal to no one, take on a title, alias, or moniker, write down the reason how you got it. Someone else gives you a moniker, you explain what it is, and then they correct you on it, and then pick a dominant color with an accent color. Your colors must be distinct from the other characters for branding purposes. Distinct hats, matching robes, and esoteric patterns are optional but encouraged. I thought I would just write, give yourself a distinct characteristic, but I thought, like, no, you have to color coordinate. You have to, like, have, like, a Power Rangers magical girl ensemble. And like, you might have a pointy funny hat. You might have matching robes. You might have esoteric patterns like detailed in like tattoos on your body or in print on your robes. However, those are optional. And I think it's just really useful to tell your players, hey, give yourself something useful. Mods, trans that Spider-Man. Color differentials are important. They are. And like, that is something where it's like, well, how would a colorblind player interface with this? That's what distinct hats and matching robes and esoteric patterns are for. And like, because obviously I want accessibility to be up there, right? I don't want to like make color a core part of a game where someone can't like perceive that. Like, that's just jerk material, right? Even though a lot of colorblind people just mix up colors. They see two colors as being very similar, even though they can see other colors fine. PCs for a campaign work with other players to make a village and name it. See the village. Backgrounds. So I am going to lean over here. I'm going to grab my dice. And I am going to roll in order 2d6. And a 2. And a 3. An assassin. Ooh. Okay, so let's make this character. Assassin, you are a killer who either worked paid contracts or served a higher purpose in a shady organization. Characteristic at 2. Stamina 5. Trait thievery. Seize the advantage. Expertise, athletics, gymnastics, stealth 2. Thievery, bow 2, slashing 2. Equipment, extra knife, poison vial, quiver of arrows, short bow, torch. So 1 torch, a bow with arrows, a poison vial, and an extra knife. Oh, equipment cards. I didn't read this. Your background also gives you a set of starting equipment. Every PC has an empty coin purse, a knife, a rope, 6 rations, and 3d6 gold coins. Sure. Make an NPC connection who lives in your village. If this is your group's first time making PCs for a campaign, work with the other players to make a village and name it. Sure. So I have a empty coin purse with... Well, I suppose it's not going to be empty if I roll. 2, 5, 1. I have 8 gold coins. So I have a coin purse with 8 gold coins. I have 2 knives, a rope, 6 rations, a poison vial, a quiver of arrows, a short bow, and a torch. I have the thievery, seize the advantage trait. Thievery, seize the advantage. When you hit with a weapon attack using agility that has at least 1 edge and no banes, you deal additional damage equal to twice your agility. I think what I do here is, as an assassin, I have 5 stamina. My agility is 2. So my mind and my strength, one of them is 1 and 0, or I can have it be 2 and -1. Based on the assassin, I think it'd be fun to be like a bruiser that's like 2 agility, 2 strength, -1 mind. However, I do like the idea of being like sneaky. I like the idea of being like an assassin. So I am actually going to go 2 mind, -1 strength. I'm going to go weakling assassin. Arrow up, grabbing they dice on stream. Yeah. Who else up grabbing they dice? Okay, so we are an assassin. We have 5 stamina. We have 2 mind, 2 agility, -1 strength. We have 8 gold coins. We have 2 knives, short bow, arrows within a quiver. Oh my gosh, it's me. I'm firing a bow and arrow. We have a poison vial, rope, 6 rations. And we have thievery, seize. And then my expertise from being an assassin. Athletics, gymnastics, stealth, thievery, bow, slashing. Okay, so I think that we are an archer. I think that we are like a sniper. And I think that we are surprisingly social. And I would go like the silent, like killer archetype. I like the idea that our defining characteristic is that we just like, we're very chill. We have very gallows humor. As an assassin, we are someone that like, we worked paid contracts to like kill people. And I don't think that we were killing like peasantry. I don't think we were killing nobles. I think we were killing mid-range. I think that we are like we go out there, we kill a crow on a mission, and then we leave. We go out there and we kill a merchant while they're traveling. We go out in the miasma. And the way we cope with that is that we are very blasé about life, death. We have a little bit of casual cruelty just from being in the miasma a whole bunch. But broadly speaking, we're not like a terrible person. Like, yes, we're an assassin, but like we're not like cruel for the sake of being cruel. And I think that when people are around us that we're not trying to kill, we're fairly pleasant. Maybe a little guarded, but we are someone who's like chill, happy, chats with you, probably polite to strangers, but is also like a ruthless killer. So that is how we are. What is our connection to the town? I think our NPC contact. My first thought is like a handler or a contact that's like I don't need a fence because I don't like steal stuff from them. I think it's someone who is well connected and probably a former crow. And they are the one that would like get me my contracts. So I've never spoken to my clients. My clients go to my contractor and then my contractor brings it over to me. And then like we've been working together for years now. My contractor, former crow, they in hearing about the money that they made that allowed them to retire and that they like chose this as well, they all like, this is what they've always done. So this is just like what they chose after being a crow. I was like, well, I can do that. Listen, I'm tired of like wasting arrows on mid-level merchants and bumbling crows that someone like pissed the wrong person off. Like, yeah, one time I killed a noble and I got what? 20 gold out of it. I had to hide out in my safe house for like a month afterwards. That's just not sustainable. And so I'm going out into the dungeons and I'm heading out into miasma because I'm just like, I've seen someone retire. My contact was someone that did this and got out. Be professional, be polite, have a plan to kill everyone you meet. Basically. I mean, so friendly sniper, like, I'm not saying like they're your best friend, but there's someone who like, I don't want to go the edgelord. I don't want to go the mysterious stranger off in the corner. I want to go someone who's like, you could like have a drink with this person. And like, they'll like clap you on the back and they'll like laugh at your joke and like, they'll say something. And you're like, oh, you can't say that. And they're like, oh, I've gotten away with worse. And like, you can have a conversation with them. You can have a good time. If they bump into someone, they will apologize and they'll be like, oh, sorry about that. Let me help you out. And like helps you pick back up what they knocked out of your hands. And they're like, oh, thank you. And you go on like, but then they also kill people, right? Someone who's generally affable, but when they're on a mission, they're like, yeah, that sucks that Gray died. Well, looks like they're looking a bit pale in the face for someone called Gray. And like, they're just completely blasé about death. Being honest was more profitable and less likely to end with me rotting in prison. Yeah. Sounds like you're asking to get an assassin sent after you, loose end. No, and that's the thing is that I'm the assassin, right? And so I don't know if my contact, who is like a former crow that has since retired, if they have other assassins. They've never told me about that. I've never asked. However, I know they're legit. I know that they have contacts. And I know that I've been working with them for like years now. And like, I want out. I want what they had. I want something that I'm not like having to scrounge for scraps. And I would risk my life in the dungeon to do so because they did it. And I know there might be an assassin that comes after us trying to kill us because I did that. And I think that would be a very interesting character. Okay, so what is my thing that sets me apart? I think it's the gallows humor. I think it's the affability. I think it's I am completely unfazed by death. And I think that I am very chill to be around. Polite, you might say. At least with strangers. Okay, so. Advancement. Whenever you cover treasure or equipment outside of a village that isn't purchased by your group, crafted by your group, or taken from an innocent human. Taken from an innocent human doesn't count. Okay. But something that originally belongs to an ally. Each PC gains experience. This is basically just saying if you find it in a dungeon or while traveling around, and you had to like find it, you get XP for it. Total value in gold coins divided by the number of players. So I find something that's worth 20 coins. There's 4 players, including me. We each get 5 XP. XP values listed on the card. You keep track of total XP you gain, as well as XP you have spent. You can only gain XP or gain bonuses from TXP when you finish a rest after earning the XP. You can spend XP on new traits. So for instance, in thievery, the expertise and stamina advancement table shows the TXP required for your PC to increase their maximum stamina or maximum uses an expertise can have. When you get a bonus, choose one of the following options. Gain 3 uses and expertises, including expertises you don't already have, divided however you choose without exceeding the maximum number of uses for a single expertise. Increase stamina by 2, gain 1 expertise as described above, and increase your stamina by 2. So I think I would be a very expertise character. I don't think I would invest in stamina, and like I would be very risky because I'm a backline character. I'm not someone who's up in the front. I am fighting with my bow and arrow, and I have my knives, but I am more inclined to leave you for dead and just back out than I am to run up and help you. TXP, total XP. Got it. Once I hit 100 total XP, I get my first bonus. My first bonus is experience, stamina, experience. However, maximum XP uses. I would not have anything that I would want for my max XP use. So I would actually probably invest in stamina first, and I would probably be like, it would be me getting in the game. It would be me getting my feet wet. Assuming I survive to my third bonus, I'd probably do +2 stamina, +2 stamina. I'm at 9 stamina now. That's not a lot. Some characters start with like 8 stamina. The characteristics advancement table shows the TXP required for your PC to increase one of the characteristics by 1 to a maximum of 4. So at 5,000, you get first bonus, 15,000, 30,000, 30,000. Okay. You get XP per gold. Yeah. So one of the core design traits for this is you get XP per gold, which I remind you, the 3 bless you because greed is good. In the first 3 dungeon turns, you get more gold by 30%, 20%, 10%. So you get more XP. And I think my character is patient. I think my character is cautious. I don't think my character would go for the first dungeon turn or even the second dungeon turn. I think that my character maybe is getting benefits from the third dungeon turn, but they're the sort to like, let's scope this out. I want to send in the meathead who used to be a bodyguard up front with the hydromancer. And you two, you're going to hold a torch and I'm going to stay like 8 spaces behind you with my bow out and an arrow knocked so that I can shoot anything that comes up behind you. And I'm going to be back here with our thief, where the thief is going to watch my back. And so we're sneaking behind you as you're our bait because you can protect yourselves. And I think that would be the sort of like interesting thing you can do. Even though maybe the thief is saying, listen, I've been here. And like I've done this sort of stuff before. This is not my first rodeo. I've pickpocketed from crows before. And anytime I was doing recon on them before I was like stealing from them, it was always go, go, go. You get in, you get the blessing of the 3, you get out. And maybe the others like don't want to be cautious. Boom. Snipen's a good job, mate. Assassins don't assassinate other assassins, silly. Assassins are known for the camaraderie and chivalry. I mean, like, as silly as it is, I do love the idea of like an honor among thieves. Why are you in there? Why are you in there? Why are you in there? What? Sorry, I have dice bags, and I have a little tiny baby dice bag. What? Oh, these are different. Okay, I have 2 sets of dice that look very similar, and they're both. I'm gonna give you one guess what these color schemes are. If you guessed black and gold, you'd be correct. Almost like I really enjoy that color combo. Both of them, and they look different. They are distinct from each other. However, one of them I've had since my high school group. And I was gifted it because I was the DM for them. I was gifted this big dice bag and a really tiny dice bag. And we all got our own little tiny dice bag with our own like D&D set of dice. And I got the big dice bag because I was the DM. And I have which just happens to be a golden set of dice, not gold, like not literal gold, like gold colored set of dice, in this like tiny little dice bag. And then also when I moved to California, in case you don't know, I was actually homeless for a little bit, not like at risk, but like moving across the country. I was unable to set up the accommodations I needed because trying to set up like a house tour from across the country is a fool's errand. And so I stayed with extended family for a couple weeks. And during that time, I ran Lancer for them. And apparently they had enough dice that they were just like, yeah, here's a set of dice, you keep it. Because I used it when running Lancer. And so I had this extra set of dice, but they didn't like, they just came in like a little like standard bag, like not even like a dice bag, just like the bag they were bought in. And so I was holding them in that for a while. And like a couple of weeks ago, I was just like, well, why don't I put these in my dice bag? And so I poured them in my dice bag. And just now I looked in my dice bag and I saw a golden like D4. And I'm like, why is that in there? This should be in my little tiny bag. And then I saw a golden D8. I'm like, why is that there? A golden D6. I just rolled this. How did this get in here? And then I realized that I'm dumb. New PC after death. If your PC dies and you make a new PC to take their place in the campaign, you can roll in the background table an additional number of times equal to dead PCs, bonuses of the expertise and stamina advancement, and choose any background for the new PC. So you get slightly more options based on how many times you've died. What if I put the tiny bag in the big bag? I do. I normally put the tiny bag in the big bag. However, I took out the tiny bag and I was rolling the D6 when I was rolling for the character. If you keep sending assassins after you assassin who quit, you'll eventually run out of loose ends being tied up. So the thing about that is I know it's dumb, and I've heard the take that I agree with this. The idea of like a guild of assassins is dumb. A thieves guild as it exists is kind of dumb. However, a loose confederation, a coalition, a handshake agreement between a series of master assassins and or master thieves and their apprentices does make sense. So I am an assassin. I've been an assassin for 20 years. I'm training B. B, you are my apprentice. Much like the Sith, I believe in the rule of two. So it's just me and you. However, Shade, you are also an assassin, and you're a part of an assassin team with Slash. You two are assassin duo. And maybe you have been like bringing in Licorice, and Licorice has been like an associate, if you will, like an accomplished. So they're not really like you're training them, but they're involved. And so what might happen is that I might speak with Shade, and I might say, listen, myself, my apprentice, we will deal all, like, we control this section of town. You are more than happy to do work in this other section of town, but it's not worth it to fight over contracts. And I don't want a knife pointed at your neck or your knife pointed at mine. Now, on top of that, I'm also willing to not take out contracts on you if you give us the same, like, accommodation. And so we might have a handshake, like, gang, like, dealing of we keep out of each other's business, we don't kill each other. But probably I'm not working with you. Probably I don't split money with you. I don't, like, share information with you. Maybe I'll reach out to you, like, once a year, maybe every couple months, to ask you information on a client. Maybe we have a cordial relationship where we don't work together, we don't associate together. I know nothing about you because if I get arrested, I don't want it, like, you don't want me squealing on you. But maybe, like, we treat each other as contacts, and maybe my apprentice speaks with your accomplice whenever I need to get information on this client that reached out to me who normally is in your part of town, right? Why is a thieves guild dumb? I always imagine them in the style of organized crime or gangs. So the thing of a thieves guild is when you have a gang, like in real life, gangs tend to be a mixture of safety and community. Right? Like in real life, the reason that people join gangs is most often as a child or as a very young teenager. They feel unsafe. They feel like they are lacking community. Their friends are part of this, and so they join. And then once they're in, they then grow up within it. And a lot of times, unfortunately, they don't make it to adulthood. And if they do make it to adulthood, and they start building support networks outside of the gang, they often leave the gang and try to distance themselves from the gang. However, during the time, they oftentimes befriend other children that are not in the gang, and then they come in because all their friends are part of it, they feel safe, they feel community, and that's a very large part of gang culture, right? In real life. A thieves guild is all about stealing. How can I feel safe or part of a community if all of us, the one thing that unifies us is stealing? That does not meet my need for safety or community. Because maybe it's a situation where, like, we're all like individuals, but we all like have a shared common space. If Slash, you are part of a thieves guild that Licorice and B and Shade and Toxic are all part of, and I arrest you, Slash, suddenly everyone is compromised. Slash, you didn't like Licorice, so you squeal on Licorice. Now Licorice, I can arrest Licorice. Now Licorice doesn't like B. B gets arrested, and now because B got taken out, that means that, like, Gray is the only one left and, like, the gang falls apart. So, like, it doesn't make sense to centralize that power, particularly given it doesn't increase safety or community. Called Crow, money is not shiny silver. Not happy. Thank you for the super Toxic. I assume a thieves guild is like a 5 families in New York where they just agree to stay out of each other's business. But that's the thing. That's not a thieves guild. At that point, that's organized crime. Organized crime, like in real life, oftentimes is not just stealing stuff. A thieves guild, as it is conceptualized in most media, like D&D or Skyrim, it is mostly burglars, robbers, and petty thieves banded together, often at a central meeting point with a formal hierarchy of leadership and induction. That's all about stealing stuff. Organized crime is more often about trade of illicit goods, is more often about like gambling and vice, extortion, like tithes, payment. Like obviously I would be shocked if organized crime did not involve a significant amount of like petty theft and burglaring and pickpocketing. However, like my assumption is that that is less than 10% of the income of any individual organized crime group, right? The big money to be made, the reason why you organize, the reason you have the institution in place to have all of this set up is so that you can have an environment where you can bring in bad substance X, sell it to people, and they can't buy it anywhere else, so you can upcharge them, right? The reason you do that is because you want the network to be able to control every single like casino on Las Vegas Strip. And so from all the gambling, you get tons and tons of money. You control all of like the ale houses in this area. You control all of the other dens of vice and sin or whatever. That's what organized crime tends to do. And if your thieves guild is doing all of this, they're not really a thieves guild at that point. They're just kind of organized crime, which is cool in fiction, which is a very interesting, like antagonistic force to set up or a backdrop for a character to be a part of or ancillary to. But that's not really a thieves guild at that point. It could be a case of the guild being a form of self-policing is to not anger the wrong entity and ruin a good thing. That's like, yes. However, have you ever seen a group of people where one of them thought they had a good idea and everyone else said, don't do it, and then they do it anyway? Right? Honestly, crime groups are more interesting than a group that just specializes in stealing stuff. And like, yes, it might be a matter of self-policing, but in the same way as I described earlier, why isn't that just a loose confederation, a handshake agreement? Maybe you have some meeting every couple months, like twice a year, where you talk about like who's off limits, who's under your protection kind of deal. Kind of in like a 5 families in New York situation. But at that point, you're kind of moving off of just a group of people where they all steal. As Skyrim has it, the Thieves Guild is a bunch of people who all just steal stuff. And like the main point of the central leadership is that they can give out contracts. And like, yes, you could maintain that, but if I'm an up and coming thief and I get arrested and I have no loyalty to the central authority, I can tell them where our meeting place is, who the big players are, like what the name of their clients and contacts are. I get immunity. I get pardoned. I get let out to walk, and then I just go back to thieving by myself. So it's a huge risk of any individual member taking down everyone else down with them. Even if there's the threat of like, if you do this, we'll kill you. Like, oh, they threatened to kill me. Of course I'm going to talk. Right? Honestly, crime groups are more interesting. You're a fan of thieves guilds that are effectively temples for gods of thieves. And like, if I worship the god of stealing stuff, presumably I need to steal things unless it's like, unless you go into this like whole cosmology about how the religion like forbids the stealing from other faithful tenants, like walking into a pickpocket convention and being surprised you get pickpocketed indicates you got a -1 to your mind stat, right? Worshipping the god of stealing and being surprised when other people who worship the god of stealing steal from you is silly. And again, like if you have this, like, even without that angle, you have this group of people. Everyone there is a thief. Even if all of the people there like seem chill with each other, they're all good at thieving. So if something goes missing, instantly suspicions are around. Grave, I know you took it. And Grave, you're like, what are you talking about? Like, listen, I had that necklace. I got it. I was gonna fence it. Now it's gone. I know it was you. I saw you looking at it. And suddenly, it's super suspicious. Maybe I have ways of arbitrating or mediating because Melancholic steps in. And Melancholic says, okay, let's arbitrate this. Let's see how this works. But like, that wouldn't be an issue in the first place if we just kept out of each other's business entirely, right? And I think that it would be interesting to have a situation where there is a master thief. Or if you want to go the religious angle, there is a temple of thieves where like the priest is this kind of neutral third party. And like the adherents of this religion agree not to steal from each other. So if you think someone stole something from you, you go to this temple with them and you basically say like, hey, I think this person stole from me. And they say, no way, I didn't steal from you. And then the arbiter like presides over it. And it's like handling a third party. Because like you can't go to the police about this. You can't go to anyone else about this. Like, I think it would make sense that there's a couple like neutral parties. But I don't think the centralized hierarchy of a thieves guild would make sense. Also, consider, it wouldn't really be profitable. That's why, like with the assassin, I went the angle of a single contractor who presumably works not just with my character, but also other characters. And so the idea being is that they are like this kind of master thief, temple of thieves. If I run into another assassin, we might both go to this contractor as a neutral party. The Skyrim Thieves Guild quest is based on the guild leader having stolen from the god of thievery. Really? I've played Skyrim a good amount. I've joined the Thieves Guild. I do not remember anything about it. I've not beaten that game. I've beaten very few quest lines. I do remember, actually, in Oblivion, the whole thing with the Grey Fox. That was cool. In the Lies of Lochamora. Oh, frick, the Lies of Lochamora. I forgot about that. I keep hearing great things about that. Or rather, I was hearing great things about that like 5 years ago. And it was on my TBR. And I forgot about it. And when I was going to the library the past couple months, I kept being like, I feel like there's books that I've like had on my list. Oh, well. And like I picked up the Murderbot Diaries. But I forgot about Lies of Lochamora. The temple to the god of stealing masquerades as a temple of a different god, thus how they steal offerings. That's really funny. There's actually real life thieves guild that's very similar to what you're describing back in 18th century London. And like the thing is that when you have ne'er-do-wells, when you have folks that are going to be on that side of the law, it's just kind of safer for everyone if they minimize contact, unless they are trying to do something at scale. Like the American mafia, the like Japanese Yakuza, the Russian mob, like all of them are products of increased globalization and centralization across phone lines, ease of communication between spots. Like in a fantasy setting, unless the Thieves Guild has like teleportation magic or instant messaging via magic or something, like it would be very unreasonable to have anything more than a local single town collection. And maybe that one town, there's a group of like 6 thieves that came together and basically said like, okay, we're all going to work together. We all know one fence. We all like share our contracts with each other, and we unionize basically. And that kind of would be like a guild. And they might like stop people, like a random pickpocket, from muscling in on their turf. But that wouldn't be like a guild at the same level of scale as like other guilds. I love the idea that the god of thieving doesn't actually steal anything, but rose to prominence because they were the one mediating and organizing thieves. And that sounds pretty pog. Thieves guilds where who's in charge is determined by whoever has a certain item. If you get it stolen from you, clearly the other guy's better and should be in charge. That's cool, but also that immediately hits the like Sith rule of 2 issue. The apprentice is always trying to kill the master. Therefore, that leads to the master not actually teaching the apprentice effectively, and then the apprentice suffers and the master suffers. The apprentice doesn't learn all the cool stuff. The apprentice has a sucky apprentice, or the master has a sucky apprentice. In the same way, if I spend my every waking moment worried everyone underneath me is going to betray me and try and steal my stuff, I'm not going to trust anyone. Therefore, I'm going to be an ineffectual leader. Therefore, there's no reason for you to join. Therefore, you probably want a different leader, so you don't trust me now. And so now, like, the distrust in the air makes it worse. Like, that's the kind of thing that sounds really cool on concept and could work as like a small scale thing for like a short story or something, or like maybe even the plot of a novel, like a single thieves guild that like falls apart due to that. But I feel personally, with any amount of like actual organizational rigor, that would just collapse. I'm not sure the most skilled thief should be in charge of a guild. Sure, you're good at stealing, but how good are you at leading business management? I mean, and that's the thing, right? Like, that could be interesting if there's a title like ace, right? There's an ace thief. There's a master thief. The one of you has like this brooch on your lapel at all times that indicates you are the master thief of this guild. Whoever has it, has it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. The only thing, you cannot physically injure someone and take it. And also, you cannot do it in full view of like the common space, right? So you can't just walk up, punch someone in the face and tear it off their lapel. You have to steal it, right? Or what might be more interesting, if you steal their brooch, they have to report it and guess who stole it. And if they get it wrong, you reveal that you stole it and now you wear it. And so it's not just a matter of like, oh, like you need to steal it. Like, you can punch them in the face and take it if you want. But if they guess right, they just take back the brooch. You didn't prove anything. All you proved is that you can outmuscle them. But if you steal it without them knowing, if you steal it and you implicate someone else, that actually be a really cool short story. Like a thieves guild where the leadership is separate from this master thief. There's the title of master thief. And one of them has this thing on their person, like a necklace, a brooch, whatever, that indicates them as master thief. And if it ever gets stolen, they have to guess who stole it. And it's like, it's a heist where you're trying to steal it and implicate someone else, but implicate them in such a way that they think that it's not actually that person, because that would be too obvious. So then the other person who would implicate them is the one that actually did it. And like, it's all mind games. The rule of 2 is so overrated. The rule of 2 is overrated because the Sith are overrated. The rule of 2 as a in-universe justification for why there's so few Sith is really interesting because of the lore and context surrounding it. If you don't know, in Star Wars, the Sith back in the era of the Old Republic were everywhere. And actually, they would interface all the time. And the way they did that is they would wear the most ostentatious, notable, visually distinct outfits and headdresses and jewelry to make each other jealous. Because if I'm a Sith, I draw my power from negative emotions. Jealousy, envy is a negative emotion. If I see you wearing a really like bomb crown and finely tailored silk with like gold trimming lapels, and also like baby seal fur boots, I'm going to get jealous of you. I want what you have. And so I, your rival, get more powerful. And you, because of your pride and your ego, also get more powerful. And so I hate you. And so I get more powerful. And you're gloating at the fact that I hate you. So you get more powerful. And the Sith actually had this like interplay where they were basically rage baiting each other so that all Sith would benefit. It was like the most toxic way of supporting your fellow Sith. And then Darth Bane started the Rule of Two. And then that made the progression from all the Sith were so focused on fighting each other. They didn't actually do anything because they were all busy rage baiting each other. They were all more powerful, yes. However, they were also unfocused. And so Darth Bane instituted the Rule of Two. One master, one apprentice. The apprentice will learn everything they can from the master, kill them, and take on a new apprentice. And then this leads to why the Sith were so stagnant. As the master, I want to always dangle the carrot of teaching you everything I know so that you stick around and you don't betray me. However, I need to teach you something or else you're just going to kill me anyway. And also, if I don't teach you anything, you're going to suck as an apprentice. So I need to teach you enough to keep you interested, but not enough that you think you know more than me. And the apprentice has to deal with that. And the apprentice has to make the decision, when am I going to try to betray you? When have you taught me everything you know? When will I benefit from overthrowing you? And we see this multiple different times, whether it's like in Star Wars Force Unleashed with Vader, which is technically uncanon. We see this with Maul and Savage, Dooku and Savage, Dooku and Ventress, like all of these different like nestings of the Rule of Two. The Rule of Two is constantly broken by Sith trying to get around it. The thing about Thieves Guilds in fiction is that they exist in large part for those characters who aren't in the guild, either emphasize their skill or their untrustworthiness. I mean, that's true. Like, but that's the true of most guilds, most organizations. Like, yeah, you have your standard like isekai, like fantasy where like I got reincarnated in an adventuring guild. But like most of the time in fiction, an adventuring guild or a thieves guild or some like institution, the mages college, exists to show this is like the baseline. This is the average. Here is why this character is better than that. And I feel like that is functionally identical in demonstrating their power over a benchmark. If you just said the average thief can do this, not like thieves part of this organization, but like your average thief could do this. I'm better because I can do that and also this other thing. The only thing this does is that like the institution sucks by comparison, whereas the average thief is nebulous and therefore is less specific, is not an institution that you can think like, oh, okay, they suck. Which maybe you want the institution to suck. Maybe the institution sucking is the point. However, it's depending on your needs. I think it was the whole reason why I'm anti-Thieves Guild now is because of the Grungeon Master. He's a D&D tuber, and he makes videos about like realism and like how to like logistically like actually make a realistic D&D world. And he talked about Thieves Guilds, and I was like, yeah, those are some good points you're making. I don't disagree with you. And that's why I'm like, if there's like an assassin, it's going to be like an assassin and their one apprentice. Maybe they have like a couple accomplices. Maybe they have more than one apprentice. But broadly speaking, it's going to be a singular master and like a single digit number of people tied to them. And then maybe they say, okay, hey apprentice, I've taught you everything you know. This is my territory. Go find your own. You will always like you will always be able to come back here. However, do know that I have not taught you everything, because if you are ever contracted to kill me, come find me and tell me first, because we can work that out and we can make it like we can resolve this without needing to kill each other. However, just know you can't take me in a fight. And that's cooler. That's more mysterious. It's more interesting and also more believable than we have a whole network of like a couple dozen assassins operating in this like medium to large size town. Like a rule of 2 per planet would be so much better for the Sith. It would. However, we needed to have balance where it's just, why is there just Sidious and Vader? Why is the Sith so rare? Rule of 2. Rule of 2 is literally the worst way to ever build a kind of culture, education, whatever. If you keep killing the people you know that know stuff is done for. Yeah. It would also be interesting if the Thieves Guild wasn't really an organization, but a signifier used to indicate that you opened back alley deals. I mean, like, it's like being a friend of Dorothy, right? It's a shibboleth more than anything. Oh yeah, like I'm part of the guild. But like I'm part of the guild down under. I'm from the guild downtown. Right? That's just indicating, oh, okay, you're open to back alley deals, you are a thief, you're a ne'er-do-well, you're a brigand, whatever. You're part of the guild downtown. You're part of a guild from out of town. Like some phrasing that is a shibboleth indicating that you're open to that. Thieves can't, as it were. I think that's cool. In my setting, I have a thieves guild called the Shade, which is functionally an organized crime ring, right? However, despite the fact that it shares the same name, across all of the various duchies of the nation it operates in, ultimately each duchy's shade is different. They all have similar structures, but almost all of them are like, they're less like, oh yeah, you're just like a thief that works for us. It's like, no, you're part of this institutionally. Like you are bought in, much like organized crime, much like a mafia kind of deal. And like it will overtake quite a bit of your life kind of deal. If your PC dies and you make a new PC, you roll an additional number of dice equal to the number of expertise and stamina advances, and choose any background you roll. One of each, like you get to choose. Starting with more, if all of the crows have at least 5,000 XP, this amount is a fun challenge for some players to offset with caution, equipment, and clever tactics. The disparity doesn't last long. They gain XP faster with experienced crows. But for other groups that knew it, PC is a burden, they can decide to just start with the lowest TXP of a crow already in the party. It's unlikely that a new crow will need better equipment than what they start with, since their dead counterpart likely left gear behind that they'll get. The ref can give PC gold pieces equal to half their starting XP to be used to buy better equipment. This money must be spent on equipment and not upgrading village institutions. Traits are character options that enhance your PC's ability to create and use equipment. Your background gives you a trait. Traits are themed and grouped in trees. Right, that's the CZ advantage. Buying traits, you can spend XP to buy one or more traits, and when you finish a rest, you can only purchase a trait once, and you can only purchase a starting trait on a trait tree or a trait connected by a line to another trait you already have. Whenever a trait increases or decreases a number equal to one of your characteristics, the number increases or decreases is 1, even if your characteristic is lower. So if I have a -1 in a stat and it increases by 1. Good to know. And let me just jump ahead to thievery, because that's what we got from... I'm surprised it's thievery and not like skullduggery or like sneaking kind of deal. For breaking, entering, hiding, and sneaking. So I get CZ advantage. I can get either from the shadows or into the pack or above it all, or I can get safe cracking or stealthy, right? But I can also just go straight down, and because of the way this is oriented, I can grab from the shadows, and then once I grab from the shadows, I can grab Dark Sense. But once I grab Dark Sense, I can't actually grab out of the pack. So then Dark Senses, I grab Seeing Things, and then from there I can go Bursting Purse. And not all trait trees are like this. Some are just fully connected, right? Travel is fully connected. Unarmed is completely disconnected. You can't actually select multiple trees. Interesting. Equipment. Torches, swords, spellbooks, rations, and more make the difference. Make a big payday. Make the difference between a big payday and your last day ever. Payday. I love payday. Inventory cards, marking cards, shopping, gear, fine, and masterwork. The full price of the fine and masterwork versions are listed in parentheses next to the description of their improved statistics. Other than the price, the fine and masterwork statistics stack with the item's standard statistics, but not with each other. So if I have a fine weapon, and a fine weapon deals +1 damage, it is stacked with the normal damage. Cool. Same with masterwork. Insert final gear card diagram here. Money. An inventory slot can hold 250 loose coins or one purse that holds up to 500 gold coins. And then this is the various gear that you can grab. Interesting. Yeah. Fine. Masterwork. Oh wow, masterwork rope is 1,000. A masterwork torch? I mean, I suppose masterwork torch is like, it gets 1 extra use dice for fine and 2 extra for masterwork. Interesting. Poison vial strong, a rage potion, a speed potion, armor. You can only benefit from a shield's AD by wielding it. You can only benefit from a suit of armor by wearing it. To wear a suit, it must be in your backpack slots. You can only wear 1 suit of armor at a time. You can't don or doff in combat rounds. Oh, you can't don or doff a suit of armor when you are not... You can't don or doff, so you cannot take on or put on or take off when you are not in a situation tracked in combat rounds. I think this is the opposite of what it means to say. This is saying you cannot put on armor or take off armor when you are in a situation tracked by combat rounds. This means you can only put on armor or take off armor when you are in a situation tracked by combat rounds. That seems like the opposite of what it means. Armor types. Shield, light, medium, heavy, Upgraded armor. Each can have an increased AD with new materials. Blood hide, undead bone, demon hide, angel hide, elemental hide. Angel hide? Sheesh, what are we doing? Hey, Aurori. Insert final armor card diagram here. Shield upgrades. Crafting upgrade chart. Cool. Armor enchantments. Who turned an angel into leather? Listen, all I'm going to say, leather is leather. Doesn't matter if it comes from an undead, from a fiend, from the archangel itself. Dancing, what the frick? Multiple enchantments. Total number of expertise needed to craft all of an armor's enchantments can't exceed 4. Some are here unique enchantments that aren't. Some armor have unique enchantments, but here are just standard ones. When a creature hits you with melee attack while you wear or wield this armor, you can use your reaction to push them 1d6 squares. If they got a crit, you can fly vertically up to 1d6 times 10 feet and then fall. You fly vertically 1d6 times 10 feet and then fall and can't use your reaction to activate this armor. So if they attack me, I back them back. I bop them back. However, if they crit me, I go flying in the air. And I take a bunch of fall damage. Climbing. When you use this armor, you gain a climbing speed equal to your walking speed. If you're knocked prone while climbing, you immediately fall, and it ceases to function until the end of DT. Dancing. As a maneuver while wielding this shield, you command it to float in the air, protecting you, freeing it from your hand slot. Until the end of DT, a creature who scores a crit against you can grab it and wield it, causing the shield to stop floating. I'm going to skip the rest of these. This is a bunch of them. Comical, yeah. Look, accidents happen, yeah. Angel hide was supposed to be a surprise for your birthday. Telepathic node? What the frick? Weapons. Weapon type. Dismemberment rules. Oh my gosh, fear and hunger. Weapon qualities. Can be brutal, cumbersome, disengage, parry, reload. The creature dies. So Some creatures only have legs. Others have limbs that serve as both arms and legs. When you remove a limb from such a creature, the ref determines which effects of the table is appropriate, combining or adjusting as they see fit. If the creature doesn't have discernible anatomy, you instead deal twice as much damage against them as you normally would with a crit rather than dismembering them. So if you have dismember, if you crit, it removes one of the target's limbs. That's crazy. What the frick? This is just Funger. All the different weapons that you have, so what type of damage it is, bashing, chopping, stabbing, bow, ammunition. Use a short bow or long bow. Okay, so there is a difference, okay. Range 15 with a reload. Reload. You must use a maneuver. Oh, that's the crossbow. I thought that was the short bow. You must use a maneuver to load one piece of ammunition. After you attack, it must be loaded again. No. Oh, so the short bow is cumbersome. Why is it cumbersome? The weapon only occupies one slot on your backpack or belt, but requires two. Oh, okay. So cumbersome is a good thing. Cumbersome is, or at least when it comes to two-handed weapons. If it is a short bow, you can stow it for one, but you can hold it for two. If it's a long bow, you have to stow it for two, hold it for one. Got it. Interesting. Why is this asterisk 1? Oh, slots 1 because cumbersome. Got it. Metal weapon upgrades, wood weapon upgrades, crafting. This doesn't say if it's wood or not. I feel like that's a very good thing to keep in mind, whether or not it's metal or wood. Gosh. Upgraded weapons, weapon enchantments. Weapon enchantments. Crafting materials, pet stats. Hirelings, employment terms. Oh my gosh. You can have an animal lover, aw. Okay. They can be a smarty pants. They can activate a car alarm outside my home and then turn it off. Thank you. Sale percentage. Oh my god. This is like getting in the weeds. I didn't realize Crows was that kind of game. I mean, I guess I should have. Like, this is a game about hawking your wares. This is a game. So this is now the various village components. The buildings. Getting a pet to go fight cosmic horrors with us. Yeah. I want to see what a monster stat block looks like. Cannibals. They want to eat the PCs? Oh no. Wait. Death to the gods. They hate all religion. Oh my gosh. What are monsters? Monsters. Okay. No staff weapons? Was there no staff weapons? What, like a quarterstaff? Yeah. I guess the thing to wonder here. The thing to wonder here is how many of these. Well, also, like, chopping. Chopping is different from slashing. Chopping has dismember. Why does chopping as a damage type does not always do dismember? I mean, maybe it does. Maybe it does. Monsters. The term monster is used in this game to refer to creatures who are not humans or animals. There are 6 monster types in the core game. Angels. Though called angels for their otherworldly home and beauty, these creatures are far from heavenly. They radiate magic that charms and warps the mind of their prey. Blood creatures. Amalgamations of flesh and fluid of humans and animals. Blood creatures are held together by the same magic that makes them ravenous for the flesh of other creatures. Most are animalistic in nature. Demons. Beasts summoned from the pits of hell. Demons slaughter others for fun. They're fast, strong, and tenacious. Plants. Animated by necromancy, these plants use viney tendrils and roots to move, stab, and choke prey to quench a literal bloodthirst. Undead. The reanimated remains of humans, twisted and killing machines that abhor anything alive. Uniques. Some monsters are unique experiments. Most have a level of sapience that other monsters lack, and there's only one of each such creature in Kornath. Monster names. Except for uniques, each monster doesn't have a specific name. Instead, a monster is given a letter after its type for referring in the rules, like Blood Creature A or Undead C. The arrival of monsters threw the world into chaos, so there's no universal nomenclature for them. Each monster has art for you to show your players, so you can come up with names for them. There's a list of colloquial names the NPCs might use to refer to monsters, so the ref doesn't have to come up with them on the fly, but they still can. No darkness penalty. Monsters have special senses that mean darkness and dim light impose no penalty. Hates and likes. Every monster likes and hates objects and objects. Every monster type has likes and hates. Objects, other creatures, sights, smells, and sounds that can be used to attract, distract, and misdirect them. They can be used to bait traps and ambushes, or allow PCs to sneak by or flee from a threat that's beyond their capabilities. Likes. When a monster encounters a hint of something they like, they seek out the source and investigate further. If they find something they like and no danger is apparent, the monster spends time interacting with it. If several monsters stumble upon a small amount of something they like, they can fight over which of them gets to keep it. All monsters like living, vulnerable prey, and the distress sounds created by animals and humans. Above all, monsters like living, so they are unlikely to engage with a like while confronted with obvious danger. Hates. When a monster encounters something they hate, they hunt down the source and try to destroy it. If a weaker monster, with a power of 9 or lower, finds an overwhelming amount of something they hate, they might flee instead. If a monster hates cheese, they might tear a wheel apart, but would flee from an entire cavern full of dairy delights. Above all, monsters hate dying, so they are unlikely to engage with a hate while a bunch of crows attack them. However, if one of the PCs is wearing or carrying something they hate, they prioritize attacking that PC. Sussy circumstances. Monsters can be sussy of finding something they like or hate in an unusual or dangerous place, such as their favorite food suddenly appearing in the middle of a room, or an object they hate hanging over a lava pit. If a monster approaches something they like or hate in an unusual or dangerous circumstance, you can have them make this roll. On a tier 1, they approach the like or hate without suspicion. On a tier 2, the monster approaches with suspicion, investigating anything that seems out of place before approaching the like or hate. On a tier 3, the monster doesn't approach the like or hate and leaves the area but stays close, waiting to find out what's really going on and preparing an ambush for potential danger, or gathering allies to better investigate. Really, even like undead do that. Crazy. I thought that would be like a sapiens thing. I thought that would be like if it's smart. Truly a monster who doesn't love cheese? Probably most people that are lactose intolerant? Are you calling all people who are lactose intolerant monsters? Ending the fight. Monsters are more aggressive than most humans or animals, but they're still likely to flee from a fight when it becomes clear they're going to lose. Weaker monsters tend to stick with others of their ilk and never stray too far from that pack to pursue prey. Stronger monsters pursue prey on their own if they think they can win the fight, but I'm waiting, but I've also met lactose intolerant people that love cheese. Listen, you're going to make whatever mistakes you do. That's what lactate is for. Monsters in dungeons rarely pursue prey far outside the walls of their home, remaining in their territory to defend it. Monsters wandering the wilds are vulnerable and tend to flee earlier if battle starts to go south to find safety and way to recover from their wounds. Monsters will often allow the PCs time to flee after killing a human or pet, provided their kill is large enough to satiate their hunger. Oh, so if like someone dies, just like run, let them eat them. Blood creatures. Kralin created blood creatures. Oh, there's 6 types because there's 6. 6 wizards. Kralin created blood creatures, amalgamations of fluid and flesh of several creatures brought together in the form of an entirely new predator. Blood creatures have exposed musculature and red features. They know on some instinctual level their existence is unnatural, and this knowledge drives them to feast on the flesh of humans and animals as a way to prove they're superior and belong in the world. Likes. Blood creatures like large quantities of animal or human blood, a gallon or more, the scent of iron, and the sound of dripping liquid. They hate dry bones without any flesh, containers holding large quantities of clean fresh water, a gallon or more, and soap. So they're your average Redditor. Blood creature encounters. 1d6 blood creature A, 2d6 blood creature A, 1 blood creature B, 1d6 blood creature B, 1 blood creature C, 1 blood creature C, and 1d6 blood creature A. So, creep, red drool, spindleclaw, they hunt in packs dropping from above onto prey. They drool bright red saliva when food is near. They're small, they have 1 power, they're a blood creature. They have a 5 stamina, 6 speed, climb speed 6, agility 2, mind -2, strength 0, They attack with claws at a +2. Range melee 1. On a tier 2, it's 2 damage. On a tier 3, it's 3 damage. This blood creature treats falls as 10 squares shorter when calculating fall damage. After falling and taking no damage, they gain an edge on attacks and damage until the end of the turn. Sure. Blood creature B. Blood spider, mouth eyes, an orb of tendrils split by a toothy maw that parts to reveal glowing red eyes. This blood creature clings to surfaces and their enemies. You. Climb speed 6. Oh, it can do this upside down. It's able to do this upside down. 2 agility, -1 mind, 1 strength. Bite +2, tendril +2. Tendril snare. When the creature gets a tier 3 result on a tendril attack against a medium or smaller creature, the target is grabbed. Well, the target is grabbed this way. The creature's bite deals an additional 2 damage to them, and this creature can use a maneuver to deal 2 damage to the target. Okay. It tier 3 tendril attacks you. Grapples you. Now, when it bites you, it gets +2 damage. Also, it can use a maneuver to do flat 2 damage. Writer was taken over by goblins before finishing the paragraph. I guess, probably blood creature. My guess would be blood creature B. Blood brute, tiny arms, a malleable creature that most often resides in somewhat humanoid form. The monster has the power to knock down doors to get at prey, but prefers to flow through them. Okay, so power 8. Stamina 40. Agility 0, mind 0, strength 2. What was this? Stamina 15? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Punch, 4 damage, 8 damage. Claw, 3 damage, 7 damage. This blood creature can fit through spaces as small as 1 inch wide and never needs to squeeze. They can't be grabbed or knocked prone. Oh my goodness gracious. The Ring Collector is a creature gifted with supernatural strength and speed who's obsessed with finding and collecting magical rings. They invaded and wiped out several villages during the Necromancer War in pursuit of rings. The Ring Collector is Kralen's advisor Namlin. Namlin stayed loyal to the Archmage even after he became a Necromancer, even after all others left Kralen's side. As a gift, Kralen warped Namlin's flesh and turned them into a hunter of magic rings, one meant to eventually adorn the Necromancer's fingers. Namlin became too covetous of the rings and refused to give them over to Kralen. The Necromancer stripped the Ring Collector of their collection and imprisoned them in this crystal for insolence a short time before disappearing. 100 stamina, 4 agility, 5 mind, 4 strength. Literally kneel. When this creature gets a tier 3 result with a kneel attack, the target falls prone. Oh, it forces you to kneel. Got it. Exploding sword. When this creature's sword attack kills a creature, the target explodes and deals 1d6 damage to each creature within 1 square. Oh my gosh. I assume that also includes you, but it can punch with 2 targets. Extra action. This creature can take 1 additional action and maneuver on their combat turn. Vanish. The creature can teleport up to 50 miles to a location they've visited before, regardless of line of effect. Ring sense. The creature knows the exact location of any magic ring within 20 squares of them, regardless of line of effect. Oh my gosh. Yeah, literally kneel in front of my exploding sword. Wait a second. Wait. No. No. $20 is not $20. Okay, $20 is $20, and like... It's a blood creature. It's a blood creature. It's made of the amalgamation of fluid and flesh of several creatures. I mean... Namlin better put a ring on it. Undead. Warped and reanimated by the magic of Ornasa, undead despise the living. Made from the remains of dead humans, some part of even the simplest undead remembers the previous existence of all the humans who make up their living parts, though vaguely. If one can tap into the most personal of memories for an undead, they just might cause the creature's overwhelming hatred of the living to falter for a moment. Undead like images, sounds, and smells that could remind them of the people they loved most in life, animal, human corpses that have been dead less than 24 hours, cold temperatures, and the scent of wet earth. Undead hate images, sounds of people that hated in life, iconography of the gods, a fire the size of a bonfire or larger, stained glass art. Undead encounters. Just different mixtures of them. D6 treasure, but it's a D10. Interesting. Oh, but there's like 7 undead. Got it. Common names. Razorback, spine, death. These undead move in packs like feral dogs. Feral dogs that grow spines and can shoot them at distance. Oh my gosh. 10 stamina, 1 - 3, 2. I imagine most of these creatures are going to have a low mind. I imagine the angels and the demons are probably going to have a fairly good mind. When the undead get a tier 3 result with their claws against a creature and damages their stamina or gives them a wound, the target gains a laceration until they regain stamina. When the target makes a maneuver and takes an action on their turn, they take 1 piercing damage for each laceration. The undead can jump a number of distance equal to the speed as a maneuver. Oh my gosh. Longclaw, spined one. When an undead A devours enough flesh, their body evolves, growing more and longer spines on their rotting form. Many groups of undead A have 1 or 2 of these creatures among their ranks, though the most successful packs consist almost entirely of undead B. So more stamina, more speed. Oh my gosh. When the undead counters, they deal 5 damage. Gosh. Goodness gracious. Gray Death, Rotting Breath. Again, average Redditor. The many limbs of this horse-sized undead make them an agile, quick predator that can squeeze the breath and break the rims of a victim as they up a wall and into the dark to avoid other threats. So they yoink you. Grabber. When the undead gets a tier 3 result with a crush attack against a medium or smaller creature, the creature is grabbed. There is no limit to the number of creatures they can grab. Big Bite. While they have a target grabbed, the undead's bite deals additional 2 damage. As a maneuver, the undead deals 2 piercing damage to each creature they have grabbed. So my assassin, in almost all of these circumstances, immediately going to run out of stamina. 5 stamina, I get hit like maybe once before I start taking wounds. That's rough. So I'm just never going to get hit. Easy. Firebelly, Skull Mountain. A pile of skulls atop a mountain of gelatinous flesh. A literal fire caused by the tormented souls trapped inside the undead burns in belly of this creature. Stamina 50. It's huge. Mine is actually 0. Funny enough. As an action, the undead shoots a fire in a 10x2 line within 1 square of them. Each creature in the area must make an agility resistance. As a maneuver, the undead can grab the corpse of a human who has died within the last 24 hours, that is within 2 squares of them, and incorporate it into their form. The corpse and any mundane equipment it carries are destroyed, and the undead regains 10 stamina. It has a 5 speed. I was expecting to have like maybe a 1 speed, if not 0. Oh my gosh. 0 mind, yeah. Yeah, uniques are raid bosses. Babbling Death, Hideous Choir. Okay, Babbling Death is just like what I got called back in college. This lumbering pile of flesh seems to be 2 giant, smaller humans fused to the back of a giant. All 3 of the heads are equipped with razor-share teeth and babble nonsense as they stalk prey with heavy, tireless steps. 60 stamina. Grabbing Fist. When the undead gets a tier 3 result with their fist against a medium or smaller creature, they're grabbed. It can grab up to 2 targets and deals an additional 3 damage to targets they have grabbed. Bite Frenzy. As an action, the undead can make a bite attack that targets every enemy within 1 square of them. Horrid Gnashing. When a non-undead creature with a mind score of 1 or lower starts their turn within 1 square of the undead, they take a bane on all tests until the start of their next turn. Huh. So unless you have a 2 mind or higher, but if you have a 2 mind or higher, you're fine. Interesting. Gosh, I'm gonna drink some water. It has been 4 hours. I am really hungry. Oh my gosh. Undead G? I thought that was only Undead F. I'm hungry. Oh, this playtest only has blood creatures and undead. Got it. I'll just run through the undead. I'm not gonna worry about the village. And then once I'm done with the undead, I'll do Q&A and wrap up. Wish me luck. I'm trying to win my local Warhammer tournament. I just finished painting. Good night from Europe. Before you go, what army? And best of luck.
Gore beast, rot pile, sludge, formed from the muscle, sinew, and jagged bones of humans. This moving pile of gore can form weapons out of their bones and hurl toxic chunks of its own flesh at their enemies. Oh my gosh. 75. Bone shard. 7 damage, 12 damage, exploding mote. As an action, the undead hurls a chunk of their flesh and explodes into a gas in a 4 cube. Each non-undead in the area must make a strength save. I'm surprised it deals 15 and 7. I'm surprised that it's not that it deals like 4 piercing or like 5 piercing. Like I assumed it would have done less damage with piercing because it's a gas. This is also a Redditor. The undead faction is just Redditors. Also, the blood faction is also Redditors. Glorp through. Huh? As a maneuver, the undead moves their speed without provoking opportunity attacks, and while entering other creature spaces at no speed penalty, each creature space they enter takes 1d6 damage. If they end this movement in another creature space, the undead slides the creature into the nearest unoccupied space of their choice. Liquid Death, when the undead is reduced to 0 stamina, their body explodes in a fountain of acidic gore. Each creature within 2 spaces takes 1d6 damage. Undead G, Fallen Knights, Rusted Ones, the souls of powerful warriors and mages are fused into a single corpse and a suit of armor to create this undead, who is a master of magic and swordplay. Back to the swordplay. Kneel before my exploding sword. Oh, well, I'm a master of swordplay. They take great delight in crushing their toughest opponent in front of an audience of weaklings. Mind 5, Strength 5. Ooh, this one's cool. I want to run this. Rust, when the undead deals damage to a creature wearing metal armor or wielding a sword or shield with rust swords. Each item has its AD reduced by 5 after the attack. Hurl away. When the undead hits with Begone, they can vertically slide the target 3 squares on a tier 2 or 5 squares on a 3. That's hilarious. Good, just flying in the air. Which I will remind you, each square is 15 feet. If you go up 3 squares, that's 15 feet. Or so each square is 5 feet. If you go up 3 squares, that's 15 feet. You take damage for every 10 feet beyond the first 10. Extra action takes 1 more. Oh, Undead G gets an extra action. I assumed that was going to be like the legendary named one. Insect Breath. As an action, the undead breathes a plague of stinging insects in a 5 cube within 1 square. Each enemy must make an agility save. 20 damage. Rise! A human killed by this undead rises as an undead creature A, 1d6 rounds after death. Oh my gosh. Undead H, Flayer of Souls, Spine Cruncher. A massive tower of bone, muscle, mouths, and thinly stretched skin, this undead hoards the remains of their kills, forming them into new undead once enough have been gathered. They can also grow swords made of human spines instantaneously from their hands. Weakening Blade. When the undead damages a creature with their spine swords, the creature is weakened. Vorpal Blade. When the undead scores a crit with their bite attack against a large or smaller creature, the creature's head is removed. Yeah. Extra action. Whirlwind. Oh my gosh. As an action, the undead moves up to their speed without provoking opportunity attacks. Each enemy they come within 2 squares of at the start of, end of, and during the move takes 1d6. Start of, end of, and during. So, I'm here. It's like this. I start, you're within 2 of me. You take you take 10 damage. I then move. Because I move 1 space and you're still within 2, you take another 10 damage. And because I moved a 2nd space while you're thin, you take another 10 damage. And this continues. It is 7 speed. I can deal this 7 times. And then it stops moving and you take another 10 damage. You are dead. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't know if that's intentional. Maybe it's you can only take damage like 1d10 per turn. Because like you can only do it once. That's crazy. Dang Shriek. 2 per day. As maneuvered, the undead's many mouths open in a hideous, discordant scream. Each enemy within 5 squares must make a mind resistance roll, or be prone and vulnerable, prone or no effect. Awesome. That's crows. Yes, there is the dungeon and village. I'm not going to worry about this unless there is anything about dungeon, the floating manor. Dungeon, the blood library. Before Kraylin the Clever became Kraylin the Craven. Ha! Kraylin the Craven. Oh my gosh. And then, before they reached the blood library, they noticed following details. An enormous hunk of scabby flesh covered in giant moving eyes weeps blood and pus in a red lake. The lake flows into a tall, wide wound in the scab that leads to stone steps that rise up out of the red. A pyramid-shaped, dark blue glass skylight peeks out of the top of the scab. The blood lake and library's entrance are depicted on the blood library map. Do I have that? Should be. Maps? Blood library. Good maps. Riddle list. Is labels? Open this just once. Okay, so can you? No. But I grab this. Okay. So this is like the weird blood pustule entrance. Then there's area 1 in here. There's area 2. You can continue forward to... Oh, area 3 is above it. Got it. So it's a 2-story thing. Area 4 is over here. Area 5 is over there. This is a spiral staircase going up. Spiral staircase going up. Spiral staircase going up. Okay. So the blood library is not that large. Some would say it's disappointingly small. I would say it's actually like way above average back where I come from. So on a tier 1 result, if you make a test about it, no info. On a tier 2, blood creatures are attracted to blood. Wow. On a 3 creatures, a creature covered in blood can't hide from a blood creature. Got it. So if you have to wade through blood, it will be like, oh, like you can't hide from them. It's 3 feet deep and it's easy to wade through, though a PC who enters has their clothes stained with blood. A PC who is covered in blood takes a bane on tests made to sneak and hide from blood creatures. A PC can clean the blood as a rest activity. The PCs may avoid wading through by climbing the fleshy mound that surrounds the library. No test is required. They use sharp weapons or tools to stab into the hole to hold their balance. They also cut down trees to build a bridge to cross. Entering the library, the PCs can enter the library by going through the entrance, Area 1, or by climbing up the scab and smashing the skylight, which leads them to Area 3, which is... got it. So scab, you can either wade through and go in, or you can break in the top floor here. Got it. Understood. The PCs can enter through area 1 of 3. The skylight is painted an opaque dark blue to filter out light and doesn't open. When the PCs enter the library, the first dungeon turn begins. Let them know and set the 30-minute timer. Share details. Unless otherwise noted, interior areas of the library share the following details. Darkness. There is no source of light. Flesh-covered walls. The walls of the library are covered in scabby flesh and can be climbed without a test by PCs who stab into the wall with sharp weapons or tools. Floor heights. The second floor of the library is 15 feet above the first. The ceiling of the second floor is 15 feet high. Map. Areas of the library keyed to the blood library map. Noticeable details. Every area starts with a bolded list of details the PCs notice when they enter for the first time, provided they can discern the details in the darkness. Library encounters. The EN for the library is 9. If at least one PC is bloodstained by the lake, it's 8. If half or more are bloodstained, it's 7. When a random encounter occurs, roll on the blood creature encounters table. The entrance. So that is this little antechamber here in this room. It's got a single table in it, looks like, and like 3 doors, or maybe a single door and 2 windows leading in. The entrance is filled with dim light thanks to the open entrance leading outdoors. A massive stone desk stands before 3 sets of doors. A pearl-handled letter opener is wedged through the handles of the south-facing cabinet. A pearl-handled letter opener is wedged through the handles of a south-facing cabinet door at the bottom of the desk. Cabinet. The letter opener is a tiny art object worth 20 gold coins. If it is removed from the cabinet door, the blood creature B trapped inside bursts forth, eager to devour the closest PC. Yeah, I don't think that's a trap. I think that someone locked it in there and like stabbed it with the closest thing they got. But that's a good lesson to learn. This is a very good lesson to learn. If you grab the shiny object, the guillotine is going to be tripped. As someone who knows a few librarians, the idea of a blood library is either objectively funny or incredibly nerdy. How do they sort the blood? Do they have opinions and database types? Do they track blood expiry dates? You are describing a blood bank. That is just a blood bank. I think it's poorly worded. It means if an enemy is within 2 of the movement at any point, they take 1d10. That's what I assumed. I mean, this is a playtest, but... Do they do blood outreach? Do they have bloody drag story time? Oh my gosh. Library grounds. So that is going to be this whole area. But it actually has 4 stairways going up. I didn't notice this before. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Like, it's a library. You want that to be accessible. At first, I thought these were all like pews, but it's probably bookshelves, would be my guess. That is my guess. Mostly empty shelves hold a few ruined books. Spiral staircases in each corner lead up to the balcony that lines the walls above. If the blood creatures are still in Area 3, the sound of several mouths gnawing on something wet and juicy comes from above. Shelves. The shelves here are mostly empty save for a lore book, magic lore, that can be found if a PC spends 5 minutes searching the shelves. The blood creatures. The blood creatures in Area 3 come to investigate if the PCs make any loud noises or ignite a light source that gives off bright light of 10 squares or more. Library balcony. If the blood creatures haven't gone to Area 2, several blood creatures, 6-armed, short humanoids with razor teeth, cling to the walls here, feasting on the flesh. Mostly empty shelves line the back wall of a balcony that overlooks more library below. A closed cabinet stands on the west wall, just south of a door, painted with a red droplet. Blood creatures. There are 2 blood creature A's per member of the PC's party. The creatures fight until the PCs outnumber them, then flee. If the PCs flee this area, the creatures don't pursue, content to continue munching on the walls. That's cute. You can always do, ooh, shiny. They are just consequences. Yes, you can do ooh, shiny in the crows game. That will just lead to a group of crows having a murder. Shelves. The shelves here are mostly empty save for the 2 lore books, historical lore and nature lore, that can be found if a PC spends 5 minutes searching. Let me look up historical. So that's expertise. What does a lore book give? Lore book, historical lore. I assume lore book. Lore book. Lore book? Lore books. They buy and sell standard, fine, and master. Am I dumb? Does this ever explain what a lore book is? Like, is it just knowledge? Like, when you read a lore book as a rest activity, you can read a second lore book as part of this? No? I assume what it is that if you read a lore book, you temporarily gain expertise in it. And it probably has a role of a usage die. But am I dumb? Did I just like miss this? The bookseller? Yeah, they eat drywall just like you for real. Well, maybe you shouldn't be eating drywall. I don't know if I'm just dumb. I may have just missed it. But my assumption is that if you read it during a rest, you gain expertise in that lore book. Is my assumption. Lock cabinet. The cabinet is locked and trapped. A PC who examines the key will notice a small arcane rune carved above it and can decipher its meaning with the following test. No info, the rune means fire. The rune is a magic trap, and if the lock is tampered, the cabinet explodes. If the key used in Area 6 is used to unlock the cabinet, the trap is disarmed. Of any PC can attempt to pick the lock, taking a bane on the test if they use a tool other than a lock picking set. On a tier 1, the trap triggers. On tier 2, the cabinet is open wide enough for the opener to grab one item from it before the trap triggers. On a tier 3, the cabinet unlocks and the trap is disarmed. If a creature attempts to force the cabinet open with brute strength or damages the door or lock, the trap triggers. When the trap triggers, the cabinet explodes and everything inside of it is destroyed. Each creature within range 2 must make an agility, 2d6, 1d6, or 0. It contains a healing potion, shrink spellbook, and a poison vial. Nice. You shouldn't eat drywall, eat wet wall instead, much easier to munch. It's a texture thing. It's a texture thing. And like, I can't blame you for that. So this is area 4 over here. It has a star symbol, and it also has a stairwell leading up. It might be actually one of those things that they thought they explained, but actually forgot to explain. Yeah, so, I mean, this is a playtest. So I haven't played this game, so I'm not going to like go around and, I mean, it could be lore book, could be in a different rule book. I doubt it's not, probably not monster, so like it's probably they just like forgot to include it, but that is something to mention. What about the meat wall? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about meat wall. It's probably undercooked. Oh wait, why am I gone? What the frick? Why am I disappeared? Wait, when did I disappear? When did my what? Hi, Sterling. I'm thinking about a certain video game that has a tower made of meat that's harvested by nearby locals. Interesting. Prison Crystal. This area... Oh, this is where Namlin is imprisoned. This area is a 30-foot high chamber that is filled with dim light emanating from the huge crystal at the center of the chamber. A soft glowing purple crystal with 10-foot diameter and nearly 30 feet height rises out of a dais towards the vaulted ceiling. The silhouette of a cloaked figure with 10 arms holding a large sword floats at the center of the crystal. A spiral staircase next to the crystal rises 15 feet in the air to meet a catwalk that circles the crystal and leads to an iron throne that touches the glowing stone. The heavy crystal is built into the floor and has 50 stamina. A creature who touches the crystal or sits on the throne can communicate telepathically with the entity trapped inside. If a crow wants to recall lore about the entity, they can make the following test. No info. They know the info in the first paragraph of the ring collector. They know the first 2 paragraphs. Got it. I assume that's this paragraph and this paragraph, not the actual stat block of the monster. The ring collector is a creature gifted with supernatural strength and speed who's obsessed with finding and collecting magic rings. They invaded and wiped out several villages during the Necromancer War in pursuit of rings. The ring collector is Kraelin's advisor Namlin. Namlin's blah blah blah. Okay. Namlin became too covetous, blah blah blah. When a PC touches a crystal, they receive a telepathic message from Namlin asking calmly and softly for freedom and promising rewards. The PC can respond telepathically and have a conversation with Namlin as long as they remain touching the crystal. If asked about their background, Namlin claims to have been betrayed by Kraelin and refers to himself as the Collector if asked for a name. Namlin knows much of the library's secrets and is willing to give the following information to the PCs in exchange for freedom. They give one of the following details the PCs don't already know to prove their knowledge, but provide no other information about the library until they're free. How the trap on the locked cabinet in Area 3 works and location of the key, the alcove hidden behind the shelf in Area 5, how the trap in Area 7 works and which book to select to prevent it from happening, the properties of a magic item found by the PCs in the library. If the PCs ask about the sword, Namlin promises to give it to them if they're freed, and brings them the minor telekinesis ring from Area 8. Give it to you? As in, like, stab it into you? If Namlin is freed and the PCs don't have the ring, the collector shares any promised secrets and then leaves the chamber, walking directly to Area 8, breaking down the door, and moving inside to grab the ring. All blood creatures cower in Namlin's presence, staying at least 5 squares away and only attacking creatures who attack them first or are more than 5 squares from the collector. The collector takes the minor telekinesis ring from Area 8, then vanishes from the library. If the PCs give Namlin the ring after freeing them, the collector gives them a magic greatsword which has the exploding property. If the PCs have the ring and don't give it to Namlin, Namlin fights until the ring is surrendered. Whenever Namlin gets the ring, they vanish from the library. I disappeared when I was gone. Yeah, wow. What do I know? Unconscious invisibility jutsu is a street tier feat. Oh my gosh. Personally, I take my wall well done. How dare you? How dare you? I used to go medium because my mother said like, oh, that's easiest on the chef. And like, it's also like the hardest to screw up. I go medium rare. And if it's a little rare, I don't mind. If it's medium, I don't mind. I have had well done meat and I'm not a huge fan. It's okay. The tower consent, it's ethically sourced. Oh my gosh. I'm glad that this game has ethically sourced meat. Either Namlin gives them the sword or gives them the sword. Yeah. The PCs get his exploding greatsword. I'm surprised Namlin's actually like cordial about this. I'm surprised Namlin actually works with them. Laboratory. A large stone table carved with... Sorry. Let me demonstrate. Laboratory. Ooh. Also, for area 3. Oh yeah, that's the cabinet right there. What? That's the cabinet right there from the other room that explodes. Yeah, so ooh. A large stone table carved with glyphs holding the corpse of a wolf-sized spider, 13 rotting dead crabs, a bucket of blood, and a journal. Empty jars sit upon the shelves and tables on the walls. A spiral staircase leads up. Huh. I guess this is like a ritual to create a blood tendril, because a blood creature bee. Blood creature ritual. The journal has extensive notes on a magic ritual to create a blood creature. A PC who studies the journal as a rest activity can attempt to perform the ritual. The ritual requires a special table in this area, the corpses of a giant spider, and 13 crabs in a bucket filled with blood. Attempting the ritual consumes the materials used in it. The PC performing the ritual must make the following test. On a tier 1, they are destroyed and the PC takes 3d6 piercing damage. If it kills them, they became a blood creature C under the ref's control. The PC creates a blood creature B that they know will remain under the control until the end of the DT or harmed by the PC or their allies. The PC creates a blood creature of B that is now a pet they own. I mean, come on, I'd do it. Shelves and tables. A PC who searches the table finds a smoke bomb. A PC who examines the table for secrets can make the following test. If a PC searches the floor in front of the northernmost shelves specifically, a PC who examines the room for secrets can make the following test. If a PC searches the floor in front of the northernmost shelves specifically, they automatically get a tier 3 result. So if you search specifically the floor in front of these shelves, right here, you get a tier 3 automatically. No info. The PC notices scratches on the floor in front of the shelf as tier 2, but the PC also infers this means the shelf is often moved to get at something behind it. If the shelves are moved, the PC finds an alcove behind it that contains 3 blood creature parts for crafting and harvesting and 38 gold coins. I'm surprised it's not a roll. I guess it makes sense it's not a roll because it's kind of more dangerous to do random rolling for gold if it's also tied to experience. But also, like, I'm a bit surprised that they just shows like, oh, here's 38 random gold, as opposed to like, here is 3d6 plus 30, right? Here is 2d6 plus 25. Here is 30 gold. Like I get the 38 makes it feel more random, but I'm surprised it's not random, like actually random. Private quarters. So the private quarters in number 6 is above it. Yes. So goop, bed, little alcove, and a little thing. Nice. Rotted timbers and torn cloth litter the floor of this chamber, sitting atop a shallow, wide puddle of blood. A small crack in the west wall. Oh, okay. So this is cardinal north is down on the map. Okay. A small crack in the west wall is just big enough for a person to squeeze into. Spiral staircase leads down. Difficult terrain. The floor of this chamber is difficult terrain. A PC suspicious of the puddle can make this test. No info. The PC knows the blood is related to blood creatures. The PC knows the puddle is a sleeping creature C. If a creature enters the room without sneaking or touches the puddle, then the puddle, which is an unconscious blood creature C, awakens. A creature trying to not wake the blood creature must make the following test to sneak into and out of the room if they interact with the coins or in iron bars in the alcove. The creature wakes on a tier 1. The creature remains asleep but stirs. If any PC makes this test and gets this result again, it awakes or it remains asleep. Alcove treasure. The alcove contains a 2-foot long wood chest that is locked. It can be easily smashed or forced open. Doing so wakes the blood creature. A PC can attempt to pick the lock with this result. PC stays locked and it wakes. It remains unlocked but does not wake. The chest is unlocked. The creature stays asleep. Okay. It contains 5 iron bars, small crafting materials, 19 gold coins, and a handwritten note on a piece of parchment that says gold clasps. The chest also contains a red key with a head shaped like a blood droplet. Okay, so that's a locked cabinet. This is the key to open it that is explained prior. Presumably it's for ritual purposes. And my guess is that the blood creature C was whoever was living here before. Because like, I doubt this blood library was Kalen's in particular. I doubt this like is Kalen. But like the fact Namlin is here implies this is a place of great importance, right? Forbidden books. So over in number 7. Here on floor 1, we have area 7. This is where forbidden books are. The door to this chamber from area 2 is locked and can be unlocked with the key in area 6. Okay. A creature can attempt to pick the lock or break down the door. On a tier 1, it remains locked and the attempt makes prolonged noise. On a tier 2, it opens and the attempt makes prolonged noise. On a tier 3, it opens. It has 50 stamina. Attacking it makes prolonged noise. Any prolonged noise draws the attention of the blood creatures in area 3 and also triggers an encounter check. Ooh, both. When the PCs enter the area, share these details. Okay, so something I'm noticing. The actual amount of creatures in this dungeon is pretty sparse. However, the fact there are encounter checks every 30 real life minutes means you're gonna be running into more blood creatures than this. I'm thinking this is kind of small. I mean, obviously it's like a little playtest dungeon that's intended probably to be dealt with in a session, 2 sessions maybe, depending on how quickly you go along, how quickly you extricate. You probably won't delve into this dungeon more than like 3 times is my guess, if not more than once. Like I imagine this is built so that you can delve in once, get through everything, leave reasonably. Maybe it takes 2 sessions, maybe it takes 3 sessions, but like in terms of sessions you are in here, you're not you're not going into this dungeon multiple times. There is the blood creature B in the cabinet. There are the blood creature A's in room 3. And there is blood creature C, and then obviously Namlin, who is like a trapped entity, but blood creature C, which is sleeping. That's not that many enemies, but there is the encounter tables. So encounter tables are more core to the game than I expected. I was not expecting there to be this much reliance on randomly rolled enemy tables. When they enter, share the details. A spiral staircase at the center of the room leads from the door up to a metal trapdoor. The flesh-coated walls in this room are covered in green, throbbing pustules. The room's 5 longest walls have a leather-bound tome chained to a fleshy plinth. The books are identical, save for the metal on their clasps, which are, starting on the westmost wall and going clockwise, gold, silver, copper, brass, and platinum. Probably have to start with gold. A metal drain grate sits on beneath. Oh no, oh no, a metal drain grate sits. Oh no, that's bad. Okay, that's real bad. The bleached bones of humanoids litter the floor because a metal drain grate sits on the beneath stairs. Yeah. Oh, it's acid! If a creature touches a book other than the one with gold clasps or gets violent with a pustule, a trap triggers. Begin tracking the game in combat rounds. At the start of the first round, the door and the trap door in this room shut and lock if not destroyed, and neither can be unlocked with the key from area 6 while the trap is active. I was wondering how the door was locked after it had activated. My assumption is it can lock on itself, so that makes sense. This trapdoor has the same statistics as the door in this chamber that leads to area 2. Also at the start of the first round, the pustules pop and begin spraying constant streams of a flesh-eating acid into the room. At the end of the first round, the acid in the room reaches a height of 5 feet. The height is is 10 feet by the end of the second round, and the entire room is flooded with acid by the end of the third round, which is also when the acid stops streaming. If the door to area 2 is open, the acid instead flows out into that area, creating a puddle of acid that is 1 foot deep and moves 5 foot squares west at the end of each round. All acid drains at the end of the dungeon turn. So theoretically, if the dungeon turn activates while it's active, you just have to hold out for a couple minutes. If a creature starts their turn in or enters the acid, they take 1d6. If they're fully submerged, they take 2d6 instead. Books. The gold class book is a dead speech spell book. The other books are empty journals. Now, for above that, above the trapdoor, it's here. Area 8. The door to this area from Area 3 is locked. It has the same statistics as the door described at the start of Area 7. 4 black stone pedestals each hold up a different treasure. The southmost holds 2 books. The southwest holds a chest. The northwest holds a ring. And the northmost holds a mask made of jade. So, south is up. So, 2 books. A chest. Wait, wouldn't that be southeast? Wait, yeah, so this is east, right? No. North, south, east, west. Never mind, I'm a liar. I'm a liar, I'm a cheater, I'm a fool. So there's a chest. A ring. Okay, this is the ring telekinesis. And a mask. Okay. I just wanted to orient that. Blood creatures. An open metal door in the center of the floor gives way to a stunning spiral stair. Blood creatures shaped like spiders walk on the ceiling of this chamber. Treasures. The books on the pedestal are lore book, monster lore, and a corrupt spell book. The ring is a minor telekinesis ring. The jade mask is a tiny art object, 50 gold coins, and the chest contains 538 gold coins. There is 1 blood creature bee plus 1 for each creature in the PC's party on the ceiling. So not for each character, for each creature in the PC's party. They move to attack PCs who enter the room or make prolonged noise opening the door. I guess, like, if you enter the room, it's kind of immediate. This doesn't say anything about, like, entering the room with light, entering the room loudly, entering the room and, like, disturbing stuff. It's just entering the room, right? Oh, so that's the entire dungeon. Nice. Although... oh, right. So this Area 5, this was like a secret alcove that just had like some stuff in it. Oh, this is the crystal area. Okay, yeah. So nice little dungeon. You can probably finish this in a session, maybe 2. And it's just that you dive in, you go through, and you see how it goes. Oh. Liar, liar, plants for hire. This is the exact opposite. Unless I'm mistaken, unless I'm getting this wrong. Unless like the cabinet opens this way, I was under the impression that south is up, north is down. That compass is right, so I was wrong. You could also weaponize the acid against blood creatures. That is true. That is true. I think this wizard might like blood. Listen. Where do you get 13 crabs from? Probably from the blood lake outside. They're blood crabs. This wizard really liked blood, and I'm not going to judge them for that. I am, however, going to judge them for making a giant scab the size of an island. So, what I'm going to do. I'm going to do questions, and I'm going to wrap up, because it has been 5 hours. What is the airspeed velocity of a crow? Depends on if it is a laden crow and if it is African or European. So, like, did it get any loot? Good question. That's what you have to answer first. I'm probably going to be doing my first campaign as DM, and I honestly have nothing planned. It's Lancer. Is that a problem you think? If it is your first game DMing, I would say you should probably do some prep. I'd probably say that you should probably prep, and even if it's like a module, read the module first. So like if you are running a game of Lancer, have a firm understanding of actual combat mechanics. For instance, what does it mean when someone gets accuracy? What is the difference between an attack, and like a check. What does soft cover give you? Like these are all just very minor things that will come up. Like probably not attack versus check, but like attack versus check is just terminology you need to know. But like if you're running the game, you need to know like what does accuracy give? What does soft cover give? You don't need to know how do all of these things interplay? What is the systems of a Duskwing give you? Like you don't need to know that stuff. What you need to know though is what does reliable 2 mean? That's the kind of basic like rinse and repeat combat stuff you're going to need to worry about. I would brush up on that. I would also utilize. Wow, that's a big one. I would also look over NPC templates in the book. And prior to your game you are running, I would set up, okay, this is the sit rep I have in mind. They're going to deploy in the center. There's going to be enemy deployments there, there, and there. And I'm going to, on round 1, I'm going to spawn in 3 grunt berserkers and 2 grunt assaults and 1 bombard. And then on round 2, I'm going to bring in another 3 grunt assaults and 1 ace. And then on the 3rd and final round, I'm going to bring in 2 aces, 1 grunt berserker, and 1 bombard. Right. So now you have a situation where, like, on round 1, you're going to, like, bring in a bunch of grunts and 1 non-grunt. And maybe you don't decide where they spawn in. Maybe in the moment you're like, okay, they're all concentrated right here. But they're, like, struggling. I'm going to put the berserkers over here. So they have a minute to, like, catch their breath. And the bombard is going to go there. So the bombard has cover from them. Like, and that's the sort of thing you can do. You should also plan the sit reps. Unplanned Lancer combat is a recipe for disaster. Yeah, exactly. So you should have, like, what is the win condition other than just defeating all the enemies? What are the enemies you're going to spawn in what waves? And also, like, a basic understanding of what the combat is. Like, what does reliable do? What is the difference between, like, a weapon with smart and a weapon with arcing? What does cover give you? Soft cover versus hard cover. What does it mean if you get accuracy? And, like, how do you make a tech attack? Like, that kind of stuff. Arrow, do you cull your dice collection, or do you simply avoid acquiring mass amounts of dice? I just avoid acquiring mass amounts of dice. I have... Can you hear that? I have a bunch of dice. However, of these, I got, like, probably 80% of them from a board game called Dicecapades, which had, like, 6 different sets of D6s and 6 different sets of D8s and 6 different sets of D10s and 6 different sets of D12s and 6 different sets of D20s. And I just, like, stole that because I didn't care about Dicecapades. I've never played Dicecapades, but I stole all of their dice. And that allowed me to... I don't think I had D4s. That allowed me to, whenever I showed up to game night and I'm the DM, I can give everyone a set of dice. Or rather, I can leave a set of dice in the center that anyone can grab if they want. And obviously, like, if you're a D&D player, you probably want your own set of dice. So eventually they got their own set of dice. My friends in my group, when they got me the bag that these dice are all in right now, they got, like, each had their own different set of dice. And the color and design on the bag was actually inspired by their character, right? And then I got one that has, like, a little wolf on mine. And because I was, like, the leftover one, I didn't really mind. I got gold because I think it's just that I like yellow. And then oh my gosh, I just realized my dice bag, it's black and gold. It all fits. It's all been leading to this moment. And then the big one has a dragon that has a little D20 next to it, right? Honestly, you can just roll D8s and get D4s for half the result. The GM is essentially general, so having tactics for the sit rep in mind is helpful. That is also fair. That's also a very good point. I personally would also give some sort of restriction to what and how the enemies will act. Because if these are pirates, and the goal of the sit rep is to protect the VIP in the center of the map for 6 rounds, I think it's valid to have all of the pirates, because they want to kidnap this guy, they refuse to attack with the bombard or any blast weapons in where the VIP is, because the pirates aren't stupid. They don't want to kill their VIP. So if the players pick up on that and retreat back by the VIP and use them as a human shield, the bombard can't attack them. And that mechanically is just a nerf. It just makes it easier. However, that's what tactics are. That makes the sit rep more interesting and more unique than if the pirates just, fire away, blah, 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 blah. In Mouse Guard game, I'm playing a mouse whose goal is to be the king. Thoughts? I don't know Mouse Guard, so I assume that is you are different like adventurers and you're little mice that are knights, and I think that's neat. Down with the monarchy is my answer. Your Kane campaign, it was narrated simultaneous text, play-by-post, presidential or simultaneous online. So my Valentine's game, my Kane game, Kane Valentine's, was primarily on call via Discord because I do not live near my player. At one point, funny enough, Celerity Dust, they have a portal to Earth where they go to college, and they can come down from the college into Earth. And it was actually close enough to where I was out on the East Coast that I could have reasonably like driven to see them, or like they could have driven to see me. And I only learned this after I moved, which is very funny to me. But it was primarily call via Discord. However, there was a period of like a month, if not 2, where it was entirely play-by-post. And the entirety of like the Lord section of Resplendent Echo was play-by-post. No, so Cell is perpetually a college student. They have been stuck in college, the Celestial College, for the past couple years because they keep failing their class in how to form a cult. So they started VTubing to try and form a cult. It's very funny. I laugh at them constantly. However, Kane Valentine's, for a good like month and a half, was play-by-post. And this was like the entire Underman saga within Resplendent Echo. And I enjoyed both. I definitely prefer calling, and I think that my biggest preference would clearly be like in person. I would love to meet up with some other content creators and play an in-person game. The issue is I don't think I live by any that I know. So that Orc Codex, huh? Woof. Captain, it's only Wednesday. Psychic is back and the data sheets are much more powerful and the detachments are much more subdued. Attempts at balancing aircraft are being made. Do you have many thoughts? I have not been keeping up with it. I'm sure when I play against Neko Boy Blue, friend of the channel, he plays orcs. I'm sure I will experience orcs fully when he does that. I like data sheets over detachments. My issue is that it felt like for a lot of 10th, half of the armies, your detachment mattered more than your character, than your units. And the other half of the armies, your units mattered more than your detachment. And that was mostly because a lot of detachments were just really bad, right? For instance, when I'm playing CSM Deceptors, I get infiltrate, which means that normally when I deploy my army, you can deploy here as my opponent. I can deploy here. but I give the infiltrator keyword to certain amount of my units, and I can deploy them anywhere that is not like here, right? Here back is off limits, but anywhere here I can put my guys. That is less impactful than the units I take. Meanwhile, a detachment that was like Green Tide or whatever. Whatever one that like the detachment rule is like get stuck in. Orcs get sustained hits 1 on all of their melee weapons. That is more powerful than any unit that an orc can bring. Even like Gaz did not give that. And sustained hits 1 means that when you roll to attack me, if you roll 6, you don't just move to the wound step, you also roll twice. Because sustained hits, you roll a natural 6 on the d6 to hit me, you get a second hit. And so you try to wound me on 2 different wounds. Every single Choppa getting that was insane. I like detachments going down, and I also really like detachment points, where a 1 DP is usually going to kind of suck and be really specific. However, for instance, in CSM, I grab the Deceptors detachment, which is 2 DP. And because I'm playing at 2K, I can grab a 1 DP detachment because I can have 3 DP total. I can grab Devotees of Destruction. Why? Because I really like Havocs. No, Havocs aren't very good. No, but I can grab Devotees of Destruction. And you know what? I'm also going to grab a thing of Obliterators because I'm playing Devotees of Destruction. I might as well get my money's worth. What I will say is I don't like how if you play at like 1K, you can take a 3 DP, but you're not allowed to take a 2 DP and a 1 DP. If you play at 1K or 500, you are allowed to have a 3 DP detachment. It's just your maximum is supposed to be 2 DP. Which means if I'm playing Deceptors and I only have 2 DP and you are playing a 3 DP detachment, you are stronger than me detachment wise. Which I think if detachments don't matter that much, that's a good sign. That's a good choice. However, as it currently stands, all over the place detachments are kind of all over. I have a game I need to finish with Neko. We were supposed to finish it like last week, and like he like passed out and like missed our game, and so like I was doing other stuff, and then we just haven't rescheduled since. We need to finish our game. He is playing Orcs. I'm playing CSM. I baited him out with some infiltration. I did some response, and now I'm having to deal with the fact he has a Stompa, a 600-point giant mechanical mech just in the middle of the board, and we both really care about center objective, and that's all we care about. You're loving the Petra Parker post and art brings you such joy. I'm glad. Attempts at balancing aircraft are made. They kind of killed aircraft though, because what they did is that they took aircraft and they said, you can, instead of treating it like aircraft, you can instead remove the aircraft keyword from it and like lower its speed down to like 12 inches, right? And what that means is that anything that says like anti-air, anything that like benefits aircraft, anything that targets aircraft can't target aircraft no more because they gave a clause to remove the aircraft keyword. Silly. I am asking something about a TTRPG, hopefully not that one. Have I heard about Stone Top? I watched Quinn's Quest video about it the other day and I'm in love with basically everything. Yes, so I have seen the Quinn's Quest video. That is all I know about it. It vaguely inspired my own TTRPG, Neolithic, because it's set in a similar time period. It's Stone Age, even though that one I think is like early Iron Age. Yeah, I think it's really cool. I would love to run it. I don't have it, so I don't have many thoughts on it. I don't have a group for it. My thoughts on Dungeon Crawler Classic. I'm unfortunately unaware of what Dungeon Crawler Classic is. I assume it is a very popular OSR system or suite, is my guess. Have I heard of the upcoming Horus Heresy TTRPG by Cubicle 7? Would I be interested? Would I be interested? Yes. Vaguely. Right. Have I heard of it? No. I'm aware that apparently, like, Dark Crusade and like the other like 40k TTRPGs are actually pretty good. And something they get really right is the power scaling. When you play a Space Marine in one of the 40k TTRPGs, you like already are awesome. You already are that guy. You don't have to like start as a mook and then like be better as a Space Marine. You as a Space Marine are cracked. Similarly, if you're a Psyker, you're a cracked Psyker. If you're an Inquisitor, you're a cracked Inquisitor. So you already start really cool on high power, which I think fits 40k very well. Favorite bird? I think it's a little boring. I really like mourning doves. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. I just like it. I just like the noise that they make. I feel like doves, generally pretty good vibes. I'm not strong opinion on birds. Don't have strong thoughts on birds. Updates on the consortium. If you're asking about the Armiger consortium, I have 2 more frames in the pipeline that I have not worked on because I've been too busy. And then now I have a different creative interest in this like other TTRPG that I just started making. Really all I need to do is just make a couple more spells and make a couple enemy stat blocks to give you an idea of how to run it. And then it should be done. So my goal is that I'm going to use that as a framework to try out a new PDF software that I have. I don't remember which one it is. I think it's like Affinity or something. And I'm trying this new software that Svelte, the creator of the Harpodos, actually recommended to me. And it's like Adobe Premiere / it's GIMP / it's like the like Cantiva, like what these other software. It's like those, and it should be much better than Google Docs, which is what I was doing everything in prior. And it was not a good decision. Is not a good plan to do that. What's the name? I don't know. I'm not going to worry about that until the very end. I often name these things either first or last. That like same thing with themes. Themes and like names tend to be the first or last thing I come up with. The big thing I'm doing with this system is that you know one spell, and that is the only spell you know. I think Affinity is the name of it. I don't remember. I think Affinity as in Affinity. It's a free document editing software that you can do graphic design on. If a group of crows is a murder, are 2 crows just an attempted murder? No, that's if you like hit up the crows to meet up and then the session falls through. So that's an attempted murder. But yeah, so the consortium, I have 2 more frames in mind that I want to work on. I just haven't had the time or interest to hop back in. One is, it was going to be a controller. And then I realized like I'm making way too many controllers. So I don't want it. I don't want it to be a striker. I want the consortium to strictly like not have any strikers because I like that as a niche. It's strictly like support capabilities. One of them, I think it's the Ziz. Whatever the flying creature from the Bible is. It is one that has the ability to fly and to disrupt enemy formations. It can move enemies around, which feels very controller to me. It might be a controller striker. Because I can also see it like dive bombing people. The other thing is the Nephilim, which is a support frame that is a frontline melee support frame that focuses on inflicting shred on enemies and giving temporary armor boosts to allies. And initially, this was going to be the Rock and the Lastragonian. And then I was talking with chat, and then people were pointing out like other biblical names to fit with like Leviathan and Behemoth. And I'm like, I want it to be that, but I just couldn't think of any. So like flying creature, Ziz, Lastragonian, Nephilim. Seems to fit. So I'm going to wrap up. Thank you all so much for swinging by. Tomorrow, we're going to play 1000X Resist over on Twitch, of all things. I look forward to the Doom Deary. I'm very excited for it. I don't know anything about it going into it, except that, like, apparently there's, like, no art of the game. I stumbled across some fan art of it, and it was, like, one of the only ones I was tagged there. I'm excited for 1000X Resist. If you are still here, feel free to join in the Sayonara wave. Real Politics, Emotech the Stormlord, or the Silent King. My issue with that is that Emotech isn't wrong, right? Like, Emotech isn't wrong, but also, like, not the time, bro. Now is the time for the Silent King to unite his people and, like, bring balance to the galaxy, awaken the Tomb Worlds, eradicate the menace that both Chaos and the Tyranids, like, bring. But Emotech is, like, justifiably crashing out, and I can't blame him for that. So it's one of those things where, like, yes, the correct option is Zarek, the Silent King, but also Emotech, like, I can't blame him. I also like Trazen. Trazen is my favorite Necron, and if I was to make a Necron army, it would be a Trazen army. But we're going to do Sayonara. Just say goodbye. We have a little bye wave, whether you are watching right now, whether you are a lurker and you didn't say anything else all stream, whether you are watching the VOD right now and you're commenting after the fact. I'm going to go take care of myself. I will probably be editing tonight because I've gotten into a bad habit of, like, Thursdays and Fridays, because I don't have a video the following day, I haven't been editing. And so, like, I'm still, like, constantly, like, on the back foot for editing. But if I can just get ahead on Sunday's video today and I can keep up just a little bit ahead, I can do a long form. I really want to do a long form sometime in the next, like, 2 weeks. I really want to, like, do a long form soon. And it's either going to be on Kane as, like, an intro. It's going to be on Lancer to, like, fit in with the vibes of a bunch of channels recently making Lancer videos. It's going to be on Unbeatable or Signalis, oddly enough, because I just played those games and I really enjoyed them. It's probably not going to be Perfect Draw, because I want to play Perfect Draw first, and I really want to play Perfect Draw. And it might be Biophage, depending on if I get back in contact with Fern, the dev, because I think the Kickstarter is starting in September. Anyway, take care of yourself. Licorice and Clam and Bee and Bees and Melancholic and Shade and Assel and Trey and Grave and Slash and Butte and everyone else who is watching, whether now, later, or for all time. And take care of yourself. Have a lovely day, night, evening, morning, afternoon, whenever. And take care of yourself. Even though I just said that before. Take care of yourself even more. Take care of yourself extra, because I know you're not going to do it unless I remind you to. Or maybe I'm just projecting. Who knows? Bye-bye.